Testing, testing. Okay. Okay. Welcome to the Public Service Commission's hearing on Case 9705, our annual or semi-annual EmPOWER briefings. And I think we're going to actually start with a panel of the investor-owned utilities, correct?
Correct.
So whoever wants to kick it off, go right ahead. So.
Good morning, Chair Hoover and Commissioners. Joel Michelle on behalf of BGE. I know we're en masse here. This is actually just a table full of BGE folks and not all the investor-owned utilities. We have a presentation that each of our subject matter experts will introduce themselves as they present the slides.
Okay.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Jessica Yu, Jessica, last name spelled YU. I'm a Senior Manager at BGE, and I'm delighted to be here today, joined by members of BGE's EmPOWER team, to present our Q1, Q2 results and to share some highlights of the important work our team members do every single day to deliver on behalf of the state, this commission, and our customers. To better understand our results, I'd like to spend a moment going over the history of EmPOWER and to revisit its original purpose and how that purpose has evolved since 2008. EmPOWER was created in response to a warning issued by NERC to the state of Maryland, sounding the alarm that Maryland was at risk for electricity supply shortages and reliability issues. Back then, the program was focused on reducing per capita electricity usage and peak demand by 2015. BGE successfully met these goals, and after 2015, the program shifted to an annual energy savings target of 2%. From 2015 to 2023, BGE also met these goals. In 2022, the Climate Solutions Now Act passed, which increased the megawatt-hour goals, while also setting the ambitious course for the state to achieve net zero emissions by 2045. With the passage of HB 864 in 2024, EmPOWER was transformed once more to a greenhouse gas reduction program to align with the statewide emissions goals outlined in the Climate Solutions Now Act. The original EmPOWER law from 2008 explicitly references peak demand reduction, while HB 864 does not reference this. This suggests that although peak demand reduction continues to be a feature of the program, the focus of HB 864 is on life cycle greenhouse gas emissions reductions and broader environmental and societal benefits. Through the years, each time the EmPOWER goals have changed, we have met the moment, but not by chance, by effort. In less than ideal timing, 2 months after HB 864 passed and the shift to GHG was codified into law, PJM ran its annual capacity auction, which resulted in the BGE zone hitting the absolute market cap in terms of capacity prices. These high prices signaled to us a renewed importance in energy efficiency and load management programs in the face of resource adequacy and affordability concerns. This long history is important. It sets up the unique backdrop for this year. 2025 is the first year the utilities and DHCD are measured against a GHG savings goal. This year also happens to coincide with significant policy changes at the federal level. During this period of change and uncertainty, EmPOWER continues to achieve 3 North Star goals: affordability, reliability, and sustainability. Our partnership with the Public Service Commission ensures that tangible work is being done every single day to continue making progress. BGE has had the honor of administering an EmPOWER program since 2009. Our team is comprised of experienced professionals who are recognized as experts both nationally and internationally for the work that we do. We take pride in our work. Our team has been dedicated to Maryland's flagship EmPOWER program for almost 17 years. This commitment is reflected in our numbers. However, the numbers on their own do not tell the full story of the level of effort and heart involved in achieving these results. Since the inception of EmPOWER, executive leadership at the state and federal level has changed from election to election, resulting in policy swings and funding shifts. This year is characterized by federal funding being pulled back, layoffs across multiple sectors, and other major economic pressures. The benefit of utility incentive programs like EmPOWER is that these programs can persist even under these conditions. Utility-administered, ratepayer-funded programs are resilient, meaning as long as there's PSC approval, EmPOWER continues to be funded regardless of political changes. This ensures continuity and accountability for this work, as utilities are uniquely accountable to the Public Service Commission, unlike state agencies or third parties. Moreover, due to EmPOWER's multi-year funding, the program provides a predictable market signal to customers, contractors, distributors, and manufacturers that gives all parties the confidence to invest in energy efficiency in the long term. Thirdly, even if federal or state tax credits and incentives go away, EmPOWER incentives remain to help Marylanders purchase energy-efficient equipment. Since 2009, BGE has dispersed $1.6 billion in incentives, rebates, and bill credits to customers. And lastly, through almost 17 years of reliable program administration in partnership with the PSC, we have helped build a resilient EmPOWER economy that creates local jobs and provides job security. Our program has supported over 750 contractor and trade ally businesses. Since inception, BGE's EmPOWER program has reduced energy consumption by over 9.7 million megawatt hours. This is the equivalent to the GHG emissions avoided by 1,700 wind turbines operating for 1 year. BGE is exceeding target at the halfway point of 2025, achieving 59% of our annual GHG savings target while being well under budget. For the first half of the year, we have abated 489,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent emissions. Cycle to date, we estimate that participants will save $755 million in bill savings over the life of the measures installed. BGE's diverse portfolio is designed to be cost-effective and maximize benefits to all by value stacking GHG emissions reduction along with grid benefits such as avoided energy and capacity, deferred transmission and distribution costs, and demand reduction-induced price effects, meaning if you use less energy during peak times, this helps to lower the overall demand, which can lower energy prices for everyone. For every dollar spent, BGE's EmPOWER program returns $2.40 in benefits. As utility administrators of EmPOWER, we can manage these programs in a way that places the grid and our customers at the center. We can tie EmPOWER back to the grid directly in a way that only we can uniquely do, because we are also responsible for the system that benefits from these programs. Next, we're going to explain how we are achieving these benefits. I'm excited to turn the presentation over to other members of the BGE EmPOWER team to highlight their amazing work and to show how this team continuously is making improvements to our programs to drive more participation and long-term equitable outcomes for all.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Eric Rupko, ERICRIOPKO. I'm the manager for the residential programs at BGE. Continuing where we're touching on, BGE's residential offerings have been a strong contributor to delivering savings toward our EmPOWER goals. The home retrofit programs are a great example. They've been in the homes of nearly half of BGE's customers. The two key programs, the Quick Home Energy Checkup program has installed nearly 6 million measures, including pipe wrap, light bulbs, smart thermostats, into these customers' homes. Educated customers on how their home uses energy, and educated them on other EmPOWER Maryland programs, including BGE and DHCD programs. This program has delivered with a partnership of small businesses in our service territory. The Home Performance with Energy Star program is the more comprehensive audit program. This program has helped customers with deeper retrofits in their homes, including installation, air sealing, HVAC, and water heater upgrades. With over 40 participating contractors in this program, it's supporting the local economy while helping other Marylanders. Moving on to the next slide. I wanted to touch on BGE's partnership with DHCD. We're really proud of the strong relationship we built with DHCD and helping not only BGE customers, but also working with DHCD in coordination here. We built this, a number of key successes to this program recently, including community outreach events where we've coordinated with DHCD to have them present to help customers at those events. We've brought DHCD in to train our ambassadors that go out to the communities, as well as other BGE employees, so that they fully understand firsthand from DHCD how their programs work. And then lastly, we've worked with DHCD on coordinating on marketing efforts so that they're getting helping to reach customers. And we recently did a mailing of about 5,000 postcards out to customers to teach them about the programs that are available to them. Moving over to our moderate income offer, which is part of our Home Performance with Energy Star program. This is something that was approved in this cycle, and this is something that we continue to work and build on. We're really proud of the work we've done so far on this, and continuing to work on this unique offer. The offer, which provides higher incentive for income-qualified customers who participate through BGE's Home Performance program. These are customers that do not qualify for the DHCD program. BGE is coordinated with DHCD on the offer to make sure that there's no overlap there. In addition, we're using contractors who also do work with DHCD, so there's not a conflict of interest there because the contractor is going to be able to do the work either way. And then lastly, we're working with them on qualifying customers. So we're making sure the customers are screened. And through the screening process, we've actually found that about half the customers that come through the process actually qualify for DHCD. So we're really proud that we're able to refer these customers directly to DHCD. Moving on to the next slide. I did want to touch on the HVAC program because I know this is something that we've had a numerous midstream work group discussions on, and just wanted to make sure that the facts were put forth. Really proud of the work that's gone on in this program. The program continues to grow on its success year over year, and we're really proud of this. We've seen an 82% increase in heat pump adoption through this program between 24 and 2025. Encouraging heat pumps adoption will help the state cut GHG emission in the home while supporting the governor's pledge to move Maryland homes forward. The program's success is evident through the strong contractor and distributor participation. This includes 89 new contractors who joined the program this year. The support we continue to support these partners. We offer training sessions, including the new fuel switching incentive that we launched this year, as well as over 100 engagements with distributors that participate in the program. Our heat pump fuel switching incentives that were launched earlier this year have gotten off to a very strong start. These incentives were designed to encourage the adoption of heat pumps to offset the use of gas, oil, and propane heating in homes. This surprisingly strong start did create some growing pain, and BGE has worked with its partner to address these concerns. Some stakeholders have suggested that the program be shifted to a downstream model. BGE believes the midstream is an optimal delivery for the HVAC equipment. However, are open to discussions on how we could move forward in future cycles. But however, we believe that shifting away from the midstream model at this point of the cycle would create serious disruption to the HVAC market, including confusion and disruption for customers and contractors. And lastly, any shift to a downstream model would shift the financial burden to customers. BGE is committed to working with midstream partners to continue to grow the adoption of heat pumps in the Maryland market and work with contractors, distributors, so that Maryland can continue to benefit. Now I'm going to turn it over to our C&I manager, Chloe Bean.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Chloe Bean. That's CHLOEBEAN, and I'm the manager of our C&I portfolio. As you saw in our semi-annual report, BGE's C&I results were extremely strong in the first 6 months of 2025 as we moved to GHG emission reductions. In Q1 and Q2, our C&I programs achieved 75% of the year's GHG goal, and projects that closed during this period alone resulted in an estimated $162 million in lifecycle bill savings for our customers. These results are a testament to the amazing outreach infrastructure we have built over the past 15 years and the increased emphasis we have placed on personalized support for our customers and contractors. In the first half of the year, our team held 230 one-on-one meetings with customers and provided training to over 100 building owners and property managers on efficient building operations. In this same time period, our team had one-on-one meetings with almost all of the 290 participating contractors in our network and has now completed those remaining touch points. C&I projects have a long timeline, sometimes up to 5 years, and our team builds long-term relationships, making us a trusted partner for both customers and contractors as they work together to consider, design, and implement energy efficiency and GHG emission reduction projects. Through our relationship with customers, we heard their need for assistance in understanding, planning for, and complying with Maryland's Building Energy Performance Standards, or BEPS. In the first half of 2025, we responded to this need by implementing new offerings to support our BEPS obligated customers. These included collaborating with MDE on training classes, creating a BEPS-focused building tune-up offering, EmPOWER is a foundational financial tool that helps enable BEPS compliance, and customers rely on our programs to be there as they make their long-term compliance plans. We're proud to be able to help both our customers and the state meet their climate goals through these new as well as our existing offerings. Going to the next slide. In addition to our BEPS-focused offerings, we wanted to highlight a program that's shown significant results across various commercial sectors, but has been particularly successful for schools in our service territory. The virtual commissioning service, which is offered at no additional cost for small and medium-sized buildings, provides an analysis of smart meter data and customized recommendations to reduce energy use and costs by making changes to building operations. Since the inception of the program in 2022, just 3 years ago, participation in the program by schools in Baltimore City, Baltimore County, and Harford County alone have resulted in estimated annual savings of $1.3 million, which is incredibly impactful for schools working with small budgets. I'll now pass it over to Kevin Knight to talk about our demand response.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. I do have to acknowledge that I am an alumni of Joppatown Elementary School, so I am beaming with pride seeing that on the last slide. I am Kevin Knight, K-E-V-I-N, K-N-I-G-H-T, and I represent BGE's Load Management Program team. Today I'm excited to show how our evolving load management programs are delivering real, measurable benefits to our customers and the grid while setting the new standard for reliability and customer experience. At BGE, we recognize that the energy landscape is changing rapidly. Our team is dedicated to ensuring that our load management tools are not only robust and reliable, but also responsive to the needs and expectations of our customers. We work closely with our customer care team, our distribution and system operations teams to make sure that we have a unique perspective on designing programs that are both technically sound and customer focused. This year, 2025, marks a transformative period for BGE's load management programs. It's representing the most significant changes since it was thought of as peak rewards back in 2008. Guided by both industry best practices and direct feedback from customers, we are experiencing innovative strategy that are introduced to expand our program offerings to operate year-round. Our goal is to drive greater customer participation through programs designed with customers' needs at the center. By doing so, we are not only enhancing customer experience, but also strengthening our ability to support resource adequacy planning and ensuring Maryland's long-term energy security. With the mention several times of customer-centric design, I do want to mention that we are working hard on a demand response goal that we are in discussions with a future planning work group. We definitely appreciate the diverse perspectives that are coming to the table. I do want to make mention that while a megawatt reduction is important, BGE believes that the true measure of success is customer participation. Setting megawatt goals alone can overlook value of flexibility and localized impact. By focusing on participation, we ensure our programs remain voluntary, inclusive, and adaptable, delivering benefits where they are needed the most. This approach also aligns with the guidance to prioritize flexibility and solutions that are localized over a one-size-fits-all target. So getting into the meat of this slide, we did have two critical events this summer that we are proud of. On June 24th, we had an Energy Savings Day. Just to give you a little context of what happens on an Energy Savings Day, we start out the day ahead. There's a lot of planning, a lot of communication that goes into making sure that the utility is ready to go. The day of the event, we have a command center where we are sequestered in a room, making sure we have open lines to every stakeholder in the company, leadership, the operations center, our customer care team. We know what's going on, and we stay in that room until we know our customers are back to normal operation after that event. There's also a third day for an Energy Savings Day where we do all the evaluation and make sure our customers receive their energy savings credits. Within 24 hours, they are notified of how much their credit's going to be. So getting back to June 24th, the temperatures were in the upper 90s that day, and in 4 hours of our event, we ran from 2 to 6 p.m. We were able to reduce the equivalent of 24,000 homes of daily use. So to reiterate that, 4 hours of a program, we've reduced 24,000 daily use of a customer's home. I also want to highlight that our operations team confirmed that this action, this energy savings day, it did proactively relieve stress on historically overburdened feeders, preventing the need for further action. That is BGE's load management programs making an impact. Our second critical event on August 11th was an emergent response. When faced with a potential loss of 1,200 megawatts, that's enough to power 1 million homes, our team quickly dispatched resources, delaying service interruptions and limiting impact to just 4,500 customers. So we were alerted that there was a potential need in the 7 o'clock hour. We ran an event from 9:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. And again, that is BGE's load management making an impact when it matters the most. So I want to emphasize that even though I have 2 events up here, we do run more events, and the load management team is committed to reliable tools to address resource adequacy. These 2 successful events reflect the year-round effort of this team to make sure that we are rigorously testing the operability of several complex systems that all have to work in unison. BGE is proud to have a load management team that continues to be a nationally recognized leader in demand response and the flexible load community, and that is something we do take a lot of pride in. As we move ahead, we are ahead of our first winter season with year-round participation. We are introducing flexible load management strategies, and we are going to maximize load shifting while minimize our customer impact. We are also streamlining our Connective Rewards enrollment to make sure that there are ample opportunities for EmPOWER programs to get customers easy access to participation. Our team remains deeply engaged in distributed energy resource initiatives as well. So we are a part of the DRIVE Act, the first ever V2G pilot that took place with Sunrun and Ford, and we're also actively participating in the Next Gen Energy Act storage filing. In closing, I want to emphasize that a customer-centric approach is the foundation of a reliable management program. Our success depends on positive customer experiences and broad participation. By focusing on these principles, we are building programs that not only meet today's challenges, but are ready for tomorrow's opportunities. I appreciate your attention and your continued partnership, and now I will pass it over to my colleague to review the behavioral benefits of our EmPOWER programs.
Thank you, Kevin. This is Soumya Krishnamurthy. I'm the manager of the behavioral programs. I'm pleased to share that our residential behavioral program has reached.
Oh, yeah.
I did
Oh, you
write
did.
down
Yeah,
my
you
name.
talked to him earlier.
Yes. I'm pleased to share that the residential behavioral program has reached 47% of our annual savings target, and our annual customer survey indicates that more than 85% of our customers are engaged with our reports. On average, recipients of these behavioral reports are more informed about their energy use and are less likely to have questions about their bills. However, we recognize that the benefits of the behavioral programs extend beyond energy efficiency savings. This was evident during the past winter when engagement with our tools tripled and customers relied on them as critical tools to understand their bills and manage their energy use during extreme weather. By leveraging these tools, BGE was able to quickly respond by establishing a dedicated energy advisor team to provide personalized assistance. Moving on to LMI customers, they've continued to be a key focus area for behavioral programs, and we've long recognized the challenge of self-identification amongst limited income customers. To address this, BGE uses a predictive model called Energy Affordability Score to help identify potential limited income customers who may otherwise go unnoticed. This powered our video home energy reports, which replaced the traditional neighbor comparison by comparing limited income customers to their neighbors and letting them know how many of them had already received energy assistance and encourage them to reach out for assistance and help them feel more supported. Finally, to ensure more equitable program design, we continue to partner with local food pantries to get direct feedback from the customers that we hope to support and make sure that that's included in the future design of our reports and alerts. Moving on to the next slide. In closing, I want to underscore the context in which all of my colleagues and their results need to be viewed. Maryland is one of the 7 states to get maximum points for incremental electric savings in the 2025 ACEEE scorecard. Our statewide evaluator has consistently affirmed in various work groups that we have one of the most rigorous evaluation methodology in the country. Therefore, the strong results we presented today are not by chance or automatic. They reflect the dedicated efforts of the BGE EmPOWER team and our strong contractor network. We're committed to building on these efforts by advancing innovative programs, and we respectfully seek the Commission's continued support. Specifically, with respect to the PIM, the Exelon utilities have weighed in extensively on this in our report, but in a nutshell, ensuring EmPOWER is cost-effective under multiple cost tests will result in more expensive portfolios. It'll force us to move away from long-life measures that all stakeholders advocate for, such as electrification and weatherization programs, and replace them with more expensive measures. So we request the Commission to keep the PIM focused on the primary and the legislated cost test, the SET, to avoid conflicting priorities. Secondly, we request the Commission to approve the position put forward by the staff and the utilities in the Future Programming Work Group by January 1st, 2026, and reject calls to arbitrarily increase the size of the goals at a time when our customers are facing economic uncertainty and hardship. We request the Commission to set a deadline for the final report from the Cost Recovery Work Group and determine the final PIM by January 1st, 2026. Both the PIM structure and the established goals are critical components for utilities to begin their planning for the next cycle and ensure there is robust stakeholder engagement in the planning. Finally, our demand response programs are at a pivotal moment undergoing transformative change. As my colleague so eloquently mentioned, our goal is to lead this evolution by prioritizing customer experience, trust, and retention. We urge you to avoid a hastily defined goal for DR programs that may potentially upend the very outcomes we're trying to achieve. With that, I want to thank you for your time and for the opportunity today, and we're available to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, questions from the Commission? Commissioner Sushman.
Good morning. Thank you for your presentation. It's kind of interesting to me that this hearing would fall the day after we had our hearing yesterday on low-income mechanisms, and a lot of the focus yesterday was on finding a way to make sure that low and moderate income customers can pay their bills. And some of the concern obviously is the uncertainty of LIHEAP and other safety net mechanisms that are available, have been available for the low and moderate income community. But some of it is also a recognition that rates have gone up. And so it's kind of interesting to have this conversation now where EmPOWER is a chunk of ratepayers' bills. And I've not been quiet in my concerns about the regressive nature of EmPOWER. At the same time, I don't think there's any question that you've heard me in my appreciation for any ways in which we can find a path forward with non-wire solutions, and the fact that we're missing a lot of efficiency opportunities out there. So my concern is much more about the cost, and at the same time, inefficiencies in how we do this program, and I'm mostly sort of focusing on the myriad of proceedings we have ongoing right now. We have the VPP, we have vehicle to grid, we have geothermal, we have energy storage. All of these are really important in trying to get us to a place where the system can best serve ratepayers. I'm concerned about having all of these programs kind of moving forward and at the same time putting money into EmPOWER. I'm just wondering if there's a way that we can better promote these measures through the various proceedings that we have ongoing. And so I guess my question to you is, when you've put together this presentation, and when you're thinking about the different measures through EmPOWER, how much are you also looking to the other proceedings that we have ongoing, and is there a better, more efficient way of managing this spend through those programs? So, the VPPs, can we move a lot of the demand side measures into that? I mean, I'm worried about inefficiencies in this, and perhaps measures that actually tend to undermine efforts that we're taking in other proceedings, because again, we're siloing. So we're looking at EmPOWER here, and then we're looking at energy storage over here and virtual power plant. And I'm worried that we're not using ratepayer money, because this is ratepayer money, in the most effective way and the fairest way. Because again, I mean, a lot of the problem, even though we've got money going to OHEP, still there are lots of ratepayers, renters, that are putting money in and not getting it out. So I hope there was a question in there, but go ahead.
Commissioner Stutzman.
And Mr. Michel, I am sort of mindful that you owe something to your colleague.
No, it's the other way around. She owes me.
Oh, right. She owes you. I'm sorry. And there's something about Greece and, yeah, okay, go ahead.
Thank you, first of all, for the question. We certainly, as a company, share that concern in terms of ratepayers bearing the financial burden for a lot of these programs. But I don't think that we, as the utilities, have the flexibility, the authority to make the sort of decisions that I think you have in mind. Frankly, I think it's a policy question that I think might be more appropriate for our folks in Annapolis.
I was worried you were going to say that.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
I mean, statutorily, when the statute says, "Hey,
Right.
Utility, you have to do X, Y, Z," I don't think this commission would respond nicely if the utility said, "Well, I know the statute says do things this way,
Right.
But we think it's more it's better." Been more beneficial to our customers if we do it this way.
Right. Still, I understand you have a statutory responsibility, but so I guess my question is what are you doing to make sure that the monies that are being spent here align to the other proceedings that we're doing in a way that allows those proceedings to be implemented in the most efficient way? So demand side, that should be, a lot of that should go right into the VPP stuff. So what are the utilities doing to make sure that the proceedings that we have ongoing in all of these other areas are aligning with the proposals that you have in a way that is most efficient in terms of ratepayer spend?
Yeah, I'll take a first crack at it, and then I'll open up to the panel to chime in. I think one thing that we are doing, and I think we could use the Commission's assistance with this, is making sure that there is coordination amongst these different groups. So our EmPOWER team is working with the folks that are working with the DRIVE Act, the VPP, to find alignment, to find ways where we can do things efficiently. But from the Commission's standpoint, to the extent that the commission can make decisions that encourages that alignment, it would be beneficial. One example, we'll talk about this, I'm sure later when cost recovery is discussed, is to make sure that when we're thinking about PIMS and measuring utilities performance, the way that we do that actually aligns with reducing customers' bills and the cost of these programs. I think at the end of the day, we are faced with a challenge where, because of the change from energy efficiency to GHG reductions, the cost of these EmPOWER programs, we're seeing that it's increasing. But at the same time, I think there is room to, from the commission's policy decisions, to assist with reducing that impact, to make sure that the alignment with the policy goal that Annapolis has put forward, which is prioritizing GHG emissions, actually aligns with the incentive structure that the commission is contemplating setting up for utilities.
Right, and I understand you guys have been promoting PIMS. So and I appreciate that. I guess my question is also, can you sort of connect the dots, not just in this proceeding, but in our other proceedings, to say, for VPP, this is what we're doing in EmPOWER. For energy storage, this is what we're doing in EmPOWER. It's much better for us to, instead of us having to go and to try to connect those dots, it would be really helpful to have those dots connected. Mr. Knight, can we go back to your slide on load management? Okay. So the energy savings day and the emergent event day. This is exactly why we see value. I see value in demand response. This is exactly what we need to do in terms of demand response. Do you have specific numbers over the course of the summer? That would be really helpful for us to see the days in which, I'm assuming it's not just June 24th and August 11th. I'm assuming that there were other days in which there were sort of, feeder constraints. Is there an easy way for you to get that data to us?
So the data you're looking to see is constraints on the like days of constraints.
The days where you knew that there was going to be a problem, a constraint on a particular feeder, and the actions you took to address the constraint.
So I'm not sure that we have easy access to that data. My team is usually pulled in as a resource when the lower, the easier switches and levers are pulled from the operations room. So that would be something we could explore and see if there are.
Or it may be just the days that you're called in.
Yeah.
That would, so it doesn't have to be every day, but I'm assuming it was more than just June 24th and August 11th.
So for June 24th and Energy Savings Day, that is considered an economic event where we prepare ahead of time and we do not get a call from the operations center, for example. For August 11th, that was the only day that we got called this summer that there was an emergent need. Now, this is a larger emergent need than just a localized feeder that is running hot. This was a much bigger event, which is why we got called. However, we are working on what I think you're getting at is being a better tool that we can be called more often for these localized events.
Right. Well, that's, the Energy Savings Day, right, it's good to help your ratepayers understand how they can save money. Mm-hmm. But the real value for the system for demand response are those situations where you can avoid having to bring people offline because there's a constraint, mm-hmm. or ideally, sort of less money for capacity during those very high days when we're looking at very high capacity prices. So, any information that you have that can provide us with a sense of how demand response is working in addressing those issues.
Yeah, we can certainly follow up with that, and I'll point out that moving forward with flexible load management strategies, that is exactly what we're targeting, is
Okay.
how do we become a better tool to be leveraged more often for these localized events. So,
Okay, and I'm assuming all the work that you're doing here, you're also feeding into our VPP proceeding.
yeah, I was going to mention before this question came up that these programs, the load management programs, to me are the foundation of a VPP. We are experienced very deeply in the customer-centric programs. We know how to operate them, and now it's just adding additional devices and additional customers to the mix. There is always the challenge of affordability and what devices we can get, but we are definitely looking forward to not only going year-round, but adding additional devices in the future and becoming a better and better tool.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. I guess I'll be saying good afternoon at some point, but
Yeah.
good evening. I hope not that. MEA raised some concerns about utility companies' lack of spending or not reaching 70% of their overall expenses towards benefiting consumers. BGE seems to be a bit of an exception to that. So your administrative costs are kind of reaching that threshold that MEA was proposing. So your administration has been a bit more streamlined and a bit more efficient. Help me to understand what you're doing that is helping you get to that point. There's a lot of you here today, so you clearly are spending some money.
Yes, I will take a crack at that, Commissioner. So in terms of what we are doing at BGE, and I can't speak for the other utilities, but I do think this is something that we all strive to do, which is to be good stewards of ratepayer funding. We understand our responsibility. Our responsibility is to be program managers, and that means managing the budget. And when we set out to deliver and design these programs, we are looking to maximize the incentives that go out the door to our customers and try to minimize the non-incentive costs as much as possible. That includes things like looking at competitive procurements, like if we're partnering with vendors and things like that, making sure we are getting the best price possible. And the second component of that is to really drive participation, because the more participation that we have in our programs, the more incentives we're able to deliver to customers.
Okay, so thank you. I appreciate the answer, but I'm hoping I can get a little more, that I could hear what you say, and then of course the other companies are here. Maybe there's something in there that they can also take. I'm sure they're all good stewards of the money. So is there something extra? Are you doing different procurement processes? Or is there something else that you're doing?
Commissioner Hilton, just to sort of add to Jess's response, I think it's a little different for Mrs. Yu to answer that specific question without knowing the details of what the other companies are doing. It's hard to say what we're doing differently if we don't know what they're doing in-house.
I appreciate that. So tell me what you're doing.
So in terms of what we're doing, I would say that a lot of it has to do with the professional staff that we have working on the EmPOWER programs. Because we've been administering these programs for over 15 years, we have folks on the team that have essentially been here since the beginning. And that level of expertise and experience really helps to ensure that these programs continue to be as efficient as possible. And I really feel like that's been the core of who we are, is building on that expertise and relying on that to help us continue to make sure that we are prudently spending ratepayer funding and that we're not spending an extra dollar that we don't need to spend.
So have all of you been here for 17 years?
I think some people, not 17 years, no.
No.
But we have program managers on the team that are not in the room today that have been here for decades.
Okay, so you got some folks behind the scenes that are working. So is your overall administrative staff much larger? I mean, how many people do you have overall that are working on these initiatives?
20? 20?
20 total. Okay, I'm not being critical. I know that I'm hearing you're doing a good job, and I'm hoping that we can learn something, lessons learned here that will benefit
So-
the other companies.
Sure, sure. I think one thing I'd like to make note of too, when we're talking about the non-incentive costs that MEA brought up, that doesn't just include a utility administration cost, which is, the salaries related to the folks that are working on the programs directly. It also includes marketing costs, EM&B costs related to the statewide evaluator and the evaluators that we use to basically do EM&B for our programs. And so there are a lot of costs related to that are not incentive costs. I think for the most part, we have some control over those factors. And again, a lot of that has to do with being able to competitively procure those services that we need. And that's been a really important thing for not only BGE, but the Exelon utilities as well.
Okay, so I know you spend a lot of time in work groups and other meetings and to discuss and talk about EmPOWER. Is there any sharing or networking between you and the other companies that's not necessarily focused on resolving a particular issue that the commission might have raised or another party might have raised, but just in terms of lessons learned, different options, different things that BG is doing that might be translatable to another company? Does that happen as well?
I would say that happens all the time. It doesn't just happen between BGE and the utilities in Maryland. We have conversations with utilities all across the country. Last week, I was in meetings with PGE and SCE in California talking about their next cycle of planning, and they wanted to learn what BGE was doing, and they were really excited about some of the innovative things that we've done in the past. We are very commonly attending a lot of industry conferences where we're actually presenting on our programs and sharing those things. We went up to Maine 2 years ago to talk to the folks at Efficiency Maine to learn about their heat pump program, because we were planning to launch our heat pump program under the HVAC midstream program, and we learned a lot from those efforts too. So we are definitely very curious people. We are people that are constantly trying to improve our programs, and I hope that that's been visible in some of our results that we've shown today.
And Commissioner Linton, one thing to add that I think I've noticed personally that the team does well is in their discussions with customers. I think the success of these programs is really dependent on a knowledge of the customers that you're serving. I mean, if you take a sort of one-size-fit-all approach to say, the programs that are effective in BGE's territory is going to be effective in Washington Gas territory or Pepco's territory, you're not going to have that level of success. And so the countless hours that these managers spend with understanding our customers' needs, understanding their behavioral tendencies, and what will actually incentivize them to take advantage of these programs, I think is a big part of the company's success as well.
Okay. All right. Well, let me talk about a topic then that ties into this a little bit, raised in the midstream work group report. I know we haven't had the presentation from them here today, but since you're here, they did talk about the need to get payments out for rebates and for contractors in a more timely basis. And that this apparently has been a problem for some of the contractors and even to some extent for some consumers. What is your response to that? Is this a challenge for you? I mean, you're doing very well on the administrative side, so are you at the top of this issue, even though we're still an issue, or are we?
I will say that we're really proud of the work that we've done in this midstream HVAC program. We've worked with stakeholders on this, and even before we launched the fuel switching incentive this year, we were proactive in meeting with contractors. We had over 15 meetings, including a specific request from the Maryland HVAC Contractors Association for an additional meeting with them to go over the program. So we did a lot of training up front. We continue to engage with, I'm sure Mr. Maloney will be here later, with him and others, stakeholders, to understand where there's pain points. I think in the midstream work group report, there's suggestions on things to do to change things, including a shift to downstream. But the biggest concern that we have is we've asked stakeholders, like, where are the problems that you're having, and we have not gotten specifics from the likes of Sean. We've gotten kind of the big picture. Well, I'm hearing this, but we're not getting specifics. We're more than glad to step in if there's a payment issue, but we need to know the details on the payment issue in order to work on it. But instead, we've moved right past the, let's fix the problem to where the solutions are, and we really, want to make sure that everyone's getting paid and we understand the need for people to get paid as soon as possible, and we've done a lot to improve that timeline. And right now, looking at the timeline that we have, we're paying the distributors in less than 30 days, and we've even stepped in with the distributors to understand their processes as well to make sure that they're paying contractors as quickly as possible. So we've taken every step that we can, but I think they're kind of like a little bit of moving to solutions without anybody wanting to address the problem. And I think part of the fundamental issue is that the group of contractors, they just ultimately, it's not a payment timeline issue for them. It's a fundamental issue that they want to have an incentive program that's a rebate program to the customer. And my concern with the current model is that the incentive is provided at the point of sale, and it's driven down so that the customer is getting the equipment discounted up front. If they're having to apply for a rebate later on, then that's a burden that the customer is having to pay up front and then have to wait for the rebate to come. So that's a financial burden that gets shifted from the contractor to the customer. And we understand the burden to the contractor, and with that in mind, we've also launched a contractor bonus this year, and that was something to help alleviate the fact that there are growing pains with this program. So that contractor bonus that's been provided to the contractor on a per job basis is more than offsets when we do the back of the envelope calculation of the financial burden. It more than offsets that burden. So, but we continue to have to reach out to contractors, distributors on a weekly basis. Get their experiences, understand where there are things that we want to improve. But it's not something that we've rested on since we've launched this program. We've continued to improve this program. And we're really proud of the work that's going on here. And to be honest, this is something that we hear the governor talk about, wanting to move Maryland forward, clean heat in homes and stuff like that. And the work that's going on here that is really foundational to driving what the governor wants.
And so, thank you for the answer. I certainly do appreciate it, and I respect the fact that the company is very much so working with everyone. I can't ignore the fact, though, that we are hearing from contractors, and they have a critical role to play in many of these EmPOWER Maryland programs, that they are still dealing with some challenges in what is basically fundamental for small business owners, especially. It's just getting paid, and so I'm hopeful that, and I'm sure we'll hear from them later today, because they might even be in the room. There's a lot of folks here. I can't see who was here, but.
Yeah, no, but to my earlier point, the specifics were really important. If we want to fix the problem, we need specifics, and we've only had one contractor actually provide us with specifics. And with that, we found it was an isolated problem with one distributor, and there were specific issues around that payment process there. And we worked on it. We addressed it with the distributor and fixed the problem. But if we're not getting specifics, then we can't fix the problem, and that's where the concern has been getting specifics, and if we're not getting specifics, we can't fix the problem.
So for those other contractors, are you suggesting or stating here today that there aren't any payment issues, that everybody else is getting paid in a timely manner and they're comfortable with the process as it is currently?
I think any business owner wants to get paid immediately. I mean,
For sure.
I know my son was bugging me yesterday. Where's my allowance from last week? And so anybody wants to get paid immediately. We fully understand that, and I think our goal has been, we're ahead of where the manual that we put in, the timeline there. We're paying the distributors in less than 30 days, roughly 30 days. We're somewhere around there. The piece that we're finding it's a little bit more challenging is some of the distributors were taking a little bit longer than expected. And this is a piece where we've asked some of the contractors, we're like, hey, what distributors are not paying you in a timely fashion, and that's where we haven't gotten the specific. Because if we can find those distributors that aren't paying contractors quick enough, then we can, get with them and understand their processes. And like I think we've said, we're all very interested in learning and fixing things and trying to improve things. And that's something that, we would love to, if we have specifics, we can get in with those contractors and distributors and try to work out that so that they're getting paid in a timely fashion. I grew up in a family of small business owners, so fully understand my grandmother and grandfather sitting there doing budget stuff and trying to figure out how things meet, and my aunts and uncles, so fully understand that. And so I want to make sure that they're getting paid, but we need to have specifics in order to get address those problems.
Can I add one thing, Commissioner, to what Eric just said? I also think it's important to understand, again, our role as program administrators. There's millions of dollars going back and forth. Checks are getting cut every single day, and it's really important that we take the time to carefully review all of the applications that come in for our programs. We need to make sure that there's no fraud, there's no double dipping, contractors submitting an application in one program for the same piece of equipment and trying to get the incentive again through another program. So there's various steps of QA/QC that need to be done before a check can be cut. And so that is really playing into the payment timelines. Again, to Eric's point, we've already reduced it to less than 30 days on average, which I think is quite good, based upon the level of effort that's needed to make sure that the dollars are prudently spent.
Yeah, and Commissioner Litton, just at the risk of overemphasizing this, that concern is a real one. In fact, as I stand today, I'm dealing with one of an issue related to that, verifying that what's being submitted to the company is not fraudulent. And I think we owe it to the customers who are funding this program to make sure that those funds are actually being given to contractors who are actually performing the work and performing the work appropriately. And then on the EM&V side, we want to make sure that the results that we're reporting are actually accurate. And so, 30 days, in light of all the verification process that the team needs to do, is reasonable. And if Eric, as he represented it, sometimes we're doing it within less than 30 days, I think that's actually impressive.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. I'm sure we'll hear from them to see what they think in response to that. But I will simply say, as I've said already, that the role of the contractors in this program is incredibly important. And we have a need to make sure they remain engaged as well. And so if they're expressing some concerns about this, I have no doubt that you have the expertise, as you've already mentioned, you do, to find out what those details are. If they're not forthcoming, then try and root them out. But we want to make sure that they remain engaged so that your numbers that you're showing us remain as they are and actually improve. So along those lines, I had one other topic I wanted to mention, and this is more of a high-level one. And as Commissioner Sushman mentioned, we had spent a little time here yesterday talking about impacts to low-income customers. And one of the drivers for that was the potential loss of funding for the LIHEAP program. But as we all know, the federal government's not doing anything right now. So the LIHEAP program is not the only one that's impacted. And so I'm curious if, and you're looking forward for the program, do you see assuming things don't resolve themselves relatively soon from the federal side, do you see some other issues that are sitting out there that we should be aware of now so that we can kind of manage the expectations for how the program is going to proceed moving forward? Any of your programs that could be impacted by the lack of a federal government working as a partner in all of this?
I don't know about the lag of the federal government, but one thing I will say is there are a good amount of incentives around the HVAC equipment that are expiring at the end of this year. That's something that we've been coordinating with the contractors on, knowing that there's probably a good amount of customers that are trying to take advantage of those incentives this year because they will be going away at the end of the year. but again, fully aware that there are a number of federal programs that are, not being funded right now, and definitely, I think looking at solutions there. I will say, with the moderate income offer that we have, one thing that we're looking at, and we've been engaging with some partners there, looking at some nonprofits that have grant money out there. Is that money that we can use to leverage gaps that are out there with the moderate income offer? But there might be some potential opportunities there with grant money that's already been awarded to try to leverage that.
Okay,
maybe
well,
in a different
I
fashion.
suspect that some of your programs that you initially designed and proposed, and it might have been months ago or even years ago, were reliant to some extent on federal government tax credits, incentives, some things of that sort. And so I'm just looking a little further ahead right now, and maybe even longer ahead, that we may not have those built available and to be part of what you've established. And that means goal setting is impacted, data that's produced is impacted, all of those things. And so if there isn't anything, then that's fine. That's great. But if there are some things that we need to know about, if you don't want to tell us about it today because you need to think about it some more and take some more research, that's fine. But I certainly encourage you, and I don't want to say this over and over again, so I'll just say it for all the companies in the room as well, to make sure that that's incorporated as part of the meetings and work groups that you're participating in, so that there's not just a strategy going forward, but also managing expectations for how these programs are going to operate. So that we're not thinking that, okay, the goal is going to be 100%, and then we see it at 70, and it's because of something that we knew was coming down the pike, but we just didn't talk about it. So that's my suggestion.
Yeah, Commissioner Linton, I think the point that Eric raised about federal incentives going away is a very important one.
Yeah.
How I see that playing out is there are a number of customers who take advantage of BGE's offerings because there are also federal dollars available, and so the combination of those funds makes the particular measure affordable for the customer. Once those federal funds go away, I think utilities will either have to throw more money at customers or make up that difference, which will in turn drive the cost of these programs up, or if we don't make those adjustments, we could see a decrease in customer participation. And so I think one thing for the commission to keep in mind is it's very important where the commission sets those GHG targets, because if we're over ambitious, we either going to have a situation where utilities have to the cost of the programs are going to increase, or we risk utilities not being in a position to achieve those goals.
So thank you for that. Our conversations yesterday is an example was one example of what I was talking about. But you can, if you wanted another one, you can look at the recent ending of the electric vehicle supplements. We saw a lot of customers are swooping in to try and grab a car before they went away. And if you look at the numbers now, the sales have dropped fairly significantly. So to the extent anyone was trying to project out how many EVs would be sold over the course of this year, if you did that back in January, you have to look at those numbers again now, because there have been some fairly significant changes that have occurred. And so I've given it as a suggestion. I'll leave it at that. I won't repeat it over and over again if everybody else has heard it. So thank you for your comments. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Barbe.
I wasn't intending to ask a question until this discussion of contractor fraud came up. So what are they doing? Fabricating invoices and asking for what's happening?
Yeah, I don't want to, Commissioner Barbe, suggest that all these contractors are bad actors.
I know they're not all bad
Yeah,
actors, but
yeah.
I'd like to know what the scam is.
So what we're seeing is that there are certain cases where a contractor would submit, say, verification photo of an installation, and we discover that this same photo has been submitted for several rebates. Or we've also seen situations where the contractor submits an application for the rebate, we contact the customer, or the customer reaches out to us and says, that installation never occurred.
A customer reaches out to you out of the blue?
Well, I can't get into the details of what led to the customer reaching out, but the point is that the customer confirms that, this installation never occurred at my house. Obviously, that's a problem, because if we're looking at a request from a contractor saying, I installed this device at the customer's address, it's fraud, mistake maybe is asking too much.
So that's
faith.
so this is part of the motivation. This is part of the reason why you support the midstream philosophy, basically. Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, I think what Mr. Rocco was getting at is, while we have contractors complaining about the amount of time it takes for them to get paid,
Right.
The point we were making was that we just wanted to caution the commission not to go to the opposite extreme, to say, okay, well, you got to pay contractors within 15 days. That would put us in a position where we can't do the verification
Okay.
process, and then you
So
probably
that
get more fraud and more of these bad actors.
Okay, all right, I understand. The question I want to ask is something that I don't think anybody's going to say out loud, but I would want everybody who are actors in this space to think about what are the parts of EmPOWER that really work well and the parts that might not work quite so well, because if there's one thing I learned in the legislature is that when you implement a policy that works really well, you assume that if you double the policy, it'll work doubly as well. But there are points of diminishing returns. So I'm just gonna leave it at that, because as a commissioner, I'm concerned, especially in EmPOWER, that we've moved past points of diminishing returns. It was very easy and effective when we were installing LED light bulbs, and then once those low-hanging fruit were plucked, then it becomes hand-to-hand combat to lower electricity use and GHG emissions. So, it's just something I want to put into the ether for everybody to consider, because for me, that's the primary issue with respect to EmPOWER, and I just don't have a properly formulated question to get at it.
Commissioner Barber, I think that's an excellent point. I think one thing that we have to keep in mind is that even the utility's ability to reach the goals that are set naturally are becoming more and more difficult, because
Right.
when we think about the baseline, if we're talking about a cleaner and cleaner grid,
Mm-hmm.
then getting additional savings becomes harder.
Mm-hmm.
And so again, these are policy decisions that I think we need to begin thinking about now, because it's only going to get more and more expensive to get those savings that we're obligated to get.
Yep. Okay, that's it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your presentation. I have any questions?
Commissioner Sussman.
Okay, I have one other question, which, so you're BGE, but your focus seems to be on the E and not on the G, correct? And if you've been paying attention to some of our administrative meetings over the last 2 months, we've been dealing with some interruptible customers, BGE interruptible customers, who had trouble interrupting and are asking us to waive some or all of the fine attached to it. And we did have a conversation when they were here about whether they would be amenable to participating in a demand response program, because what was explained to us is the reason why they're uninterruptible on some level is because they can't be firm, because you don't have capacity for that. And so this seems like an opportunity to be able to avoid having to build out your system to accommodate these interruptible customers by using demand response. Is that something that the company has been thinking about? Because I can tell you that, hearing from your customers, if they had an opportunity, they would participate. And they may not see the same benefits that they would get being on an interruptible rate, but at least there would be benefits to the system and benefits to them to the extent you called it during some catastrophic period.
Well, Commissioner Sussman, the interruptible service offering, we view that as a demand response program. When we call an event and we say, hey, you have to curtail your gas usage, that's demand response. I think the reason why this offering works for these customers is that in order for them to be able to curtail their usage, it requires them to have backup systems, costly backup systems in place. Okay? Now, they're willing to invest in those backup systems because of the cost savings for being on interruptible service that we discussed. I think the last company who requested the waiver said they had a savings amount of $500,000 a year.
Right, but the fact that we're seeing so many of them suggests to me that maybe it's not working as intended, and maybe there's an opportunity, not just with these interruptible customers, but with others as well, to the extent that you perceive that there are constraints in your system. It just seems to me that there may be an opportunity that you are missing because your focus is so on the electricity side.
Well, but I think one thing you have to keep in mind is that if we take these customers and we make them firm service customers, we now have an obligation, right, to plan our system and our infrastructure to meet their needs. And so that's actually going to have the opposite effect of what I think you're after, which is the savings, the system investments.
What I'm suggesting is that for some of these customers, it doesn't actually make sense to stay on an interruptible rate because they either can't, or they're a hospital, they're a nursing home. What I'm suggesting is that there may be an opportunity here that you are missing by not thinking about having a demand response program for gas as well. I'm not suggesting get rid of the interruptible rate. What I'm saying is that the issues that we've been dealing in the AM with customers that couldn't, for a variety of different reasons, is some of those customers are going to get off of the interruptible and go on to firm, but because they have backup systems in place, those customers may actually be the kinds of customers that would benefit the system if they were on some kind of demand response. Yeah. So all I'm suggesting to you is that you may be missing an opportunity here, and then the system is missing an opportunity for customers that actually could respond to demand response for gas, not just for electric.
Yeah. So this is the last sort of tidbit that I'll add, Commissioner Sussman. The demand response program for gas that you're envisioning would have some of the same components as the interruptible service. For instance, you mentioned the need for backup. When we call the event, that hospital will need to switch over to some other backup source. As you heard in the last hearing, there is a significant investment, financial investment, that goes into maintaining that system. So we need to incentivize these customers to continue to invest in that backup system, even though they're not, using that on a day-to-day basis.
But they may do that anyway. A hospital has to have backup systems. They just have to, even if they weren't on interruptible. So they may be and I'm not telling you to do that. What I'm suggesting is there may be an opportunity here that's being missed, and that was sort of something that came out. A couple of the customers that ratepayers that we spoke to are going to move over, but could benefit from a demand response program on the gas side. So all I'm suggesting to you is there may be opportunities here that maybe a little bit of low-hanging fruit that you're not sort of taking advantage of.
Okay. We'll certainly take that back, and then Evan, I don't know if you want to add to anything.
I did want to mention that it seems like we're thinking that it's an all or nothing option here. There is an optional firm service delivery that allows these commercial customers to purchase a small portion of firm service. And I think there is an existing option that could work for these hospitals, these schools that maybe they're running 100 therms an hour. Maybe they need firm service of 20, pay for 20 so you don't have to upgrade the system. So I think there is potentially an option already in place.
That's I mean, because was not in your plan, your EmPOWER plan. All I'm suggesting to you is, based on what we're hearing, there may be an opportunity here that is being missed.
Understood.
So, okay, thank you.
So, related to the public school program, are those activities only for existing schools, or is there a part of this that involves newly or proposed constructed schools?
Yeah, great question. So the virtual commissioning program is only for existing schools. That's a building tune-up program, so you have to have an existing building with a certain amount of time of previous smart meter data to review and analyze and move forward. We do have our custom and new construction program, which does not an analysis of the past data, but provides support for new efficient constructed buildings. So any new schools could go through that program.
But if memory serves me, that it's always been difficult, given the sort of convoluted process that the state goes through to fund schools, to sort of have that, be part of the process.
Yeah, I'd have to look into if there's a reason schools have an issue getting into our custom and new construction program. I know for that program, it is a very long timeline, that 5 years that I mentioned earlier, and it's very, very helpful in those cases that a customer gets in touch with us as soon as possible, so that we can then offer the technical services that we provide through that program, any advice, any of that, and we can figure out what that incentive might be. I don't know if maybe that's where there might be an issue with schools going through an even longer process and they come to us too late or something. I'll have to check back on that, but I can look into it.
Okay, all right. So regarding the August 11th event, I actually got phone calls, pretty early in the morning from PJM and from your folks about what was going on and what they were trying to do. Now, you said you implemented the process around 9 o'clock or so?
9:30 a.m.
Okay. And that went, was that just like a one-time thing, or was that, because the event went on, basically all day, and finally it was like late in the afternoon when I was told that the problem got fixed, that they weren't going to have to do the next step, which was block off big chunks of the service territory.
Yeah, so we initiated our peak rewards program at approximately 9:30. They ran from 9:30 to 6 p.m. Knowing that there is going to be customer fatigue in there, we strategically started launching our connective rewards programs in cohorts starting at 1 p.m. So connective rewards was running 1 to 6 p.m. So we were running our programs, peak rewards specifically, from 9:30 to 6 p.m. and connective rewards 1 to 6 p.m.
So is the Energy Savings Day sort of like a way of testing the thing? So that when the emergency situations happen, you know what's going on?
So we typically have a company mandated test event that's preseason, and often that does not, it's mild temperatures. We try to get it before the season, make sure all our systems are communicating, devices are reacting. So in a sense, our Energy Savings Day, you can consider it to be a stress test. It is warm. We're seeing where anything isn't working ideally. So it does provide a lot of data. It allows us to understand what capacity we have. So there's a ton of value in Energy Savings Day. Even for our PJM commitments, we understand how our devices are reacting during a hot day. So I do think that there's a lot of value streams for those Energy Savings Days.
And the so as was discussed just a minute ago, we've had this problem with the interruptible gas customers who, when they were asked to interrupt for various reasons, couldn't interrupt or didn't interrupt. When you put out the demand response request for the emergency event, was there any problem like that, or did everybody respond the way they're supposed to?
So we send out signals to devices, and those devices will turn down the temperature on a thermostat if it's a BYOD, or it turns off the condenser for HVAC. So the customers do not have the option to not participate. For an emergent event, it is mandatory. For an energy savings days, customers do have 2 chances to opt out of a peak rewards event, and our BYOD program, you can opt out as well. But we do not have issues with customers participating, and that is one of the benefits of trying to go big with participation, because maybe sometimes customers can't participate on a certain day, but if you have enough of them, you'll fill in those gaps where, as long as you have a majority participating, you can really move the needle.
And did you get any blowback from customers when you were controlling the devices that day, since it went on the whole day?
So I would, like you are at Berg, suspect that we would get a lot, but I think due to the media presence and customers really understanding that there was a problem, we actually did not receive that much challenge, and opt-outs and unenrollments were not as high as one would think.
Okay. Well, that's good to hear. So the last thing is more a request. Because of all the concerns raised about bills going up and having to pay for it, over the last year and a half, and there's been various suggestions by folks that one of the ways to save customers money is just get rid of this EmPOWER surcharge and end the program. And there was, I reacted to that when it was being discussed in the General Assembly session, that I thought that was a bad idea, particularly given the focus on low and moderate income people, that the changes have been made. But I think it actually would be helpful, and I'm assuming you did do this, but just to reiterate that, discussing what you've accomplished with this program, what it does, may help ameliorate some of the pressure from some folks thinking that, oh, this is something easy we can get rid of and nobody's going to miss it. You've laid out a pretty effective presentation about the contributions that it makes to lots of things, and so helping to, and I kind of think that part of that was driven by sort of lack of knowledge of what EmPOWER did, or misperceptions about what EmPOWER was all about. So I think aiding that education effort may help forestall some of these misguided efforts to terminate the program.
Understood.
Okay, with that, I think we're all done with you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Kept telling us, I gotta raise the interrupter.
Oh, yeah. No, I know. Yeah.
I can't believe I didn't raise the interrupter.
No, I understand. So, and you know, yeah, no, so, yeah, no, you're fine. So,
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Taylor Beckham here on behalf of the PHI companies, Potomac Electric Power Company and Delmarva Power and Light. Not as large of a panel for us here, but we will have our team members introduce themselves and go from there.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Brian Crawford, BryanCrawford. I am the manager of Pepco Holdings Maryland Energy Efficiency Portfolio, and I am pleased to join you today to highlight the mid-year performance of our EmPOWER Maryland programs. 2025 represents the first year EmPOWER Maryland measures utility performance by GHG reductions instead of energy savings in support of the state's climate goals. As of the midpoint, Pepco's portfolio achieved 174,717 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent reductions, representing 45% of its annual statutory target. Faced with rising bills from colder temperatures and higher supply costs in early 2025, we proactively engaged residential and commercial customers through targeted education and bill support, partnering with our community engagement team to highlight the benefit of program participation through various town halls, webinars, web news segments, and more. In addition to these efforts aimed at improving the overall customer experience, Pepco combined its traditional outreach efforts at events like Power in the Park and the City of Hyattsville Small Business Roundtable with new incentives and electrification initiatives. These efforts drove a 20% increase in participation, a 10% rise in incentive payments, and expanded the reach of our energy efficiency portfolio. Delmarva Power achieved 52% of its statutory target and delivered 25% more incentives than this time last year, positioning the portfolio to meet or exceed its statutory goals for the year. The outreach and targeted marketing strategy carried over to Delmarva Power portfolio as we saw a 24% participation increase with notable strong performance from the energy efficient products programs. Across the Pepco and Delmarva Power service territory, our demand response programs continue to deliver significant value. Residential and small commercial customers provided up to 283.5 megawatts of peak demand reduction. While mid-year GHG reductions are below target, participation has exceeded forecast, driving year-to-date incentive spend up significantly, 52% for Pepco and 86% for Delmarva. This signals strong momentum for the second half of the year. Pepco saw a 21% increase in heat pump water heater installations versus 2024, driven by the addition to the Energy Star RPP channel in Q2. While HVAC midstream GHG reductions were lower than expected, the program expanded outreach by adding 6 new distributors and 46 new contractors to the program. Pepco supported this contractor network with 85 sales and training events, leading to an 11% increase in applications, including 65 electrification projects. This demonstrates the strong engagement and growing interest in decarbonization measures. Delmarva Power also expanded its network, adding 6 new distributors and 11 contractors through outreach. It hosted 70 sales and training events to support this network, resulting in a 16% increase in applications. QHEC participation remains strong, supported by canvassing efforts and targeted marketing. In response to rising bill costs, Pepco partnered with these contractors. Take a step back. In response to these rising bill costs, Delmarva Power partnered with these contractors to educate QHEC participants on the benefits of the comprehensive home performance program. These efforts paid off. By mid-year, completed home performance projects had already exceeded the total amount in all of 2024. Pepco and Delmarva Power's commercial programs each accounted for 63% of their respective portfolios' GHG reductions through June, demonstrating strong contribution to the statutory goals while issuing more in incentives compared to the same period in 2024. The Pepco Small Business Program focused on improving the contractor experience by transitioning to ACH payments and increasing contractor engagement. These simple changes significantly reduced payment turnaround times and helped the program team identify issues and provide project support. Feedback from contractors has been overwhelmingly positive, as evidenced by a 29% participation increase compared to the previous semi-annual period. Delmarva Power's Energy Efficient Communities program is outperforming expectations, with 36 education sector projects incentivized in the first half of the year, demonstrating strong progress in reaching its targeted audience of underserved groups like schools, local governments, and nonprofits. C&I customer satisfaction remained high in Q2, with 97% of participants reporting a positive experience, which highlights the ease of access and good value of the programs. We've identified an opportunity to enhance the website to better guide users to relevant resources. As Maryland has transitioned EmPOWER to GHG reduction as the primary performance metric, Pepco and Delmarva Power have considered all opportunities to reduce emissions cost effectively. Our custom program supports dual fuel measure incentives, targeting upgrades that deliver GHG savings associated with all fuel types. Integrated projects that aim to deliver both electric and non-electric savings lower program costs, simplify participation, and maximize customer savings by streamlining implementation. They also promote innovation through measures such as refrigerant replacement, which not only reduce direct emissions, but also enhance system performance and reduce long-term maintenance costs. An example of a recent Montgomery County integrated project implemented a mix of measures, including replacement of a high-efficiency electric chiller and adding controls in the ventilation optimization that reduced both electric cooling and gas heating loads. Our incentives covered the overall GHG reduction contained within these measures that the customer would not have had access to otherwise. The building also installed high-efficiency gas boilers, for which it received an incentive from Washington Gas. We do not and have not incentivized this type of fossil fuel-only measure. Additional measures that we are not incentivizing include the replacement of fossil fuel-fired equipment, such as furnaces or boilers, implementation of fossil fuel-only retrocommissioning, i.e. steam trap replacements, boiler tune-ups, fossil fuel-only retrofits, such as boiler conversions or steam system optimization. This example illustrates Pepco's approach to supporting integrated dual fuel projects that align with EmPOWER Maryland's GHG reduction goals, while avoiding measures that solely improve fossil fuel systems. We remain open to ongoing dialogue with other utilities and stakeholders to ensure our approach supports broader program goals while fulfilling our own regulatory obligations. And with that, I will turn things over to Andrew Bain.
Good morning. My name is Andrew Bain, A-N-D-R-E-W-B-A-Y-N-E. I'm the manager of our demand response programs at PHI. In the first half of 2025, our programs made good progress across the board, and my comments will highlight the ability of our program offerings to address energy security and drive grid servicing value. There are two ways in which PHI utilizes these demand response assets as part of our value proposition with our customers. First, the company bids these aggregated assets that make up our demand response portfolio into the PJM capacity market. This allows PJM to account for these load-shedding assets in their planning process, which ultimately impacts the energy security for our system as a whole. Second, we utilize these assets operationally on our distribution system for emergent and non-wire solution use cases. driving system-wide value from localized load shedding, a question that Commissioner Suchman asked of our sister utility. As reported on the summary slide, for the summer season to start with just 1 month of overlap, the month of June, for the semi-annual report, and to accomplish 283 megawatts of peak demand reduction is a nod to these programs' existing capabilities. I want to utilize the first 2 columns on this slide to delineate between PHI's demand response aggregations. The direct load control platform consists of utility-owned and installed switches and thermostats. This program hosts the majority of our enrollments, as well as the majority of our load shedding potential. The BYOD program in the second column consists of customer-owned and installed thermostats. This program shows tremendous growth potential in customer enrollments and gives our customers a greater sense of involvement in the program. 2 devices or programs that behave very differently, but both provide system value. We do have a few program launches where we're working hard on our newest offerings. I'm pleased to report that our flexible load management and locational demand response programs launched on June 1st. Our winter demand response program is expected to launch in November of this year. These new and innovative programs build on the strong foundation of our core demand response programs and will help us to continue to drive new value for our customers and stakeholders across the state of Maryland. Lastly, I'll touch on our behavioral programs. PHI's Home Energy Report program realized roughly $25 per megawatt hour saved for PEPCO, with just over 395,000 active customers, and roughly $55 per megawatt hour saved for DPL, with around 110,000 active customers. These programs continue to offer a highly effective touch point with our customers, where the company is able to cross-promote the Quick Home Energy Checkup, no-cost HVAC tune-ups, and the Energy Assistance Finder for income-eligible customers. Thank you.
Okay, any questions from the commission? Mr. Linton?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. I'll start first with the same question I asked to BGE regarding the midstream report and the concerns raised by some contractors. Do you have similar challenges for either PEPCO or Delmarva?
So I will say, in terms of midstream contractors in the midstream program, we are involved with the midstream working group. So we've heard the different issues that have come up. We've not heard directly from contractors with their complaints. We have been working towards, I think the framework of our payment system is between 3 and 4 weeks payment time. And from that, again, we haven't heard complaints directly from our contractors. But we are actively engaged in the midstream working group, and for any direct response or direct complaints, we would be happy to address those.
Okay, so you are making payments to the contractors in a reasonable time period?
Yes, to our knowledge, we are. I think echoing off of BG&E's comments, we're looking for that feedback specifically, and we have not heard it directly at this point in time, but we're actively engaging, and if there is a problem or if payments are delayed, we are more than willing to look into those issues and look for different ways to possibly speed up the process.
Okay, same thing for Potomac Edison? I'm sorry, for Delmarva Power.
For both.
For both?
It would be for both, yep.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. So I had a few questions for PEPCO, but I don't think I can ask them because you have a filing before us currently, so I think you might actually get a pass this time. So, I don't think I can. So I'm going to hold off on them. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Barbie?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. McLean.
Good morning. Mr. Crawford, you had a slide up there that talked about retro commissioning, and I wasn't sure, and I may have missed it. Is that when a gas customer is switching to electric, or do you have incentives for that?
So for our retro commissioning program, so that is basically the optimization of an existing building.
Okay.
So
Okay.
we have different
All right, something
pathways
different.
through,
Okay.
through retro
All right.
commissioning.
Well, do you have incentives for customers to switch from natural gas to electric?
To natural gas to electric, that would be through our custom program, electrification.
Okay, outside of EmPOWER.
No, it's
Oh, okay.
within EmPOWER.
Okay. What are your numbers like for that, if you know, sir? I mean, are you seeing a lot of customers make that switch?
So there are two programs through our commercial portfolio where we've identified electrification measures and we've implemented those. To this point, I believe that we have there were two applications in our midstream program, our commercial midstream program, that went through in the first half of the year. I can go back and check on custom, but I do not believe in the first half of the year that we've had any.
Okay, so not a significant number.
Not a significant number to date. We just launched in Q2.
Okay, all right. Thank you, sir.
Is that it? Mr. Sussman.
Okay, well, first, no utility should take from Commissioner Linton's comment the fact that you should file something before appearing before us. It's not going to work. You get a pass this time. Just this time. Okay, so I guess my first question is not really a question, it's sort of a comment, and this applies. I don't have to repeat myself for spec OP, for PE. I think it's really important that when you're submitting comments in the other commission proceedings, so this is really for Specum, to circle back to the EmPOWER program, so that there's a connection in the different filings that you're submitting in terms of sort of demand response. That if you're submitting something in a virtual power plant proceeding, make sure that it's connected back to what you're doing for EmPOWER, so that they're not separate, siloed efforts. That they are all connected. Do you understand what I'm asking?
With respect, no. I think just where I'm kind of trying to understand, are you saying as far as if there's a program that we're offering in EmPOWER that has a connection to a filing that we're making that is not related to EmPOWER, make sure that we include the flag that there could be an EmPOWER aspect to it?
In the virtual power plant proceeding, that's going to involve necessarily demand response. So when you submit a filing, assuming you're going to submit a filing, make sure that you reference all the things you're doing in EmPOWER.
I think where that's applicable, we can certainly take that guidance, but I think what we try to make sure that we're doing is where there's EmPOWER programs that we're doing, and it's specifically funded by the EmPOWER surcharge, and that's what we are approved to do within the EmPOWER program, and it's meant to address those and achieve the EmPOWER goals. That probably would fall within an EmPOWER filing. If there's a separate filing, and I can't quite speak to the virtual power plant filing, and I can certainly go back and look at that and see if there are connections between the VPP program and if we're offering that in EmPOWER, we can make sure that that's included. But I think to the extent that if there's a filing that has no connection to EmPOWER, I wouldn't see why it would be included.
It may not have connection to the EmPOWER. Well, I actually don't really understand how it wouldn't. I mean, sort of almost everything that you're doing in EmPOWER is going to have connections to a lot of the other things that we're doing. What I'm worried about is siloing, so that the things that you're doing in EmPOWER, I don't want to hear that they have nothing to do with the virtual power plant proceeding, that they have nothing to do with with storage, with communities. I mean, everything is kind of connected, and everything it needs to be connected. And I worry that when we're siloing, we're missing opportunities.
Taylor?
I certainly.
Can I jump?
Yeah, really quick. I certainly understand that, and I think that that's a great guidance point. But I do want to make sure that we're clear about when we're filing our EmPOWER filings, that is going to be based off of what's been approved within the EmPOWER program. So
right, but
sure,
to the extent
I get
those different approaches are looked at in other proceedings, I'd like to be able to point back to what you're doing on EmPOWER, so that we don't have to go back and look to see what I'd like you to take what you're doing in EmPOWER and bring it forward, so that we, because we can't know everything that's going on, and I don't want to miss things that you might be doing in EmPOWER that are not going to be reflected in other filings, and then we'll have to go back and look and see, well, are they already doing that? I don't know. I have to go take a look.
Sure.
So, actually,
Yeah, I'll just offer something. My name is Lindsay North, Director of Clean Energy Strategy for PHI. I think
see. Okay.
what is helpful for you, while these are distinct dockets, and I think Taylor has said something that's very critical for us to understand, is we need to be clear about what's with EmPOWER and what's not. I think from an internal planning perspective, we look at these things across a portfolio, right? So when we're talking about demand response, we're talking about load shedding opportunities. And Andrew, I think, walked through those two pieces from a direct load control standpoint and from the BYOD perspective. I think, Commissioner Suchman, what you're kind of getting at is what are all these other players and pieces of it. So in the virtual power plant, there are also load shedding opportunities. There's also injection opportunities. And so how do we build off the lessons across all of these to bring those things forward?
Right, and what I'd like, I mean, since you're doing this stuff internally anyway, bring it forward to us, so that we're not, you have different proceedings and you might miss things, and I don't want us to miss things. I mean, to the extent that there's an opportunity to gain efficiencies in how we're doing things, that's an important thing, and that's actually, so that brings me to the demand response slide, and so one of the values of demand response is having to avoid having to build out the distribution system, and which goes into the distribution system planning process. And so so these are great numbers. Have you been able to quantify what you've been able to avoid in terms of build out? And that's sort of taking the numbers here, and then so I'm actually kind of walking you over to the distribution system planning process.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, so yeah, we are internalizing how to quantify that and get to there, but those are synergies that we're trying to draw tangibles for. We're saying, okay, we have these load shedding tools and these assets that we're aggregating. How can we then use them through programs like our locational demand response program to say, hey, we have this need on a specific feeder or substation. How can we utilize, with partnerships with our OCC, our operations department, and saying, hey, we have this asset where we can routinely and strategically load shed on this part of the system to then defer investment or to then drive further value to our customers that live in that area. Like, hey, maybe you live in a specific feeder
Right.
of need. We could drive better value to with our LDR
So that's what I
program.
was talking about. And that's, I would love to see what you have done in terms of those kinds of numbers, because that's when we know what we're doing actually makes sense.
Yeah.
Because it's doing the very things that we're hoping it would do.
Exactly. And that's where in June, for example, we did do 2 substation target events in Pepco, Maryland, to drive towards that exact need. We had a need that our OCC recognized, our operator control room recognized. There's a need on these substations or these feeders. Let's load shed on it to defer whatever value that we need in the operations room. And that's exactly what we did twice in the month of June on specific substations in Pepco.
Okay, so that would be sort of like that slide that we had from BGE.
Yeah.
If you had prepared a slide, we would see that similar results.
Yes.
Okay, so then what I would love to see is then take that sort of that one step further. What is it that it's not just the success of, people being responsive, but that sort of subsequent, and therefore we did not have to do this. So, okay, thank you. That's all I have.
So I remember in your presentation you made a mention of Energy Star, and it seems to me that one of the bright ideas of the new people running the federal government is to actually get rid of Energy Star. So have you seen any impact from that?
To this point, we have not seen an impact that's affected the programs through the first half of the year. I know that our team is actively cataloging the equipment that is listed through that program specifically in the event that program goes away, so that we can have something applicable to replace it with.
I see. Okay. And related to the commercial industrial programs, just related to Delmarva, it seems to me that one of the big industries in your service territory is agriculture, and in particular, the chicken business. Have you developed any programs that sort of aimed at, those types of facilities?
So chicken facilities in particular, I think those would typically go through our custom program, so something that is more specialized to their needs. So HVAC systems or, special lighting potentially. We're also looking at the agriculture business, right, and how we can provide specific pathways to them for their needs and, their growing opportunities. So on the Delmarva side, I think right now the prescriptive and custom pathways are really what we're focused on in terms of those types of facilities.
Okay. All right. Okay. I think that's all we have, so thank you very much.
And Chairman, one really quick question. One really quick point for Commissioner McLean. We had 2 custom electrification projects that went through the custom program, just to answer your question from earlier.
Okay, and do you know if those were large projects or residential, commercial, industrial?
They were commercial.
Commercial.
They were commercial, yes. So we had 2 midstream and 2 custom.
Great. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so I think we're actually going to take a break for lunch since it's 5 minutes of 12. So we'll come back at 12:30 and pick up with Smeco and Potomac Edison. Okay, back on the record in 9705, and we have Smecco and Potomac Edison. So
I think I'm starting since I'm next to the computer here. So, good afternoon, Chair Hoover, members of the Commission. Damon Krieger on behalf of Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative, and I'm here today to my immediate right with Jennifer Raley, who manages the day-to-day aspects of our EmPOWER programs, and then to her right is Lizelle Rory, who is the executive that has oversight of all these programs at SMECO. And so with that, I'm actually going to turn it over to Ms. Raley to walk through our presentation day.
Okay, good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. I'm going to do the Q1, Q2 portfolio highlights. The residential portfolio achieved 36% of the annual GHG goal in the first half of the year, and the commercial portfolio achieved 48% of its annual GHG goal. The overall portfolio ended Q2 slightly behind pace, achieving 46% to goal. But historically, SMECO has seen more participation in the second half of the year, and we are currently on target to hit the portfolio goal. Next, I'm going to highlight give some highlights, and we'll start with the residential program highlights. The School and Education program, which focuses on building lifelong energy-saving habits by engaging students early at the elementary school level. In Q1, Q2, we reached over 250 students across 6 classrooms, covering simple everyday steps that families can take to manage their energy use. The Home Energy Improvement Program continues to perform well and is on track to reach its 2025 savings target. One of our biggest accomplishments this year was launching the new electrification incentives in Q2. By offering electrification through HEIP, our auditors can identify the right opportunities and educate members on the benefits of high-efficiency electric systems. Even in a largely electrified service territory, early interest has been very promising. The new construction program builds long-term savings into the housing stock from the start. At the end of Q2, we have already achieved 130% of our GHG reduction goal, making it one of the program's strongest performance periods. Looking ahead, we plan to retire central AC incentives in 2026 as the market continues to mature and we shift towards a focus on prioritizing heat pumps. Addressing some comments around the low participation in the new Code Plus tier. The Code Plus tier applies to homes with permits issued on or after January 1st of 2025, and because a typical home takes 7 to 9 months to build, we expect that most of the Code Plus activity will occur in late 2025 and 2026. For our appliance recycling program has continued to build momentum since the program relaunched last year. We have seen an encouraging rise in participation, particularly in dehumidifier recycling, which jumped from 8 units last year to 109 this year. To keep that momentum going, SMECO is planning additional community events and limited time offers to drive more turn-ins and maximize savings for our members. And then for our commercial program highlights, the midstream program expanded this year, adding new eligible measures, including incentives for commercial food service equipment, and introduced electrification incentives for heat pumps and heat pump water heaters. SMECO is also exploring opportunities to expand electrification to the commercial food services equipment. We also improved access by finally getting a major distributor in St. Mary's County that we have been working with since the launch of the midstream programs, got them on board to offer instant lighting discounts, expanding access to our midstream incentives. And for the Building Operations Performance Program, we hosted an in-person building operator training at SMECO headquarters focused on Maryland's building energy performance standards, benchmarking requirements. The course helped building operators understand what's expected and highlighted how EmPOWER programs can support upgrades and compliance efforts. The Small Business Program continues to be a popular program in our commercial sector. HVAC tune-ups and smart thermostat installs have doubled in the first half of 2025. And then just to touch on the residential midstream HVAC program, knowing that this afternoon we have the work group, but I wanted to touch on some highlights of our program and how it's doing. The program continues to deliver strong results, reaching 58% of the 2025 annual savings target by the end of Q2. The program now spans 25 distributors across 38 locations with 261 HVAC contractors who have participated. Since launching in 2019, the midstream program has achieved savings growth, worked to streamline distributor payments through our drawdown incentive processing account, and continued to grow contractor participation, supporting broader adoption of high-efficiency HVAC equipment in our service territory. This performance curve in the chart shows that the midstream program maturing over time. After a ramp-up period in 2019 and 2020, the program has exceeded its annual goal for 4 consecutive years, including 112% in 2024. The upward trend in achieving higher savings goals shows that the midstream market-based model continues to deliver growth through our distributors and contractor partnerships. And then just wanted to touch on some of what EmPOWER is doing in the SMECO community. We have further expanded our community engagement efforts this year, distributing Spanish language materials at events, launching dedicated outreach materials for the multifamily sector, and partnering with senior living communities, restaurants, and food pantries. In Q1, Q2, SMECO attended 45 events in our community, spanning across all 4 counties in our territory, promoting the EmPOWER Maryland programs. SMECO continued its collaboration to promote DHCD low-income programs across our community. We included bilingual DHCD information in our EE Kits offerings, hosted a collaborative event at our Charles County Food Bank, and ran limited income modules in our Home Energy Report program. And we also featured DHCD in a bill insert. The benefits of EmPOWER extend beyond our members. SMECO prioritizes partnerships with our local businesses and has distributed over $6 million in incentives to our participating contractors within our service territory. And then just to touch on our demand response program. SMECO launched Switch to Earn in 2024 to transition members from the sunset non-BYOD Cool Century program. To boost participation, the program implemented 3 initiatives in 2025. Enhanced demand response education and marketing materials, in-person outreach to engage multifamily property owners and residents, and extended the Smart Temp $50 enrollment bonus to Smart Temp participants. For the Smart Temp program in winter 2025, SMECO conducted 53 demand response events, shifting a total of 88 megawatts or roughly 1.3 kilowatts per device. Program participation averaged 84%, with only 5% of our members opting out of events. To encourage further enrollment, the Smart Temp program introduced a $50 bonus in April of 2025 for members who successfully joined the program, which has led to higher enrollment rates compared to 2024. There was mention of non-BYOD programs in OPC's comments, which referenced SMECO EnergyWise program with 68,000 participants, which was incorrect. I believe it was just an error and possibly was meant to reference one of the other utilities. So I just wanted to clarify that SMECO sunset its legacy non-BYOD Cool Century program at the end of 2023, which at the height of that program we had roughly 38,000 participants and ran that program over a span of 10 years. We transitioned over to the BYOD program Smart Temp, and although we realize we are behind as mentioned in comments, SMECO is actively working to promote the program, overcome negative experiences carried over from the legacy non-BYOD program, and engage new participants. It takes time to build those participation numbers, but we are making steady progress. We also expanded beyond thermostats with our Flex Home pilot, and for the first half of 2025, the Flex Home pilot dispatched 72 water heater events. During this period, we also expand the eligible customer base by exploring ways to include water heater models in the program, making more members eligible to participate. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Lizelle Rory to touch on the PID requests that we had.
Good afternoon, Chair Hoover and Commissioners. Lizelle Rory, Lezaelrorie, and I'm the Vice President for Distributed Energy and Sustainability for SMECO. As part of our Q1, Q2 report, we did have a request to use funds from our PID dollars to support an analysis that gets to sort of the heart of a lot of what Commissioner Suchman has been asking for us to really understand the value of these Empower Maryland assets as well as other DER assets on our distribution system, and also to help us inform whether we're optimizing ratepayer dollars with regards to our Empower program. So that's the crux of our request. The analysis requires certain inputs that are very SMECO specific, we believe, so that using sort of a generic study would not be appropriate or as valuable as if we did use specific SMECO inputs. Some of those inputs are around the actual assets we have on our distribution grid, our power supply costs, which we procure in a manner that might be different from many other utilities, as well as the fact that, SMECO is primarily exurban and rural service territory, so our distribution cost per mile, for example, could be significantly different from a system-wide study. So in terms of the inputs that we need to provide for this study, we believe that they're specific enough to SMECO that requires an analysis for our distribution system, and the quality of those inputs obviously will drive the quality of the outputs that would guide the answers to some of these questions about the value of what we're doing and how we can make sure that we're optimizing ratepayer funds.
And then if I may, just to connect the dots, so the information that's output from this study will then feed into our electric system plan. So we really are trying to connect the dots between proceedings, and we do think EmPOWER is the appropriate place to perform this study, given that we're trying to value that portfolio of assets.
Going on to the next slide, we did see that staff had some concerns about the request for these funds and wanted to address some of those concerns. We certainly agree that PIT funds must produce measurable additional value for ratepayers, and we believe that this study will do so. Staff outlined sort of 8 requirements of the use of pilot program dollars, and we just want to stress that this isn't per se a pilot program. It is a study, and PID funds have been used in the past under EmPOWER to sort of fund feasibility studies for other utilities. So this is not sort of out of the realm of the use of PID dollars. So this analysis, we believe, will deliver value for the customers by moving assumptions to real data on avoided distribution costs and rate impacts, as has been expressed here. Costs all around for the utilities, including distribution costs, which have been on the rise, could provide a lot of insight into our distribution system planning. And it also meets other EmPOWER goals directly, supporting demand reduction, peak load management, grid reliability, to produce a deliverable that informs future programming. And I'll just also point out that as we plan for the next cycle, we believe that the timing of this report is of importance as well, so that as we, and there was discussion earlier that, these programs get more and more expensive. So as we plan for that and tens of millions of dollars that would be put into EmPOWER in the next program cycle, we believe doing the study at this time is appropriate. Just also wanted to address a couple of the questions that have come up earlier, ahead of taking additional questions perhaps. Commissioner Suchman, you sort of highlighted that there are a lot of different proceedings that are occurring and sort of bringing that all together. I just wanted to note that in case number 9665, coming out of the Climate Solutions Now Act, all the electric utilities are required annually to do a distribution system planning report. The 2025 report is actually due November 1st, and that sort of incorporates all that, at least for SMECO, that we're doing on the distribution system planning side, including EmPOWER, EV, and tying together a lot of these additional proceedings. So that may be what you're looking for in terms of the overall umbrella of all these different proceedings. Also wanted to address Commissioner Linton's concern over the amount of, or the proportion of budgets that go to incentives versus non-incentives. I think we need to recognize there are two sides of that equation. One is the incentive side, and we may not always be comparing apples to apples in terms of what the incentive level being offered amongst the utilities. So, sometimes SMECO does not offer incentive levels that are as high as the other utilities. Just because our programs are doing well and, to save ratepayer money, we don't need to be at that level. Specifically for electrification, which has a huge incentive, being highly electrified, we don't have the potential for electrification as some of the other utilities, and that's one of the biggest incentives out there. So on that side of the equation, certainly there will be some differences amongst the utilities. On the other side of the equation, with regards to just the cost, the indirect cost, the admin costs of these programs, just in program development, being a smaller utility, there are fixed costs that we have to split over a smaller denominator, and we're certainly paying attention to that. And if you would recall, earlier this year in the summer, we came before you to sunset 3 of our residential programs just for that reason, that there were operational costs that were exceeding customer benefits. So we are actively looking at this and are working towards a sort of higher ratio of the incentive, non-incentive payout to our members. So with that, we are available for any additional questions.
Commissioner McLean.
Thank you for your presentation. I have no questions, sir.
Commissioner Barbie.
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Zussman.
Okay, so this is exactly what I was talking about, so thank you. It's actually really nice when you anticipate my question, but of course I have a follow-up. So you're requesting 150,000 for this analysis?
Correct.
Okay, and then how
Not
long?
incremental, though. I think we're shifting budget. These are budgeted funds. It's
Right,
just a
and
matter
you're
of
just
moving.
gonna, right, and about how long will it take for you to do the analysis?
It will take about 6 months, so we anticipate by mid-next year, the analysis will be complete.
Okay, and then you'll submit that in your EmPOWER filing?
That is correct.
Okay.
We will share the results of that analysis with
Okay.
all stakeholders.
I look forward to seeing it. Okay. I mean, assuming we approve it. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Litton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you anticipated my question, and so I don't think I need to follow up on it. Thank you very much.
No. Actually, I don't really have anything either, so thank you. Good presentation, so. Potomac Edison.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Jessica Raba, RABA, on behalf of the Potomac Edison Company. Today at the table with me is Christy Ladrosky and Ed Miller, managers in our Energy Efficiency Department. We also have Anthony Brown, our Director of Energy Efficiency, and Stephanie Fall, our Manager of Rates and Regulatory Affairs, with us. I'm going to pass it off to Ms. Ladrosky and let her do our outbound.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Christy Ladrosky. The first name is spelled Cristy, and Ladrosky is spelled Ludrosky. I'm the Manager of Energy Efficiency, EM&V, at Potomac Edison. We are pleased to be here today to discuss the performance of Potomac Edison's EmPOWER programs for the first half of 2025. Before jumping into the presentation, I'd like to bring a couple of items to your attention. First, in stakeholder comments to Potomac Edison's Q2 2025 semi-annual report, the residential new construction program was highlighted as being an outlier compared to both previous and other utilities' performance. Upon review by the company, it was determined that there was an omission of GHG reductions resulting from the megawatt-hour savings for projects in the residential new construction program when the GHG reductions for therms were sold to WGL and subsequently removed from Potomac Edison's savings tables. Updates were made to the Potomac Edison 2025 semi-annual report to correct this omission, and it was filed on October 28th. The values included in this presentation today account for that correction. Second, the first half of 2025 was challenging for Potomac Edison as it continued with the implementation of its full suite of energy efficiency programs during the reporting period. However, now with the focus on life cycle GHG reduction rather than annual megawatt-hour savings. You can go ahead and proceed to slide 2. Thank you. Our programs delivered over 47,000 tons of life cycle GHG reductions, or 26% of the 2025 annual target, while spending 16% of the 2025 budget during the period. We recognize that we are not where we want to be through the first half of this year and have plans in place to yield improved results and achieve full compliance with the 25-26 GHG goals. Since the end of the reporting period, Potomac Edison has put in place several initiatives to drive increased participation and GHG reductions through our programs, and I will highlight some of those during this presentation. Next slide, please. Potomac Edison's residential programs delivered over 18,600 tons of life cycle GHG reductions during the reporting period, amounting to 33% of the 2025 plan residential life cycle GHG reduction target. The largest life cycle GHG reduction contribution from the residential programs came from the appliance rebates, which produced over 7,800 tons of life cycle GHG reductions, or 40% of the program's 2025 GHG target. In the second half of 2025, incentives have been increased for dishwashers, dehumidifiers, and ceiling fans, and we've added air purifiers as a new measure through the midstream point of sale instant discount. Starting in the fourth quarter, Potomac Edison will be promoting appliance rebates, HVAC, and the home energy improvement programs through an 8-week marketing campaign in the Frederick News Post. The Home Energy Improvement Program delivered over 2,700 tons of life cycle GHG reductions, or 27% of the program's 2025 GHG target. This program has ramped up marketing efforts significantly during the second half of 2025 to boost participation, which includes direct mail and email campaigns, local news channel paid ads, and approved door-to-door solicitation by field staff, utilizing a door hanger to increase recruitment. The residential new construction program produced over 2,600 tons of life cycle GHG reductions, or 26% of the program's 2025 GHG target. The Code Plus tier was launched in the third quarter of 25, and the program increased incentives and bonuses to drive additional participation. The behavior-based offering produced over 2,500 tons of life cycle GHG reductions, or 39% of the annual GHG target. During the first half of 2025, the Home Energy Reports highlighted several EmPOWER programs, such as home energy improvement retrofit, HVAC rebates, and appliance recycling and heat pump water heater discounts, as well as providing seasonally specific content during the winter and summer months, aimed at helping customers use energy more efficiently during those energy-intensive times. In the third quarter, a summer video home energy report was launched to 85,000 customers. Excuse me. The HVAC program offering produced over 1,600 tons of life cycle GHG reductions, or 32% of the program's 2025 GHG target. Potomac Edison is continuing to offer increased incentive amounts for its HVAC equipment and services, along with the addition of DIY ductless mini splits as a new measure through the midstream point of sale instant discount at participating retailers in the second half of 2025. Additionally, Potomac Edison initiated a limited time offer in the third quarter on its online marketplace for room air conditioners and heat pump water heaters. The last residential program offering is appliance recycling, which produced over 1,100 tons life cycle GHG reductions, or 29% of the offering's 2025 GHG target. In August, an increased incentive was launched in an effort to grow program participation, with a postcard mailing planned to reach customers where Potomac Edison did not have email addresses. Additional activities occurring in the second half of 2025 for Potomac Edison residential customer programs is the anticipated launch of both our demand response and home performance electrification programs. We are currently in the open enrollment phase of our DR program, with the program scheduled to begin in December. The home performance electrification program is anticipated to launch mid-November. If you'll proceed to slide 4, please. The last time we were here at the May semi-annual hearing presenting on 2024 annual results, we received a question on the contribution from our behavioral program offering and how it would contribute to GHG reductions moving forward during the 25-26 time period. In our behavioral-based offering, participation has remained consistent. However, With a 1-year measure life, the contribution to our life cycle GHG targets is greatly diminished. These charts compare our residential program offering results from the first half of 25 between contribution percentages of program offerings toward both annual megawatt hours and lifetime GHG reductions. For the residential programs, average measure life among the programs vary quite a bit, affecting the contribution of savings or GHG reductions from each program offering. Whereas in prior reporting periods, the behavior-based offering would have contributed around 61% of savings towards target, when viewed through the lens of GHG reductions, it contributes only 14%, entailing Potomac Edison to reevaluate program administration and performance as the programs contribute differently towards compliance. Next slide, please. The commercial and industrial programs produced almost 28,000 tons of life cycle GHG reductions during the reporting period, amounting to 16% of the 25 planned C&I GHG reduction target. The GHG reductions from the C&I sector were largely driven by the Energy Solutions for Business prescriptive subprogram, which reported 18,000 tons life cycle GHG reductions, or 44% of its 2025 GHG target. Potomac Edison has received a lower number of applications than in prior program cycles. Additionally, the average project energy savings are smaller due to increased baseline of pre-existing equipment. The custom and direct install subprograms reported over 4,600 and 3,800 tons of life cycle GHG reductions, or 6% and 13% of its 2025 GH target respectively. The direct install subprogram reduced the minimum financing amount from $2,500 to $500 effective August 1st. This change was made to increase program participation and performance, as well as better coordinate with the minimum financing amounts required by other EmPOWER Maryland electric distribution companies. For the Energy Solutions for Business prescriptive, custom, and DI subprograms, in the second half of 2025, Potomac Edison launched a series of enhanced incentives, limited time offers, and bonuses, and expects to see an increase in participation and GHG reductions in the last quarter of 2025 going into program year 2026 to achieve the 25-26 life cycle GHG reduction goals. Finally, the Energy Solutions for Business Retro Commissioning and Building Tune-Up subprogram produced over 1,000 tons life cycle GHG reductions, or 3% of its 25 GHG target. The number of providers were increased in June to help increase participation. The network providers have been trained for building tune-up, and customers continue to participate in the building operator training subprogram. Next slide, please. Over the last few slides, I've reviewed our programs and their achievements through the first half of 2025. We had a request at the last hearing to discuss what our results mean to our customers, and this slide captures a small part of that. In the first half of 2025, Potomac Edison sent out over 640,000 home energy reports, provided over $8 million in customer incentives, installed nearly 3,500 smart thermostats, and had over 15,000 low-income customers participate in our programs. At least 51% of our residential customers participated in one or more of our program offerings. What this equates to is an estimated lifetime residential customer bill savings of over $16 million. Additionally, our programs produced savings with an average life of 7.9 years for the 39,000 megawatt hours of annual energy efficiency savings we've achieved. What this means is those lifetime savings equate to 1 year of emissions from over 64,000 cars, approximately 152,000 tons of coal burned, the impact of planting 4 million trees, or over 16 billion smartphone charges. I'd like to thank the Commission for the opportunity I'd like to thank the Commission for the opportunity. I'm sorry, I've lost my place again. To share the progress of Potomac Edison's EmPOWER programs for 2025. As I stated earlier in my remarks, Potomac Edison recognizes our performance in the first half of 2025 is not where it should be. And we have made mid-course changes during this plan year to position the company to achieve the 2025-2026 GHG reduction goal. I will take any questions you have at this time.
Okay, Commissioner Fletchman.
So there is one small thing missing from the presentation, and I probably know the answer to that question, but demand response is not here. And is there, and I'm not asking for you to put, AMI into your system, add more SCADA. Is there a way that you can do demand response without having serious upgrades to the system? It just seems to me that that truly is low-hanging fruit. And you saw the presentations from some of the other utilities about the real benefits to the system. And, we've had you come before us on a number of occasions asking for a request for some transmission build out, and it just it's hard for me to imagine that there might not be situations where that could have been avoided if there had been some program in place to address sort of constraints on feeder lines or sort of unusual amounts of load during certain periods. So.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Ed Miller, Potomac Edison. I'll take that question.
Okay. You're taking the bullet for the team. Okay, that's fine.
I know there's a question earlier about employees who have been with EmPOWER since the beginning, and I can say I've been with EmPOWER since, I think, 6 months after the beginning. So I can comment that as you're, I believe, acknowledging, is Potomac Edison has not had demand response programs historically. Part of the challenges that we have had historically has been that every plan cycle, when we've analyzed the demand response program opportunities, they have not been cost effective in our territory. And that's just recognizing, market pricing in our portion of the PJM zone and the anticipated cost and participation associated with demand response. And part of that's also having a lower customer base upon which you can maximize benefits with greater levels of participation. I am happy to announce, though, that new for 2025, we are currently in the process of implementing a BYOT, Bring Your Own Thermostat, demand response program. I believe what's changed is, in part, is by leveraging a customer device that's already in place that really reduces the cost of what I'll call legacy programs that involve deploying technologies, rolling trucks, installing switches and other devices to effectuate the demand response event. So again, very happy that we are in the process of implementing a BYOT program as we sit. And we are planning for that to start operations with this upcoming winter season. So we will be looking forward to presenting the results of that program in our future reporting. We are challenged with the fact that we don't have AMI. What's nice about the BYOT design is we are able to use the device's cycling data that we're able to get from the manufacturer in order to quantify the load impacts that the smart thermostats and their cycling are producing. But without AMI, it is a challenge to expand to other technologies. Other potential technologies for us without AMI could include other devices like internet-connected water heaters. We did assess that when we were looking at our revised plan for 25 and 26, but at this time it was our determination that there really wasn't a sufficient installed base of of water heaters that are internet connected for us to be able to leverage those. But I do appreciate your question. It is something that with every plan cycle, we do look at how to grow and improve the programs, and that is something that we will look into
Okay.
for
No, I
upcoming
appreciate that.
plans.
I'm trying to, in one of the proceedings, I know that, I believe it was PE has proposed perhaps bringing in third party. Sreba, does that ring a bell to you? And it may be in the battery storage program, but one of them, because you have limited SCADA on the distribution system, there was some conversation about third party. And you know, mostly I'm sort of raising this because I'm sort of encouraging. You know, anytime there's sort of new technologies, and we keep talking to people all the time, and so I actually really appreciate that you're looking at the BYOT as a way to start to get into demand response. And so, to the extent you hear about new opportunities, we would really appreciate hearing about that.
And I can offer, we have acknowledged and appreciated the questions in prior hearings. We are in discussions with the other internal groups who are undertaking those types of initiatives. I'm not familiar with what you referenced about the SCADA limitations, but we do plan to continue to collaborate with those internal groups, and to the extent we can leverage and coordinate initiatives for maximum benefits, we will look to do so.
Okay, good to hear. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I had a question for Potomac Edison from slides 3 and 4. And I can assure you that although I'm asking you a question about behavior programs, my name is not Tony O'Donnell.
Play one on TV.
Well, you know, people confuse us more often than you would think. I think it's because we both grew our hair out during the pandemic.
That's right, yeah.
So we didn't, the two of us, former Commissioner O'Donnell and I, didn't necessarily agree on the use of and the benefits of behavior-based programs, but we did agree that if you're going to do it, it should be effective. And what we see here, of course, is that it's you're a little below, at least thus far, where you would like to be. It's not on this slide. Is it on this slide? It is on this slide. Yeah, it's one of the little circles there. Oh, yeah. So help me to understand what you're looking to do now to improve your results so far.
I can go ahead and jump in. If I understand your question correctly, you're questioning the behavioral program's results of being 39%, you know, as of mid-year. I believe the reason for that is there's a timing issue associated with quantifying the impacts of the participants over the course of the year. And a lot of the energy savings tend to be targeted during, you know, winter and summer periods, because that's when customers use more and they're able to save more energy during those periods. So since the reporting period ended in June, you know, this report misses the majority of the summer period in the quantification of the annual energy savings. So I do believe it's really a timing issue associated with the operation of the program over the course of the year, the timing of the reports that customers receive, and the quantification of annual savings representing participation through a point in time.
So are you going to encourage customers, do you encourage customers to take other activities to seek out assistance if they need it, to contact you, those kinds of things, as part of the reports that you provide?
Yes, the reports provide various tips, recommendations, ways to contact the program. You know, a lot of the recommendations tend to be seasonally oriented. You know, in the summer, you know, close your curtains, adjust the thermostat a degree or two, tips like that. And they are seasonally oriented, but there's absolutely tips and recommendations, and even recommendations to other program opportunities that you know, as part of the behavioral messaging to the customer.
Okay, so we are, I guess, the day before Halloween, so we're about to start the winter season, and you're looking to make up this difference primarily through the heating season through your service territory, and that's so I just want to make sure that I'm understanding that it's the heating season you think is going to be the difference here.
It would be the majority of the summer season starting July 1 and thereafter. So it would be 3 months out of the summer season and then the beginning of the winter season. That's correct.
Okay. Okay. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you for the answer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
No, Commissioner Burbank.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's go to page 4 with the pie charts. So I expected the pie chart. I know one is annual and the other is lifetime, so I could understand why they're different, but I didn't expect such a great difference between, in behavioral-based programs, a 61% effect on megawatt reduction versus 14% for lifetime CO2 reduction, and in the case of I guess it's appliance rebates, 17% reduction in megawatt hours and 42% in CO2. So if you could, maybe you explained it and I didn't hear you, but if you could go into that, I'd appreciate that.
So sure, I can attempt to explain that further.
Uh-huh.
So really the interplay is the measure life. And if you recall, our measure life for our plan was about 7.9. So the behavioral, which is a 1-year measure life, you can see that it's taken a significant hit when you go from an annual savings to a life cycle view. So while it contributes heavily to the annual, because it's only a 1-year measure life compared to the weighting of the other measures that are closer to 7.9. And again, in the remarks, that they vary widely too, all of the measure lives for the residential measures and programs. So really this was an attempt to show that interplay as we've transitioned.
So basically, what you're saying is because of the measuring periods, the lifetime measure is more of a cumulative impact is more of a cumulative impact, is what you're saying, right?
Yes.
I get it. It just still seems like such a gigantic difference. Okay, well, all right. Those are the numbers. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
No question, sir.
So, do you have similar programs or responsibilities in either Pennsylvania or West Virginia to what you do here?
Yes, we do across our First Energy footprint.
Okay.
So we do in Pennsylvania, New Jersey.
So, is our program, are they all about the same as far as what they're trying to do, or are you asked to do radically different things in West Virginia and Pennsylvania than you do here?
So there is some commonality across them, but there is also individual differences. For instance, the GHG, the transition to that is unique.
Oh, right. Yeah, well, I can understand that. So is there something you do in one of those states that you think we ought to do here? Sure.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Definitely appreciate your question, and kind of the one reason I wanted to jump in is that I oversee the development of our program plan across the First Energy footprint. So I can confirm that the programs that we offer are highly consistent with what we do in other states. It is a benefit that we have because we're kind of on different cycles in different states, so things that we're learning here we can leverage and take to other states, just like things that we learn in other states we can bring here as well.
Okay.
I will say that the portfolio off the top of my head is highly consistent. And for something that we're doing elsewhere that we're not doing here, I don't have anything that comes top of mind.
Okay. All right.
So to follow up on the chair's question, are you doing demand response in any of the other places where First Energy is? So for example, Pennsylvania.
Yes, we right now in Pennsylvania, we're in what's called Phase 4 of Act 129. We do not have any demand response programs in operation currently. There is a upcoming phase, and that is something that is under consideration, and the next phase in Pennsylvania starts in June of 2026. And the Commission's implementation order for that phase does establish goals for demand response that we are currently in the process of developing plans for. Now, the demand response goals, however, by the Commission's order in Pennsylvania can be met with either energy efficiency or demand response. So demand response is not required. It's really up to the individual EDCs as to whether they can meet the goal that we have for demand reduction with energy efficiency only, or if we're going to offer incremental demand response type programs.
Okay, and then in Pennsylvania, there's AMI throughout the service territory?
There's correct. Act 129 required all EDCs in Pennsylvania to implement smart meters.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. So now we're going to turn to WGL. I think he's looking for it, so maybe they brought him.
Spencer, do we have a slide for you?
We do, Commissioner. It's not on the list.
I sent it to you. Yeah, it should be in your inbox. Okay.
Should we do introductions now, or what?
Pull it up pretty quickly.
Ben, can you send that around to us too? Because there's no way I'll be able to look at it on the screen.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Spencer Nichols on behalf of Washington Gas. That's Spencer, S-P-E-N-C-E-R, Nichols, N-I-C-H-O-L-S. And I will let my colleagues introduce themselves.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. My name is Josh McClelland. That's Joshmcclelland. I am the Director of Energy Efficiency at Washington Gas, and I have the privilege of overseeing the company's program portfolios across all of its territories. The first half of 2025 reflects a strong continuation of performance across our EmPOWER programs. We remain on an upward trajectory, delivering measurable greenhouse gas reductions while maximizing value and cost savings for customers. These results are not just numbers, they represent meaningful progress towards Maryland's climate goals and tangible benefits for the communities we serve. Our focus has been on driving innovation, maintaining cost effectiveness, and ensuring that every dollar invested delivers real impact for ratepayers. This commitment positions us to meet statutory targets while preserving affordability and reliability for customers. With that, I'm pleased to introduce our newly appointed manager, Ms. Hillary Tipton, who will provide programmatic details and highlight key developments, and I'll remain available for any questions following the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Hillary Tipton. That's spelled Hillary-Tipton. And I supervise program delivery for our EmPOWER programs. I'll provide an overview of our portfolio's performance in the first half of 2025. So in the semi-annual period, the company reduced a total of over 79,000 metric tons of life cycle greenhouse gas emissions. This performance puts WGL on track to meet its approved emissions reduction goals across the portfolio for 2025, having achieved 48% of its target in the first half of the year. In that time, we issued nearly $4 million in incentives to customers, making this the largest expenditure category in the reporting period, as you see on the donut chart there. These incentive dollars represent a direct investment in customer value, helping businesses and households lower energy costs while advancing Maryland's emissions reduction goals. As for the portfolio's progress towards its 3-year cycle GHG goal, the company's EmPOWER programs have achieved a total of 65% to date of their combined 2024 to 2026 performance forecast. Challenges that we've seen so far this year include resource constraints due to the extensive planning activity required to file the company's alternative plan in August of this year. Additionally, uncertainty of the availability of gas equipment and appliance incentives in the future has led some of our trade allies to reconsider applying for energy efficiency incentives, resulting in a noticeable decrease to our project pipeline. Moving on to the next slide, I'll drill down at the sector level for this semi-annual period. In our residential sector, we continued to see strong performance, with the programs collectively achieving 49% of the sector's GHG goal. Additionally, over 70% of total residential sector expenditures were in the form of incentives issued to Maryland homeowners, residents, and home builders. The Retrofit Coordinated Program achieved over 32,000 metric tons of avoided emissions, or 57% of goal in the first half of 2025. The new construction program achieved 50% of its annual GHG reduction goal, delivering over $730,000 in incentives to 12 Maryland builders. Moving on to the next slide, looking at the commercial sector, 44% of the sector's GHG goal was achieved during the first half of the year, producing over 15,000 metric tons of avoided emissions and issuing just shy of $400,000 in customer incentives. Within the prescriptive program, the company achieved 49% of its annual GHG goal, or over 6,000 metric tons of avoided emissions. A significant share of these savings came from high-efficiency food service equipment, advanced boiler systems, and Wi-Fi-enabled smart thermostat installations. Looking at our commercial custom program, in H1 2025, it achieved 42% of its GHG reduction goal, and with a strong pipeline of pre-approved projects that are scheduled to close in the second half of the year, the program is expected to perform well for the remainder of 2025. And finally, this slide summarizes our residential demand response and pilot activity for this semi-annual period. At At the onset of the 2024 to 2025 program cycle, the company launched EmPOWER's first winter peaking demand response program. The program has already reached its cycle participation goal, having enrolled a total of over 16,000 thermostats since the beginning of the program cycle. The first 6 months of the year showed the program enrolling over 4,000 new customers and running 10 demand response events, resulting in over 30,000 therms reduced during peak usage times. Moving on along to our pilots, the company continues to support the Clean Energy Advantage financing pilot, which added 5 active Washington Gas customer loans. And our boiler energy management system, or EMS pilot for this cycle, installed 17 boiler EMS units to date and continued customer engagement and coordination efforts. With that, this concludes the portion of the presentation covering H1 2025 performance. Mr. McClellan will briefly address the company's responses to Commission Order Number 91711.
Thank you. So on June 26th of this year, the Commission ordered 91711, issuing a series of directives aimed at further aligning EmPOWER to broader emission reduction goals. Washington Gas appreciates the Commission's leadership and offers the following responses. First, on the order deferred proposals from the DHCD to remove gas incentives from their income qualified programs. Washington Gas does not support removing high efficiency natural gas measures from income qualified programs. The EmPOWER mission is clear. Reduce energy use and greenhouse gas emissions cost effectively. These measures deliver that mission. Maryland's building energy performance standards do not prohibit offerings that achieve verifiable energy reductions through EmPOWER. DHCD's claim of conflict with state climate goals lacks evidence and is untrue. WGL has provided substantial information showing these measures deliver significant GHG reductions cost effectively and in support of state climate goals. Natural gas remains more affordable than electricity for many households on a per unit of energy basis. Eliminating efficient gas options could raise costs for vulnerable customers and lock in inefficient electric systems. Preserving the availability of gas equipment protects affordability, equity, and proven emissions reduction strategies. Next, the Commission's directive on the company's air source heat pump analysis. Washington Gas has fully complied. In Order Number 91461, the Commission denied the hybrid heat pump pilot and directed WGL to provide a cost and efficiency comparison, which did not require WGL to install or test new equipment. The company met that directive through a literature-based analysis filed on April 1st of this year and included the update in the latest semi-annual report. All gas heat pump units from the prior cycle were decommissioned and are unrelated to this recent analysis, as they represent different technologies. No additional costs tied to gas equipment have been recovered from ratepayers as part of this analysis. While some stakeholders suggested adding GHG modeling, those elements were not part of the directive and would require a standardized, stakeholder-driven approach to ensure consistency across utilities. Turning now to utility incentive expenditures. Washington Gas recognizes the Commission's concern about how EmPOWER funds are allocated. Incentives represent the largest single cost category, over 50% of total spending, and are targeted where they most effectively drive adoption. But increasing incentive percentages alone does not guarantee higher participation or greater emission reductions. Customer engagement, education, and streamlined processes, all funded through non-incentive spending, are equally critical. Independent evaluation confirms WGL's portfolio delivers benefits well above its costs, conforming to the objectives of EmPOWER. Additionally, the company's behavior-based program achieves substantial savings without any incentives, proving that outreach and sound operations matter as much as rebate levels. Washington Gas remains committed to a cost-effective balance that maximizes customer value and verifiable emission reductions while safeguarding ratepayer dollars. Next, to reporting refinements. Washington Gas has implemented key modifications to its reporting in compliance with multiple Commission orders. The company will now report primary heating and water heating fuel type for homes in the EmPOWER new construction program, adding annual new meter installations by housing type in its next semi-annual report. For behavioral program participation, the company will report low and moderate income engagement using a multifaceted methodology combining energy assistance data, census-tract overlays, and third-party analytics. Program-specific GHG reductions are already included in semi-annual tables and will continue to be reported in alignment with evolving EmPOWER goals. These actions underscore our commitment to transparency, equity, and cost-effective compliance. And finally, for demand response. Washington Gas appreciates the Commission's focus on system-level benefits. WGL's demand response program is designed to deliver measurable customer-level energy savings and emissions reductions. However, the program does not currently defer infrastructure investments or address reliability constraints because these objectives have not been incorporated into the EmPOWER framework. Broader system benefits may exist from gas demand response programs, but measuring them requires a standardized methodology that individual utilities cannot and should not develop alone. Washington Gas recommends that the Commission engage the EmPOWER Evaluation Advisory Group and Loper Energy, the statewide independent evaluator, to create a uniform framework aligned with the Maryland jurisdiction-specific test for benefit cost analysis. This approach would ensure transparency, consistency, and unlock additional value from demand response programs while advancing Maryland's climate energy goals. And Washington Gas stands ready to collaborate. Next, I would like to provide updates on some recent developments regarding major changes to utility incentive offerings that warrant the attention of the Commission. Since 2018, Washington Gas and Maryland's electric utilities have worked within coordinated frameworks to fairly allocate costs and benefits for programs delivering energy savings from both gas and electricity. Most notably, residential home performance and new construction programs have successfully operated under formal coordination for nearly 3 full EmPOWER program cycles. Beyond these formal arrangements, WGL has also maintained an informal coordinated structure for commercial custom programs, particularly with PEPCO. Under this model, both utilities ran parallel programs through a shared implementer in our overlapping service territories. When a project produced both KWH and therm savings, customers applied for both programs. PEPCO funded and claimed KWH. WGL funded and claimed therms. This approach worked well and consistently supported utilities meeting their goals. This informal arrangement has delivered more than just process efficiencies. It embodies EmPOWER's long-standing principle of collaboration over competition, reducing market confusion while preventing double counting and unnecessary cost. Today, that successful coordination faces significant strain. In its recently filed alternative plan, WGL raised concerns about electric utilities offering incentives for emission reductions attributable to gas savings, a risk that emerged from developments earlier this year. In early 2025, PEPCO and its shared custom program implementer approached WGL with a proposal to fundamentally change program parameters following HB 864 shifting of EmPOWER to lifecycle GHG targets. The proposal suggested both utilities fund incentives and claim savings for both fuels, accompanied by complex stipulations for dividing projects between the utilities. WGL viewed this as problematic and declined, opting to maintain the informal structure already in place. Then in April 2025, WGL discovered PEPCO had published an updated custom program technical sheet offering $1.70 per therm for gas savings and revised its terms and conditions to assert sole rights to claim GHG reductions from gas measures, barring customers from seeking incentives from any other utility for the same project. WGL views these program changes as concerning for several reasons. First, any utility offering incentives for a fuel type not delivered by that utility is rare within EmPOWER. Also, introducing such a significant adjustment mid-cycle represents a major deviation from an approved 3-year plan. Historically, material changes that meet these criteria have been submitted through the EmPOWER docket for stakeholder review and commission decision. For example, WGL's own proposals to introduce air source heat pumps with gas backup were filed, commented on, and ultimately denied without prejudice, demonstrating the process for novel incentive offerings. Implementing a cross-fuel incentive without similar review sets a precedent for unilateral program changes. Second, this approach relies on an expansive interpretation of HB 864. The statute created a GHG metric to guide evaluation of performance, not blanket authority for cross-fuel incentives without commission oversight. WGL asserts that the legislative intent was clear: maintain commission review of program design and cost recovery while shifting focus to emission reductions. Introducing an incentive never before offered within an electric portfolio without oversight creates ambiguity in governance. Third, these changes shift a historically collaborative environment into a competitive one. By asserting sole rights to claim gas savings and barring dual participation, PEPCO forces an either-or choice where previously both utilities have worked together. Competition for the same customers will likely drive up incentive levels and program features to outmatch the other utility, adding costs to ratepayers without producing additional statewide greenhouse gas emission reductions. It simply changes which utility pays for and increases the cost to claim the benefit. Finally, the impact on WGL's compliance trajectory is significant. The company ran an internal analysis of 2024 custom program performance and shows that 12 out of 17 completed projects that year, about 70%, would likely have migrated to PEPCO under its per therm incentive and higher per project incentive cap. Early signs indicate that some projects this year have already shifted. Given PEPCO's larger budgets and operational footprint within the shared service territory, WGL's pipeline could collapse entirely, jeopardizing the company's ability to meet statutory GHG targets and destabilize our future program planning efforts. Washington Gas's position is clear and consistent with EmPOWER principles. For custom program efficiency projects delivering both electric and gas savings, the electric utility should claim kWh and the gas utility should claim therms, consistent with our historical coordinated frameworks. For electrification measures that displace gas, such as air source heat pumps, WGL supports the electric utility funding and claiming those GHG reductions. On this point, WGL and the Office of People's Counsel agree. In comments to WGL's alternative plan, OPC opposed electric utilities offering incentives for gas-saving measures, noting that such actions misalign ratepayer funding and create confusion. OPC's filing emphasizes meeting GHG goals efficiently and cost-effectively, reinforcing the need for clear roles in coordinated delivery, not cross-fuel competition. WGL has acted in good faith throughout. The company engaged PEPCO and the shared implementer in multiple discussions to find a workable solution. When PEPCO proceeded with its changes, WGL promptly engaged Commission staff to recommend a pause in a stakeholder process. At this stage, Commission intervention is essential to preserve statutory compliance and uphold EmPOWER's precedent of collaboration. Accordingly, WGL respectfully urges the Commission to 1. Affirm program boundaries. Clarify that gas efficiency incentives and associated GHG reductions remain with the gas utility, while electric efficiency and electrification may be funded and claimed by the electric utility. 2. Direct PEPCO to withdraw its per therm incentives and sole claiming provisions from its custom program, restoring dual participation for projects delivering both electric and gas savings. And 3. Initiate a stakeholder workgroup process, either through the future program workgroup or a revival of the gas and electric utility coordination workgroup, which was what was established to create the current residential coordinator framework. This would be to develop a formal, coordinated C&I precedents. These actions will restore clarity, fairness, and collaboration, ensuring EmPOWER continues to deliver cost-effective, verifiable GHG reductions while maintaining a level playing field for all utilities. So I'd like to now hand the presentation over to Mr. Richards to cover the company's alternative plan. Thank you.
Thanks, Josh. Good day, Commissioners. My name is John Richards. It's JOHN RICHARDS. And I lead strategy and planning for Washington Gas's energy efficiency programs. In order number 91461, the Commission directed Washington Gas to develop an alternative plan that would provide adequate information on the cost and impacts of Washington Gas meeting its legislative goals without the inclusion of gas equipment incentives. To comply with the order, the company benchmarked other gas-only utility and dual-fuel utilities across the country to identify opportunities to offset the emission reductions lost by removing gas equipment incentives. This process identified 23 new non-gas equipment measures and 2 pilot programs. However, these additions alone would be insufficient to meet the company's statutory greenhouse gas reduction target, which was explicitly based on 2021 to 2023 energy savings performance, 40% of which was attributed to gas equipment measures. To meet the legislative target without gas equipment, the alternative plan would require substantially scaling program greenhouse gas forecasts and expenditures for existing non-gas equipment measures. Compared to the company's currently approved 24 to 26 plan, the alternative plan will result in an 80% increase in the company's energy efficiency program budget, an 85% increase in the company's cost per metric ton of avoided greenhouse gas emission, a 41% decrease in the benefit cost ratio. Also, substantial increases to the residential and non-residential customer surcharges and power surcharges by year 3 of the alternative plan. Notably, the EmPOWER surcharges will still rise regardless due to paying off the unamortized balance. The company has prepared an appendix slide to further clarify if needed by the Commission. Finally, more than 175,000 metric tons of avoided emissions would be left on the table with the exclusion of high-efficiency gas equipment and appliances. Next slide, please. In addition to these outcomes, the company believes it is highly unlikely to meet the legislative minimum target without the use of gas equipment. This is because several conditions outside of WGL's operational control would need to be met. First are exceptions for commercial gas equipment. The Commission would need to allow certain commercial gas equipment measures to remain eligible for EmPOWER incentives. Second is increasing greenhouse gas targets for electric utilities for coordinated programs. The Commission would need to order electric EmPOWER utilities to expand participation, raise greenhouse gas targets, and likely raise budgets for EmPOWER utility residential coordinated programs. Third is prohibiting electric EmPOWER utilities from offering incentives for gas energy efficiency savings. As shown earlier in the presentation by Mr. McClellan, electric utilities offering gas incentives without Commission approval undermines this collaborative framework, creates competition instead of collaboration, and threatens Washington Gas's ability to meet a statutory greenhouse gas target. Overall, the alternative plan would result in a poor outcome for Washington Gas's ratepayers and place the company at significant risk of achieving the necessary amount of emission reductions to comply with HB 864. Next slide, please. Next, we wish to highlight the EmPOWER legislation amended last year. HB 864 clearly states that the Commission shall establish greenhouse gas emissions reductions targets that will achieve at least the equivalent gas savings as were achieved in the 2021 through 2023 program cycle for the gas company. HB 864 does not prohibit incentives for gas equipment under EmPOWER. The EmPOWER statute provides that energy efficiency is among the least expensive ways to meet the energy demands of the state and is one method for achieving Maryland's climate goals. These legislative findings were not limited to only to electric savings by electric utilities. For comparison, Massachusetts legislation passed in 2022 phased out gas equipment incentives. This led to the state's two gas-only utilities, Liberty Gas and Berkshire Gas, filing plans for their current 3-year cycle with fewer emission reductions, higher budgets, and more than a 100% increase in the cost per metric ton of avoided emissions. This demonstrates that eliminating gas equipment incentives from energy efficiency programs makes gas utility energy efficiency programs less cost-effective and can undermine greenhouse gas reduction goals. Next slide, please. Finally, we want to place Washington Gas's incentives in the broader context of EmPOWER programs and electrification efforts. The statewide EmPOWER customer incentive budget for the 24 to 26 cycle exceeds $1.6 billion. Washington Gas's share of the overall EmPOWER incentive budget is approximately $27 million, or 1.6% of the statewide total. Of that, only about $12 million is allocated to high-efficiency gas equipment measures, just 0.7% of the overall EmPOWER incentive budget across the state. Although modest in scale, these incentives are critical for customers who choose to use natural gas, helping them transition to higher efficiency equipment and achieve meaningful emission reductions. Next slide, please. The disparity between gas and electric incentives further underscores that gas incentives do not impede electrification efforts. For example, a 95% AFUE Energy Star furnace incentive offered by Washington Gas is up to $500, compared to up to $8,500 for a heat pump offered by electric EmPOWER utilities. In addition, a gas water heater incentive offered by Washington Gas is up to $450, compared to up to $3,500 for a heat pump water heater offered by electric EmPOWER utilities. Finally, up to $4,500 can be available in incentives for system upgrades when electrifying, such as circuitry, panels, and wiring. In contrast, existing gas customers would not need to make any of these additional investments if they simply upgraded to a higher efficiency gas appliance. Essentially, given the large difference in incentive amounts, it's implausible that a residential EmPOWER customer considering electrification would not do so because Washington Gas's residential gas equipment rebates are only in the hundreds of dollars. In conclusion, ending gas equipment incentives would leave behind both customers and valuable emission reductions, contrary to the intent behind EmPOWER. Incentives for both high-efficiency gas equipment and electrification have a rightful place in EmPOWER Maryland. They are not contradictory, nor do they confuse customers. Instead, they send a clear message. Whether a customer chooses electric, gas, or to transition between the two, they can contribute to lowering their emissions, and EmPOWER provides them with the tools to support sound energy investments. Therefore, we respectfully urge the Commission to continue to allow incentives for natural gas equipment in the upcoming EmPOWER cycle. Thank you for your time, and we're available for any questions.
Okay, Commissioner Linton.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Well, let's see. We got a little bit to work through here, so but I won't take long. So let me start first with the issues that you've raised in, I believe it was slide 7 of your presentation. It's in your filings too. It sounds as though you're suggesting that PEPCO required or that PEPCO should have received some type of approval from us first. Is that your position, or are you suggesting that they are just prohibited altogether from offering solutions that would ultimately result in them claiming the benefits for GHG reduction?
Commissioner Linton, I believe I'll take that one, and I believe our position is the former, where we believe that this represents a major change to any electric utilities portfolio on how they offer and issue incentives to customers, and that happened mid-cycle. And we think when something a big of a change meets those criteria, that would typically warrant commission approval or some kind of decision by the commission. Again, there's precedent for that, as we made an example for our hybrid heating system pilot, which was ultimately denied, but it still went through the process and approvals. And so that represented something very novel for a gas utility to provide to its customers. So we believe that it is that would have been the appropriate way for PEPCO to at least introduce, propose, and maybe consider a gas incentive through their portfolio.
So this conflict would have existed even before HB was 884. It should have been around since the beginning of EmPOWER, at least when Washington Gas began offering their solutions.
Not necessarily, Commissioner. I think with HB 864 now making the metric emission reductions, at least some utilities interpreted that those emission reductions could come from any and all fuel types. Because it's not very explicit, in the law itself, determining if those parameters were not established, as in gas stays with gas, electric stays with electric. That wasn't explicit in the law, and so I believe that it's being interpreted that utilities can collect emission reductions from other fuel types.
So I was trying to take a quick look at the legislation while you were talking through it. It's not your position that the statute directs us to it's not your position that the statute directs us to make the decision that your suggestion we should make now.
That's correct. I don't believe that we're saying that the law it is requires the commission to do it. I think that's more something that happens in protocol with utility program planning through the EmPOWER docket. So that's where we stand.
So do you have any examples of, you mentioned that there were some concerns about customer clarity, where a customer has the option to pick between both of your companies for a project.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have examples of situations where they might have been confused and immediately would have chosen you but for what PEPCO offered?
There's no recent examples that come to mind, and the reason why that is because the coordinated framework for both residential and commercial programs has been around for a while. Particularly for the custom program, PEPCO and Washington Gas have been operating under this informal framework for since 2018. And so our customer bases are accustomed to that process where, if there's a custom project that produces both gas and electric savings, they are already accustomed to, okay, we have to apply and through both programs. And through our shared implementer, we have already established processes to make that whole procedure streamlined and very efficient.
So now you're suggesting that this informal arrangement be formalized in some way.
That's correct.
Between yourself and PEPCO.
That's correct. And that would match with how we do things on the residential side through the coordinated framework that exists there.
And so I know that you've said in your earlier statements that you've had some interaction with PEPCO, and I see that they've moved closer to the front. So it's just more comfortable up front. Okay. What would you report as the result of those discussions?
I think where I would report is I think both utilities came to the table in good faith to try to figure out a solution. And the solution is prompted very fairly under the fact that all the utilities are challenged with achieving the statutory goal that was set through HB 864. And so there are a lot of utilities throughout EmPOWER that are taking a look under the hood to see, what programmatic changes can they do to make increases and basically yield higher GHG emission reductions in order to comply with the law. So that's the underlying premise of why this all started in the first place. And so I would say our interactions were very amicable and very collaborative, and we made a good faith effort to try to figure something out. But ultimately, we came to an impasse on how we think the custom program should be implemented between both utilities.
Okay. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe that WGL service territory also has some Potomac Edison area, and do you still have a little bit of SMECO, or is that not? You do have a little bit of SMECO.
We do.
Too?
Right.
Okay, so both of these companies also offer a wide range of initiatives. Has there been any conflicts or other issues there that you need to report?
None from the other utilities, Commissioner. I think Washington Gas and PEPCO shared territory is the largest of the overlap and the most densely populated and the larger program footprint. So that's where all the attention has been recently.
All right. Well, I had some other questions, but I'm going to leave it for my colleagues to have some opportunity. So,
Okay.
and I'll ask again if you don't talk about it.
Okay. Commissioner Linton, or Commissioner McLean.
Good afternoon. Excuse me, Commissioner Linton hit on a couple of questions I had, but in terms of the alternative plan, and I wasn't entirely clear on it. Like, assuming the commission agrees with OPC and the plan is rolled out, what does that look like timing wise and from WGL's perspective?
So, from our perspective, with the original commission order, it just asked us to develop a plan. It didn't ask us for
right.
mid-cycle. So this is kind of a hypothetical analysis.
Okay.
And we go within 3-year cycles. So in our view, it would start with the next 3-year cycle.
27.
Yeah, that's our thinking, and that's how we presented it. But if the commission wanted to start at a different date, it would need to order us to file a different plan, right? Because we essentially provided a hypothetical. This is what it would look like for a 3-year plan without gas equipment.
Sure. Yeah, I just wasn't sure when exactly it was supposed to start, at least from, I think you and OPC are on a little different planes there.
Yeah.
And I imagine it's fair to say if you're already seeing a hit in some of your goals due to hesitancy from your customers in terms of replacing, or I guess planning to replace their gas equipment now, I mean, obviously it's going to be difficult to meet your goals moving forward.
That's
for the
what we
rest
think.
for the rest of the cycle.
So if that were to occur, so for some historical context, previously I think the commission approved our original plan with gas equipment just through the end of 24. So we messaged to customers, we're not sure if these will continue or not, and we saw a noticeable downtick, towards the end of 24, beginning of 25. The commission issued its order, I believe, end of December of 24, approving our filed plan through the remainder of the cycle. And so since then we've seen an uptick. So our hesitancy would be, if there's any other messaging, then that would result in that downtick. So we would want to, at least have some significant lead time for contractors and people to know what's going on.
Sure. In terms of electrification, customers moving from gas to electricity, has the company been seeing, a migration in large numbers? If you know,
I can take that one. Frankly, no, we have not. I think there might be some examples of a few projects here and there, but we have not seen a significant or noticeable trend of gas customers coming off the gas system and switching over to electric.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. McClellan. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Barbe. I'm good. Commissioner Sutton.
Yeah, so I'm not sure that I have clarity now on this coordinated framework. I had the sense. I mean, I appreciate that you sort of mentioned that, everybody sort of came to the table in good faith. But then I had the sense that you were claiming that Pepco was hijacking your savings. And so, and since we haven't heard from Pepco, I would imagine that one of the reasons why Ms. Beckham moved to the front was that she probably wanted to respond. I think that, Mr. Chairman, I think that the commission would do well in hearing from Ms. Beckham on whether they, in fact, hijacked the WGL's savings, if you're comfortable with that.
Actually, let me wait till.
Okay, that's fine. So we'll wait until, so you can hold that, the savings in abeyance, and then we can, okay. I wanted to talk to you about the quantification of system benefits based on demand response. And what you said in your filing is that you could quantify individual savings, but that the broader issues around system benefits can't be quantified because you lack, this is, I'm quoting, the analytical framework to measure them. So somehow the other utilities have been able to step up and been willing to quantify and have talked about ways to quantify, even if there's not a specific directive within the statute. So they're able to do that. So are you saying that you can't do it because, or you don't want to do it because there's not a directive within the statute, or that you can't do it because you don't have the analytical framework? Maybe we have to give you the framework, or you don't have, I mean, if you can maybe give me some better clarity on this, because somehow the other utilities don't seem to have the same problem.
Right. Commissioner, I think the whole premise of trying to figure out the system level benefits, I think the underlying premise when the discussion originally started a few hearings back was around the idea of, can demand response programs that are implemented by utilities be deployed to a scale where they could reduce amount of energy usage during peak events to the point that it would lead to a utility making the decision that, hey, we no longer we don't need to put more pipe in the ground or put up more wires to meet the demand, because the demand response program is reducing peak usage during that time frame. WGL's interpretation, that was kind of the underlying premise of what kind of kickstarted this whole thing. And so, and that is how we identify, we call that basically avoided, or deferred capital investment, or deferred infrastructure cost. So right now, there is no system and there's no structure within EmPOWER through our benefit cost analyses that captures that specific deferred or avoided capital infrastructure investment cost.
And that's because there's no opportunity for avoided investment within, you have all the infrastructure you need, and you never have to build out your system.
No, I'm clear. I'm just simply saying that there is not a system to quantify that avoided cost that we're speaking about.
Nowhere in your, so you're not sort of doing some even back of the envelope, what if we add 10,000 more customers? What is that going to mean to our system? No one's done that kind of analysis within WGL. I find that I'm not trying to be snarky in my comments, because I actually find that hard to believe. I mean, I would actually be really troubled if a utility within Maryland is not thinking, what will we have to do if we have to add more customers? What do we have to do to the system? And knowing that, then avoided cost is what you don't have to build out. I mean, I have to say that if you're not doing that as a company, that's very troubling.
I don't think I can go on record and say that those conversations are not happening. I believe those conversations and the decisions being made about Washington Gas's distribution system in Maryland are a little bit out above my pay grade.
Then I would ask you to find out.
I would like to also, Commissioner, I am confident that those conversations are happening. I am not at the table or in the room when they are. I believe every utility is always thinking about, taking care of their customers and making sure that the system is meeting the needs and in the demands of their energy consumption. I believe I think what's happening here is there might be a disconnect in terms of when a utility is having this discussion that is usually prompted by some kind of event or some kind of something that is happening to the system. And so if a utility is doing some kind of analysis and they have determined that, our system is constrained or our system cannot meet the demand of our customers, then yes, we should be having conversations to figure out how we can meet that demand. And
So you only have those
infrastructure.
conversations when the system is constrained.
That
You
I'm
are
speculating.
owned. Okay, so in the course of, I've been in this industry for nearly 50 years. So in the course of my work life, I have represented utilities, north and south of the border. I know that you're owned by a Canadian company. It's really hard for me to imagine that I mean, we're going down a path that's probably not helpful for your company, because what you're saying to me is the only time that WGL thinks about building out the system is when the system is constrained. I find that hard to believe. So I would like you to go back and have conversations with others. I mean, you have an interruptible rate, just like BG has an interruptible rate. You have an interruptible rate because you're assuming at some point you will not have the capacity to provide supply for every one of your customers. So that is an assumption that was made within your company, that you needed to have that interruptible rate. The fact that you have an interruptible rate means that somebody within the company has made the decision that we can't always provide supply to our customers, and so we're going to have to take some off the system. So the fact that you have an interruptible rate says to me that someone has done the calculations, and at some point you cannot provide, depending on the situation, gas for all of your customers. So there are going to be constraints, and I'm asking you, since you can't answer, no one at this table can answer, so can you go back to your company, the rest of your company, and ask them if you've had those conversations, and if you've had that conversation about whether there are times when you might need to build out the system, then would there be a benefit to having demand response to avoid having to build out the system? And I can stop the questioning, because I'm not sure that it's getting us anywhere, except that it's frustrating me. So if you can take that back, I accept that you don't have the answer to that question, but somebody somewhere, hopefully, will have an answer to that question.
Understood, Commissioner. Thank you.
Okay, so now that there's 5 of us, Mr. Chairman, do we want to hear from?
Yeah, why don't you sort of reset the...
Okay. So, going back.
Oh, don't slow down on my.
No.
Oh, no, we're waiting for you to come back.
Yeah, we're waiting for
Okay.
you. But I just want to explain why.
Right. So, perhaps, Ms. Beckham can answer the question about whether they're hijacking the savings from WGL.
Good morning.
Yeah, do you like the way I set that up? Okay.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. Taylor Beckham here on behalf of Potomac Electric Power Company. So I just want to back up, and I don't think that WGL is trying to insinuate that PEPCO is hijacking savings from them.
No, I'm kidding, but mostly.
I get your point. Yeah.
Well, and mostly, I just want to make sure. I mean, if there really is a problem, we need to fix the problem. I just want to make sure that we're not dealing with a miscommunication. And so let's. I mean, if there's something that maybe the 2 companies can actually work out, that would even be in the best interest. But.
So that is going to be the summation of my point, that PEPCO is still open and has always been open to working through this and talking through this with WGL, and I think WGL has reached out to us and we've been engaging with them. I don't know that they've been engaging with any other utilities on this matter, electric utilities, but what I do want to foundationally ground us all in is, we talked about this morning. This is a GHG reduction goal that we are working towards, and PEPCO is incentivizing GHG reduction savings or GHG reductions. And that has been PEPCO's position, and that's how PEPCO designed its programs that were approved, and how we've been executing according to those programs. And as Mr. Crawford talked through this morning, what we are doing, we're not incentivizing single or sole fuel programs. What PEPCO's program is incentivizing is dual fuel projects, and then going forward from there. And so that is the foundational point here. What we did propose to WGL was an alternative plan, which was based off of a percentage. So if there's a project that comes in that would have more gas savings, that would be the WGL, go into the WGL bucket. If there was a program that had more electric savings, and based off of this math, based on the percentage, it would go into the PEPCO bucket. WGL didn't agree to that program. In order to meet our GHG reduction goals, our programs are designed such that we have this dual fuel switching aspect to it. Just a little bit of numbers here.
So this is dual fuel switching, and so there'll be both electric and gas depending on the situation.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So there are 23 projects in the PEPCO custom pipeline. For one project alone could be about 1,600 CO2, which is about 9% of our portfolio goal. So what I would ask this commission to do, kind of opposed to what WGL is asking, is not direct that our current custom design not continue, or our current program design not continue the way it is, because we will fundamentally be unable to meet our goals. I know the Future Programming Work Group is talking about this for future programs. We're open to discussing how to meet somewhere in the middle and determine the next goal, or then how this will not affect or create an issue in the next cycle. But for this current cycle, we do think that how the program, as PEPCO has been operating it, should continue.
Okay, and
Just
these are,
make sure it
this is
didn't
23 projects.
There are 23 projects in the PEPCO custom pipeline. I'm unsure, and if we know, I don't know if they'll be completed in this upcoming cycle, this upcoming reporting period, or if they were completed in the last reporting period. I know custom programs take a little bit longer to evolve, but that pipeline number is something that would impact our 3-year or 2-year now cycle goal. Does that make sense?
Okay, and then whatever incentives are there are PEPCO incentives or PEPCO and WGL incentives?
What WGL brought up was the term sheet. What PEPCO has done in its term sheet is make sure that customers are not incentivizing, hold on, let me just get caught back up here. We're making sure that we're not incentivizing a customer for a measure that they've already let me back up. Our team terms and conditions clarify that a customer cannot claim incentives for any measure that we've already incentivized. And I think that's in the past where, if it was maybe a dual fuel switching project, we would just claim the electric savings, and we throw the therm savings over to WGL. Here, because it is this GHG reduction savings, that is something that PEPCO is claiming.
Okay. And WGL is asking us to make a decision now about that.
I understand WGL's position to be that they would like for the programs to operate the same way they did when there was an energy savings goal.
Okay.
There is no, I do just want to be clear, it isn't an energy savings goal anymore.
Okay. And are we talking about mean, they're saying that it will make it really hard for them to meet their goals. Are we talking about a lot of savings here, or from your perspective? Maybe it'll be really, if you could provide us, so these are 23 projects, would you, without spending a lot of time, could you give us a sense of what we're talking about in terms of savings for Pepco, and then savings for WGL, so at least we have a sense of what we're talking about in terms of numbers.
I don't have the WGL numbers, but just
If you could do
forecast.
Well, actually, if you
one project is 9% of our portfolio goal.
Oh, okay. But and that 9% reflects both gas and electric.
That would be, I understand, a dual fuel switching project that we have.
Okay. If you could provide those numbers
For the pipeline, the rest of the pipeline?
Yeah.
I think.
Okay.
Okay. So, I was gonna say, anybody else got any questions on this? So, Commissioner.
Hi, Ms. Beckham. Quick question for you, just to clarify. You talked about the design of the program. Has Pepco been doing this the entire cycle? Because I understood Mr. McClellan to indicate that this was a mid-year thing that Pepco just started in April.
The terms and conditions sheet was updated in April, but the program was approved, I guess, whenever we did that updated approval for once HB 864 passed. This was what was in our program filing for, I guess, 24 and 25.
Okay.
But that term sheet change did occur in April, yes.
But that did not impact the program. Well, is that the first time you've heard a concern when the term sheet changed?
I believe so. I just would invite someone to correct me if I'm wrong there, but I believe so.
Okay.
We have, to WGL's point, we have been working with them consistently on
understood.
this. Yeah.
It just sounded like it just happened in April, that's all. Mr. Crawford?
Brian Crawford, I think to your question, this happened in 25 and 26 because this is when the GHG conversion occurred. So January 1st, this is the new GHG environment, so this is when these changes took place. It wouldn't have been applicable in 2024.
Sure, understood.
Yeah.
So, okay.
So as we're putting together the programs, ramping them up based off of that program design, a part of that is the term sheet, the April 2025.
Right. Yeah, so there would have been no issue prior to that.
Correct.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Linton.
Yeah, so just picking up on Commissioner McLean's question, you said earlier that there were 23 projects
In the pipeline.
in the pipeline. Are there other projects, or from Washington Gas perspective, is that the number that you're concerned about, or are there others pending too?
Our major concern is that with the changes that Pepco made to their custom program, they essentially shove out our program and our ability to collect the emission reductions that would come from therm savings that have normally gone to our program in the past. So if Pepco continues to implement their program with these changes, our pipeline could go effectively down to zero at some point in the future.
See, it sounded as though, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounded as though they've been doing this all along under the old version of this, under the electric reduction model. But now that we've switched to greenhouse gas reduction, it's become an issue.
What I will say is what we have been there has been this there's been dual fuel projects, there's been single fuel projects, or single source projects, if I'm screwing up that term there, I apologize. But what we did change is in those dual projects, under the energy savings model, we would take the electric savings and WGL would get the therm savings. Because now we are looking at greenhouse gas reductions. In order to meet that goal, we claim both, because it's not that we're claiming therm savings, we're claiming greenhouse gas reduction savings from that project that is a dual fuel project.
So was this a dual project that you both worked on from the beginning, or is it one that was entirely a Pepco project, for example?
I can't speak to I guess that's where the pipeline question comes in, and we can definitely get back to you on that. But we're not going after gas, sole gas projects. We are working only on dual fuel projects. So WGL still has those sole fuel projects that they can incentivize and provide to their customers. But where customers come to us with a project that would be a dual fuel project, we're supporting them with that project and claiming those savings or incentivizing that.
Okay, so there was also a statement earlier that the future programming work group has been talking about this. Is that fair to say? Do you agree with that?
That's correct. Yeah, it's, the topic of attribution has come up a little bit. I think one of the concerns that we have about this change to the custom program is you can't remove or separate the fuel type and energy savings from the greenhouse gas emission reductions that they're attributed to. And this kind of move kind of represents that, where it's, hey, we're just operating under GHG emission reductions, and that's it. That's our target. But those emission reductions come from reductions in electricity and gas. And so there needs to be parameters built around that. We agree, and I think that's also been raised by other stakeholders in EmPOWER, that there needs to be some parameters established around what fuel types and what is appropriate for a certain utility to claim emission reduction savings from.
Okay, so is the future programming work group not the right forum for that, or is there some reason for a separate one? I mean, this is one of your requests, that there be a separate work group to do that.
I think what we would recommend is that the discussion, be it in the future programming work group or in the electric and gas utility coordinated work group, which is now no longer in operation but could be revived, needs to have a more targeted discussion around the parameters between fuel type and the emission reductions that come from it. I don't believe that this topic has been fully resolved through the future programming work group right now. So I think there needs to be a more targeted discussion around this.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Barbie.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Beckham, since you made this change, I guess in August, was it? Did you announce that or inform the commission of that methodology change?
So we filed our program proposal in August of 2024, ahead of the January 1 start of the 2025-2026, and this was included, or our custom program design was included in that proposal, certainly because it was based off of achieving greenhouse gas reductions. Our interpretation was that this was going to be the way that it kind of worked. Did we make, and we have in the past, when we get approval for our new cycle of programs, made the updates to our terms and conditions as needed and move forward, and not gone to the commission for that. To your point, the April 2025 terms and conditions update that kind of started, I don't want to say started this, but that was referenced. No, we did not come to the commission about that terms and conditions change, but we understood it to be in compliance with the new program that we had been approved to offer.
Okay, thank you.
So there was mention that there were talks between WGL and PEPCO. Were those bilateral talks, or were those within the context of a work group?
They were bilateral.
Okay. So going forward, and are these talks continuing, or are they over?
They are, I would say, paused. I think both utilities are willing to go back to the negotiating table.
All right, so given that, is the best path forward allowing you to continue to talk to each other, absent anybody else, or should this be sent to either our work group or set up some sort of special arrangement, between, I don't know, hypothetically, WGL, PEPCO, and staff to try and work this out? Or?
Right.
And I guess either one of you can. I'll start with him, then I'll come back to you.
Right. I believe Washington Gas's recommendation is, just based on how the conversations went, we just fundamentally disagreed on how the custom program should be treated, and so we reached an impasse. So that impasse has led us to believe that maybe we need to talk about this in a more formal framework. And so I believe we would recommend to move this to a working group where other stakeholders can chime in, and maybe there can be a more formal structure around this arrangement between PEPCO and WGL's program.
We I think our point is the conversations are occurring on a broader, more forward-looking basis to Commissioner Linton's point within the future programming work group, and that is the correct forum. Related to these the bilateral conversations, we are always happy to continue talking to WGL and continue to work through that. I think the crux of the issue turns on this current cycle and the goals established for this and the future cycles. We have proposed a program or a solution that we think would benefit or get us everyone at least to the middle. And so I think having those conversations and seeing if we can get anywhere on those current discussions can certainly continue bilaterally, maybe could happen in the working group. But PEPCO has always been open to talking through this, and we presented a proposal on where to go on this.
Okay. Okay, all right. So moving on to a different topic, and you can go, you're fine.
Thank you, Commissioner.
On your slide 9, with the list of requests you wanted, the first one about exceptions for commercial gas equipment.
Yeah.
Is that like everything, or is there specific items you're thinking about? Or
Yes, so it's specifically listed within the plan, and so there's we looked at Massachusetts, the one territory that's phased out, and try to use that as the basis, and then made some modifications. But essentially, it's a lot for technical things that is more challenging, or there are costs to do it, food services. But I'll note that within our alternative plan, even with these exceptions, a number of gas equipment on the commercial side are removed, and so it's only in certain circumstances.
I see. Okay. Okay. All right. I think that. Anybody else got anything? All right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, I actually want to go out of turn a little bit. So let me bring up Office of People's Counsel. All right. Yeah. So why don't we take like a 5-minute break while we're setting everybody up? So. Office of People's Counsel.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Nicole Zeichner, Senior Assistant People's Counsel on behalf of the Office of People's Counsel, and I'm joined by our consultant with VEIC, Levi Kingery, and Special Assistant People's Counsel, Portia Odoro, on my left. And we would like to begin by focusing on WGL's alternative plan. We'd like to start by saying that continued ratepayer subsidization of gas appliances harms utility customers and impedes Maryland's climate goals. EmPOWER is currently spending ratepayers' money to encourage them to lock in their reliance on gas equipment for 20 years, up to 20 years. The utility customers who install gas appliances today are at risk.
Pull the mic down a little bit.
Thank you. Yeah, it's very loud here. Thank you. The utility customers who install gas appliances today are at risk of being stranded on the gas system as others leave it. With less customers on the gas system, the remaining customers will bear higher costs and will face increasing gas distribution rates and volatile gas commodity costs. This newly installed gas equipment also runs counter to state climate policy, which has the goal of net zero by 2045, which is less than 20 years from today's date. The outstanding question has been whether WGL can meet its GHG reduction goals without gas appliances, and the answer to that question, based on OPC's analysis with the assistance of VEIC, is yes. Importantly, our analysis also revealed that WGL should be able to eliminate incentives for gas appliances from its EmPOWER plan without the need for surcharge increases associated with that change. And I'd like to just summarize, obviously you've received our comments, I'm trying to be brief. I'd like to summarize our key points. Our analysis reveals that with some modifications to WGL's alternative plan, WGL could meet its GHG reduction goals without a surcharge increase resulting from its removal of incentives for gas appliances. OPC agrees with many of WGL's recommendations on how it could achieve its GHG reduction goals without gas appliances. In fact, the three essential conditions that WGL just modeled in its presentation, OPC agrees with all of those. We do have, however, some key objections or concerns with WGL's alternative plan. Our primary concerns include its focus, WGL's focus on short-term gas savings, its overstated surcharge impacts, and its failure to capture program opportunities in the commercial sector, which at this point is underutilized by WGL's EmPOWER program, or by its alternative plan. So, regarding the lack of alignment and a long-term strategy, while new gas appliances may represent a low-cost, near-term GHG reduction measure, they're no longer consistent, as we've stated, with the state's policy objectives. And as we've said at this point quite a few times, we don't want ratepayer funds being used to promote gas appliances while also using ratepayer funds to replace them. The risks that are claimed by WGL are not externalities, and these are choices well within the purview of the Commission, and that refers to those three essential conditions that WGL says would have to be met for it to eliminate gas appliances. There are ways for WGL to achieve GHG reductions by increasing residential coordinated program incentives. There's messaging that WGL could improve to further meet its goals. And then again, the Commission can adjust policies in order to help WGL meet its goals. And I'd like to now turn to Levi Kingery, who's going to continue the presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Nicole. Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. So I'm going to go ahead and share some more objections first, related to the costs and surcharge increases. And first, that it's just difficult to assess projected costs. When WGL's programs are currently achieving GHG reductions at a much lower cost than their budgets, about $56 a ton being spent versus $95 budgeted. If that kind of ratio were to hold, the first year of the alternative plan would actually be cheaper than the currently approved 2026 plan. So it's just kind of difficult to assess those costs. We also take some issues with the way the projected cost increases were presented. It appeared that an outdated surcharge was used as the baseline cost, which just inflates the actual increase. It also appears that increases already kind of baked in were presented as those cost increases. And so if you isolate out these surcharge increases that we kind of already anticipate, the actual increase due to the elimination of new gas appliances is only about 20%. And further, we don't think that that increase is necessary, as we'll get to shortly. And lastly, just in context, WGL's gas surcharges are only about half of BGE customers' gas surcharges. A typical BGE customer already pays about 23% more in annual surcharges versus a WGL customer. And when you compare it to the electric side, it's obviously gas surcharges are much lower on an energy basis. And so all that is to say, any proposed increase should be considered in that broader context. Our next set of objections just have to do with commercial programming and the lack of engagement that we see in the alternative plan. The alternative plan only targets a few hundred customers, as participants across the 3 years of the alternative plan, which would be just a couple % of the total commercial customer accounts per year. On the other hand, the residential programs assume participation that exceeds, the total number of accounts, over 700 engagements, which, imply kind of repeat participation across a 3-year cycle. And this imbalance, over-reliance on residential programming just leaves some cost-effective savings on the table. To illustrate this, we performed an analysis on a single measure, demand control ventilation. It's a cost-effective retrofit technology that allows HVAC equipment to adjust to the actual building conditions. The analysis was done and found nearly 10,000 buildings in WGL territory would be viable candidates for that. That's about half of the accounts, and that achieving less than half of that potential would equal the size of the commercial program impact included in the alternative plan. And so a more ambitious, more comprehensive commercial portfolio needs to be considered. And another illustration, we did an analysis to look into the electrification opportunities that might exist. Understanding that WGL has been opposed to doing electrification, nonetheless, there are notable GHG reductions to be had. So our analysis showed that about 5,000 heat pumps installed in homes could deliver about the same GHG reduction impacts as the entire alternative plan, and that the budget, asked for, included in the alternative plan would support very generous incentives in achieving that. And so again, it's for illustrative purposes, but gas conversion, or gas conservation is crucial. Electrification also offers significant GHG reduction potential. And it's not in the ratepayers' interest to continue to fund relatively more expensive gas efficiency instead of electrification, just because the utility is not interested in pursuing those measures. And so we get to our overall recommendations. These are right from our filed comments, so I'll be brief, but we recommend the Commission eliminate incentives for new gas appliances, with a few limited exceptions, and we recommend a work group be ordered to help determine those exceptions. Commission should order the coordination with the electric utilities to ensure electric surcharges are collected and applied to electric customers, gas surcharges are applied to gas customers. For the next cycle, Commission should order that WGL reevaluates the commercial programs, looking to find those additional sources of low-cost GHG reductions. We would recommend the Commission order WGL to include electrification measures in its programs, and that the Commission reject any surcharge increases unless there is clear and comprehensive demonstration that all the other lower-cost alternatives have been exhausted. We do have a couple specific, this is all kind of more high level. We have a couple notes on some specific programs and measures that were included in the alternative plan. I'll just quickly touch on those as well. Most of these are things that OPC had recommended in a spring filing. on the alternative plan, and many of them had been, incorporated into the alternative plan, so we applaud that. We do note on carbon capture pilot, carbon capture is among the highest cost GHG reduction strategies, and so we would want to see more effort to capture all the lower cost ones first. And then on this last slide, just noting that a few of the recommendations that OPC had made that were not included are additional strategies that would engage the commercial customers. And so we just would like to again encourage WGL revisit these and any other strategies to increase engagement among the commercial customer segment. And with that, available for questions. Thank you.
Well, actually, let me ask one kind of broad process question, and this is more for probably Ms. Zeitner. So, we currently have this proceeding underway that we've delegated to a special master to deal with the so-called future of natural gas. And I guess I'm wondering, does it make sense for us to take action on these particular gas-related issues when we have this other proceeding going on that may be trying to figure out the future for these programs and other programs related to the gas industry?
Mr. Chairman, OPC believes that it does. It does make sense to take action on this now within EmPOWER. And that's because we have mixed messages right now in EmPOWER. We're using ratepayer funds to both install and remove gas appliances. And it's just, in our view, a very bad use of ratepayer funds. We also know now with with WGL's alternative plan filing that this is very attainable. The EIC examined ways that this could be incredibly attainable, and they even estimated that it would not increase the surcharge. So I don't think there would be any regrets if this policy, if the installation of incentivization of new gas appliances were to be eliminated, because this doesn't deal with whether people can buy these appliances. They can, but I think the state shouldn't be sending these mixed messages to ratepayers and using ratepayer funds to do it. So I don't think there's any reason to delay in this decision.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Barbee.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. A few things. You mentioned that the WGL alternative only reached out to 5% of the commercial accounts, but what percentage of gas usage is that? I assume what they're going to do is, like most business people, are probably reaching out to the largest accounts because that would be the cheapest way for them to proceed.
Yeah, I don't have the what share of the total gas usage that group represents. Just the note that it is a relatively small number of the total customers.
Okay. I'm going to assume it's the biggest customers because that's what I would do if I were in their position, unless we get information to the contrary. The demand control ventilation, I'm ashamed to admit, I've never heard of this technology. I like to keep up on things like this. Did you, in your analysis, factor in the cost of retrofitting these systems? How did you analyze the? Did you analyze this?
Yeah, that's a great question. This was more just an example to identify what is some of the potential out there that was not included.
Okay.
Experience kind of indicates that is a very cost-effective measure. It's a retrofit. It's a control strategy that then just allows the HVAC equipment to adjust to actual building conditions, and so it can reduce ventilation and heating and cooling loads with a pretty simple upgrade.
Okay, so let me ask you the big meta question, and that is, I'm not going to put words in the mouth of the WGL representatives, but I imagine their argument would be that electrification has a very high upfront cost, and so therefore they will say that they would probably, as a counter-argument to the Ms. Zeitner, the argument you made about using funds to both make efficient and deinstall gas appliances, that because the deinstallation is so incredibly expensive, that's not functionally what's practically happening. So therefore we ought to, I'm not saying that this is my position, but I'm saying that this is probably their position. So therefore, you should allow us to use these funds to make gas appliances more efficient. What would be your counter argument to a position like that?
Yeah, another great question. I think there's a couple pieces I'd note. One is that the sort of relatively low cost of near-term GHG reductions that you can have with, higher efficiency gas equipment is, kind of ignoring a down-the-road cost. These, new homes, these new furnaces will very likely still be within their, useful life in 20 years when it's not aligned with the state's, climate objectives. And so there's sort of an implicit cost at some point of rectifying that imbalance. It's also, I don't know that it's a, electrification, if we use like an example of, a new heat pump versus a new gas furnace, there is a higher equipment cost, and there are, tools that the program has to help bring those costs down. And so I think it's not, orders of magnitude most likely, but an upfront cost that is higher and that kind of is permanent.
Yeah, look, I get it. My wife and I both drive electric cars, but we can afford to. Most people cannot. And that upfront immediate cost is a real thing that smacks people in the forehead, whether it's vehicles or, gas appliances versus heat pumps or whatever. I mean, that's a reality that we have to live with. So, okay, I understand your position, and thank you very much for answering my questions.
May I add briefly, Commissioner Barve, that we have to remember that DHCD serves low-income customers at no out-of-pocket cost to them. And I know that WGL made reference to limited-income customers, as it should, but in the end, the state's most vulnerable customers can get services from DHCD. And DHCD is trying to increase its participation in its program. So it's something for us to remember here that the lowest income customers are not left without recourse.
Understood. Thank you.
Mr. Sussman.
So I'm assuming you heard my conversation with WGL about demand response. Do you see an opportunity for demand response in gas? I mean, I understand, we've spent a lot of time dealing with demand response on the electric grid. But is there an opportunity for demand response that we haven't really sort of focused on? Like, for example, we have a lot of money has been invested in Stride. I mean, are there opportunities for demand response where perhaps a particular gas line doesn't need to be replaced and something else can happen? That I'm just wondering if, we haven't really sort of focused on demand response, but are there opportunities for demand response separate and apart from supply? I mean, there are moments when there's just a problem with supply, but in terms of infrastructure, do you see that there's opportunities for demand response?
Boy, I'm probably a little out of my personal expertise on this. I don't know that I would have much to add.
No, I think that's fine. I mean, the thing is, like, it seems like almost every week there's sort of a new technology and new opportunities that we haven't sort of seen. But I just wanted to get your take on whether there could be. I mean, we have heard, for example, that there have been some supply issues, and so even if there's adequate infrastructure, perhaps there are moments when supply is not there. We do have interruptible rates, and so perhaps there's an opportunity for some demand response there.
Yeah, I would maybe just add that eliminating new gas equipment from EmPOWER, and so say in a new home being built without gas service, there's a sort of
You jump over that issue, right?
Exactly.
Right. No, I understand that, but sort of taking the system as we see it now, until that happens. I'm just sort of wondering if there's a little bit of low hanging fruit that we're missing out on if we don't sort of think about whether there's value there.
I would just add, Commissioner Suchman, we, of course, OPC has advocated for less costly infrastructure investments from the gas utilities. Sitting here today, I can't say I know whether the investment and demand response would be worth it, whether it would pay off at this point. I don't know, but I understand your point, and that's something that we could talk about internally further.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
You heard my questions earlier today about some concerns that have been raised regarding payment to contractors. And I understand that People's Council had recommended not only that there be reporting from the utilities for their timelines for payments. Do you have, first of all, have contractors been in touch with you? Have you heard from anyone expressing their concerns, and if so, what generally, you don't have to give me any specific names or anything, but just generally what have we been hearing?
Yes, Commissioner Linton, we heard from contractors, I feel like it was mid-summer, but in the context of the midstream work group. And we took their complaints very seriously because contractors associations came in and said that small contractors were facing potential bankruptcy by putting money up front for these large electrification incentives. So we did take that seriously, and as everyone is probably aware, we have advocated previously for a instant rebate at point of sale between the distributors and the contractors. That has not yet occurred, but what we did do is reach a joint recommendation with the HVAC contractors, with two HVAC organizations actually, and that's contained in the midstream work group report, where we have some recommendations to deal with that on a short-term basis, and then long-term we would still like to see an instant rebate at point of sale, and we'd like the work group to continue discussing that. But we did hear from BGE earlier that we're not completely sure about the extent of the problem, but to OPC, the fact that contractors took out time out of their day to appear at a work group and say we're afraid we're going to lose our businesses over this, we took that very seriously.
Okay. Did the contractors suggest to you and obviously a small business is the answer probably is yesterday, but how quickly did they anticipate or expect to have either a resolution to this and ultimately payments coming through on a regular basis?
Originally, they had hoped it would be resolved in a few meetings of the midstream work group, but that was just not possible. This was a very long, extensive discussion. In our recommendation that's contained in the midstream work group report, the contractors advocated for 15 business days, I believe, and we supported them in that recommendation.
15 business days.
Let's see. Apologize.
Yeah, that's what it says.
15 business days.
15 business days. We asked for the commission to consider ordering the utilities to include reporting on payment timelines for contractors and distributors, and order the utilities to provide plans to process rebates to distributors within 15 business days. And part of the problem is this is such a multi-step process. So the contractors filling out the rebate paperwork, and I believe, unfortunately, I understood this in the midstream work group, but it's a multi-step process, and there's a delay with every part of the process, or there's a time period with every part of the process. So that's why we like the instant rebate idea. But we came up with what we thought was the best proposal for a short-term solution at the very least, so that we don't put contractors at risk. And I'll just add, the smaller contractors said, look, we can't afford not to participate in this program because the bigger contractors are, and we wouldn't be competitive if we didn't participate. So they wanted to participate, and that's good. But we tried to find a way to make that work for them.
Okay. All right. So thank you for that. So one last question regarding your recommendations, and it's the first bullet. As you know, this is financially a difficult time for a lot of people. We've got a number of challenges happening on the federal side, and we don't know when or if they'll be resolved in the near term. Your recommendation was to eliminate rebates for gas appliances by January 1. So talking about a couple of months from now. Well, I guess, yeah, 2 months from now. Do you still believe that to be a feasible date and time?
Based on, so Commissioner Linton, we made that recommendation based on WGL's alternative plan, which with our proposed modifications, we thought it would be very feasible for WGL to meet its 2026 EmPOWER goals even without incentives for new gas appliances. We still support that. We still believe that. We would say, though, if the Commission deems that to not be possible, we would ask that you respectfully eliminate them for the next cycle at the very least, so that by January 1st, 2027, there are no longer incentives for gas appliances through EmPOWER. But we thought, based on the plan as filed with our proposed modifications, WGL could still meet its goals in 2026.
So you don't think there's a need for any kind of transition? For example, WGL has put together and advertised and marketed the availability of their plans to consumers, and people would be reaching out to them, and I guess there might even be people in the pipeline. I'm not sure about that. I didn't ask them that question. But if this is just 30 days from now or 60 days from now, there certainly are going to be some projects pending along the way. Is there a transition envisioned as part of this, or is this a date that you stick to?
We understand that, Commissioner Linton, of course, that's a consideration. We would not want someone to get involved in a project and have to abandon that project. That decreases trust in the EmPOWER program, and it would not be good for WGL either. So yes, if it turns out there are customers in the pipeline, or if that type of marketing switch couldn't happen in 2 months, then yes, we support extending that slightly. But we do really recommend that by the next cycle, there are no incentives for new gas appliances.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner McLean.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Just to follow up on Commissioner Linton, doesn't it make sense to do it possibly in the next cycle, considering you're talking about kicking things to a work group, so the plan's not even ready for prime time yet? It doesn't seem anyway.
If you, Commission's indulgence.
Sure.
I apologize. I was trying to recall what we wanted to send to the work group, and I remember it's a list of commercial exceptions.
Right.
And
you
yes.
called it an objective work group process. Is
Yes.
that different from the regular work group process?
No, I believe the current work group process is objective. So no, I think what we were getting at there is everyone should be involved, but they currently are. So Commissioner McLean, could that be worked out fairly quickly in an ideal world? Probably, but do I think realistically that will happen? Probably not. So no, I don't. OPC does not have an objection if it's deemed not feasible for January 1st of this year to move it to January 1st of next year. But we just, the way we see it, every new gas appliance that's installed is just not a good use of ratepayer funds. So that's why we have this sense of urgency. But I understand the concerns.
Understood. And to go on with that, I assume you read staff's comments.
Yes, that's correct.
So why is staff wrong? I mean, the General Assembly hasn't prohibited what they're doing, what WGL is doing, and there's no guarantee that gas customers are just going to electrify if the rebate goes away.
And the Commission has the authority to go beyond the Commission has broad authority over EmPOWER. And we don't advocate that gas appliances should be outlawed in Maryland right now. That's not our position. But
the incentive. That's
right. No, of course. And no, I think that the Commission is the entity responsible for making these decisions, because the Commission is made up of individuals who are innately aware of this industry, the parties involved, the issues involved. And I think it's perfectly acceptable that the Commission makes that decision. It's within the Commission's purview. And I don't think this conversation is a surprise to WGL. We've talked about this even with the last cycle. So I don't think that the fact that it's not expressly prohibited by law should make the Commission hesitate to make that decision.
And you would agree with staff that just because the rebate goes away, or if it went away, doesn't mean that people are going to electrify?
I would agree with that. I think marketing has a lot of power, though, and we've seen that. We've seen that in most of today. We've been hearing about what the utilities are achieving. So, when people, I gave this example years ago, but when I had to replace something in my house, nobody even mentioned heat pump to me. The contractor didn't mention anything. This was before I was in this job. I didn't think much of it. So that's the kind of thing, these things have power, and the contractors are interested in these programs, and they're involved in them, and they want to keep participating, even though some of them are putting out a lot of money and waiting to get paid. So that has a lot of potential. So I agree, they might not electrify, but at the very least, they know their options.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
So the idea of doing this 15-day payment system for the contractors. So on the one hand, I can appreciate the concern that they have that, if their payment's delayed, they're on tight finances anyway. But, from earlier this morning, we heard, at least the idea that there could be the possibility of fraud happening in this situation. So if we move to some sort of expedited payment system, and I've realized this is easier said than done, but do we need to try and create some sort of off-ramp that if the utility suspects that the application is fraudulent, that they don't have to meet that 15-day requirement?
Mr. Chairman, I think that's appropriate. We share coverage of work groups. I don't remember that being discussed in the work group, these incidences of fraud that were mentioned today, and OPC would like more information on that because, of course, we're concerned about that. So I may have missed that. I may have missed that work group, and someone else covered it. But yes, of course, if there is a suspicion of fraud, then of course it makes sense for that. That would be an exception to that 15 days, I believe.
Okay. And actually, so since you do this work all around the country, are there other states that have a sort of expedited payment system, and how does it work, and do they have any fraud problems that you're aware of? So.
Yeah, great question. It's a concern. I think, there's kind of a few considerations that need to be balanced. One is, a midstream program is good at driving volume, and so if you're after a lot of volume, that does a good job. And there's a few points in that, chain where you can intervene. The model here that has, contractors kind of carrying those big costs is a burden to the contractors, and that's not surprising. So there are different models in different parts of the country. Yeah, some rely on distributors to be the ones carrying those. They provide the instant discount right to the contractor. Contractors don't have to carry that cost, and that is consistent with OPC's long-term recommendation on how this program could work. So we see some of everything across the country. It just depends on some of those considerations.
All right. So, did you want to talk about on the semi-annual reports?
We realize there are time constraints, so...
No, that's... go ahead. So.
We would just invite, if there are any questions, or maybe we'll just go over our recommendations briefly, just one slide, because we understand that another party has someone who might have to leave soon.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I think we've said a lot about our recommendations, and questions have been put forward based on this recommendation. So we want to still push that the Commission should eliminate incentive for gas appliances, and that the Commission should retain, that's one of our recommendations, retain an independent, skilled professional consultant to facilitate strategic planning, to work with the Commission and empower stakeholders or any state agency to establish an overall roadmap for the framework for heat pump market transformation. And assuming that if other state agencies are willing to contribute, both with their participation and funding, the roadmap would allow the Commission to develop empower programs in ways that will align with strategies and program agencies such as MDE, MEA, and the Building Code Administration. And I think we've talked about the HVAC program, and we'll talk more at the midstream, but we are recommended that the Commission should direct the utilities to report on reimbursement timelines for contractors. I think the 15 days has been noted, but one of our recommendations is that the utilities should report the reimbursement timelines for contractors and distributors within the midstream HVAC program. And that this one too will be talked about in the future programming work group. We also think that some guidance from the Commission would be necessary to propose a goal framework for EmPOWER demand response program. And I think Commissioner Sachman has mentioned a lot about demand response, and I think it will be good for the Commission to give us guidance on how to better align individual utilities' efforts towards this objective for demand response. Thank you.
Okay, any questions on that part? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so why don't we turn to DHCD?
I'm trying to do it, yeah, just full screen.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairperson and Commissioners. My name is Amy Grasso. I'm one of the Assistant Attorneys General that represents the Department of Housing and Community Development. With me today, we have Nicola Tran, who is the Director of Whole Home Energy and Repair Division with DHCD. Malika Holmes, who is down on the end there, who is the Deputy Director of Housing and Building Energy Programs. Lynette Harley, who is right next to Nicola, who is our Business Development Manager. And then we have Preston Thomas, an Energy Program Manager, and Zachary Rockwell, a Senior Energy Program Manager. They're all experts in their territories, and they will give you this fine presentation today.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. In this program year, the program switched over from electric savings to a greenhouse gas savings goal, and with that switch, we were able to finally begin offering electrification services. Electrification will aid with generating higher greenhouse gas savings in the upcoming years, and we're happy we're able to start providing those services. While at the beginning of this program cycle, our program targets quadrupled in an instant, the program growth is a more steady and long-term process. Achieving such ambitious goals depends on many factors, such as staff capacity, workforce availability, and constant adjustments to shifting and volatile markets. So far in this cycle, DHCD programs have reached all-time high levels of units served, outside dollars leveraged, and applications received. While the greenhouse gas savings goals were not yet met, this cycle so far, almost 10,000 units have been serviced, We currently have another 9,000 units under construction and 27,000 units in the application process. All of our strategies to ramp up the programs are going to be continued and built up in a team effort with a wide range of support from other state agencies, local governments, nonprofits, contractors, utilities, and client advocates. On this slide, we're showing a few examples of our outreach and marketing activities, many of which we are performing with our extensive partner network. And Lynette Harley will tell us a little bit more about outreach and marketing efforts.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. So like Nicola had advised, we have been increasing our efforts with outreach both in our underserved communities and throughout the state of Maryland. We do see a nice increase in this year's received applications. So we did increase about 550 more applications than last year. Our goals for the upcoming cycle is to increase our outreach with our utility companies, so have more of a united effort in marketing, so that customers can see that we are all working together to service them with their energy efficiency in their homes, and it's both from DHCD and the utility company. We also want to make sure we are targeting our underserved communities and making sure they have more access to us in asking questions, filling out their application. And so we will be changing our paper application to an online base, so they can now submit it through DocuSign, and then also have a secure portal to upload their paperwork. And lastly, we're going to be continue collaborating with nonprofits, and also we could say businesses or the greenhouse initiatives that are going to be reaching out to our customers throughout the state of Maryland. We also added the chart that shows our impressions throughout the state of Maryland in the different categories of advertisement, so deployment type. So we have our streaming audio, so Pandora, Spotify, and also the online Amazon Music sorts. And so you can see the numbers here for winter, spring, and summer campaigns. And then we also have our click-through rates that had a 12% increase on displays online, and then we had about a 6% increase on displays in person. And overall for the year or the new cycle, we hope to increase, by 32% in our applications through the state of Maryland. And that concludes my slide.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner and Commissioners and Chairman. As Lynette just spoke of, we've been increasing our outreach and marketing efforts, and in turn, we have increased our production on the single-family side. As you can see, we've had consistent growth over the cycle to date. It's an average of 10% growth. With the last Q1 into Q2, we've grown by 20%. This past reporting period, we've done over 1,600 units completed. That is 70% of the total units that we completed all of last cycle at halfway through the current cycle. We're also, if you just look at the same time reporting period from last cycle, we actually have a 75% increase. So we're consistently been increasing our production over time. With that increase of production has come an increase in savings, and we are on track this year to have the highest level of savings that we have had to date. As part of this, we've been working to roll out our electrification program for additional savings. The rollout has been slow due to concerns over cost and customer concerns with bills increasing, but we are working to combat this by increasing our customer education, as well as creating a calculator that we can more easily educate customers on the impacts that will be happening to their bill, along with planning to work with MEA on their electrification outreach program that they have been rolling out, or will be rolling out. Finally, I want to discuss what we've been doing as part of that background of production increase. So we have two of our LWAs, or local weatherization agencies, who are back online, who have been offline for a while, so that increases our capacity currently. And then on top of that, we recently received approval from the Department of Energy that we can onboard 3 additional local weatherization agencies to our weatherization assistance program, which means that we can use them on the EmPOWER side, further increasing capacity for our production. And then finally, we have been able to fully staff our single-family program at this point, which means that we are able to better serve our customers, or we all have been since July, been able to better serve our customers, our network, and as well as work towards continual improvement and really being able to work more towards that increased production. With that, I'm going to pass it to Preston to discuss the multifamily programs.
Good afternoon. My name is Preston Thomas, Preston, Thomas, Thomas. I am the program manager of the Multifamily Energy Efficiency and Housing Affordability Program, better known as MEHA. Before I get into the information on the slide, I'd like to briefly talk about the program in general. When developing the program plan, DHCD had requested a number of changes specifically to the way the project funding is determined. These changes were intended to increase the transparency of the funding amount so that project owners would know upfront what the potential cost to their business would be. Now that we are halfway through the program cycle, we see that these changes are in fact having the intended effect, and the program is operating at its highest levels ever in program history. The changes have resulted in an unprecedented amount of interest in the program, so much so that the program has recently hired new staff members to help address the increased demand. If we take a look at the slide, we can see that the program has already surpassed the number of units completed throughout the 21 to 23 program cycle. Continuing on this trajectory, I'm excited to report that the program has committed funds to projects containing over 2,400 units in Q3 alone. The program will continue its marketing and outreach efforts, as Lynette had mentioned, and to ensure steady production into next program cycle. Thank you. I'll turn it over to Malika Holmes now. Thanks.
DHCD's current EmPOWER goals quadrupled over the previous 2021 through 2023 cycle. Achieving these ambitious goals depends on factors like staff capacity, workforce availability, and adapting to new market forces. Despite being behind on GHG reduction forecasts, as you've just heard from my colleagues, DHCD programs are experiencing steady growth with all-time high levels of units served, dollars leveraged, and applications under review. Since 2024, DHCD has significantly increased its efforts, resulting in the highest EmPOWER program production to date. All strategies are continuously being built up in team efforts. DHCD receives wide-ranging support from state agencies, local governments, nonprofits, utilities, contractor partners, and others. To enable the continued increase in production in the MEHA program, we are proposing a transfer of $41.6 million from the base efficiency and whole home efficiency programs into the MEHA residential budget. This shift would transfer $10.8 million from base efficiency and $35.3 million from whole home. We were also requested to provide an update on our limited income work group meetings. We convened several times over the year to gather stakeholder input on our programs to enhance operational efficiency and address implementation challenges. We held separate electrification meetings for the single-family and multifamily programs to define electrification, review barriers to electrification, and possible impacts on our occupants. As a result of these meetings, we issued guidance to our network on how to implement electrification in our single-family program. Additional work group meetings were held for the purpose of coordination with utilities on behavioral programs, and we addressed barriers to increased collaboration, consumption reports, and targeted marketing materials, tracking participation across programs, and coordination for the upcoming program cycle. As a result of these work group meetings, we held an additional information session to provide an overview of energy efficiency and special loans programs to our limited income clients. And in this meeting, staff discussed program details, eligibility criteria, and cost caps in our application process with the utilities so that they can better understand our programs and the flow process that applicants move through. Thank you for your time and your consideration. We'll open it now for questions.
Okay, Commissioner McLean.
Good afternoon. Just very quick, on the slide, you wanted to shift funds away from the single home program?
Both the base efficiency and whole home programs.
Right. So is that program underperforming, not performing well? Is that going to sunset?
It's not going to sunset. This is the program that Zach just mentioned.
Okay.
We have more demand in our multifamily programs, and we feel that there would be a better use of funds to get them out quicker through the multifamily program.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. That's all I have.
Commissioner Barbe.
I can't believe I don't know the answer to this question, so I'm going to ask it. What kind, if a person is applying for LIHEAP, what kind of documentation do they have to provide? I'm just curious. I should know the answer, but I don't.
That's okay. So it's, oh, sorry, I turned it off instead of turning it on. It's personal documents, so it's a copy of their social security card for the primary person in the household, but also all other members that live there, so including their children. A copy of government-issued ID, such as their driver's license or passport, most recent pay stub for the 18 or older individuals in the home.
What was that last thing?
18 or older, sorry, it was 30-day income for
Okay.
18 and older individuals in the home, and then also their recent electric and gas bill. And so they have to send all of that in to us, and what we've noticed sometimes there's a bit of an interruption in the application because they forget one of those important documents that we need. And so it's by mail, and so, or they drop it off to our building. So with online, it will streamline that process.
So they'll have the ability to scan and send. Okay.
Yes, actually, even better than that, they can use their phone to take
Yeah.
a picture and upload.
I you know what? I assumed you'd
Yes.
do that. Let's go to page the 5. I have to say, I love that chart. Page 5. I love that chart. I have to presume that these are 100% retrofits.
That includes new construction.
There is also new
There's
construction.
some new construction, yeah, absolutely.
So, okay, that's interesting. So in the instance of a new construction, what technology do you usually go with? Do you go with electrification?
We see that most of our new construction projects are all electric to begin with. So, and the way that we fund them by the certification that they're achieving, whether that's Energy Star new construction certification or Zero Energy Ready Home or Passive House. I'm pretty sure that most of those certifications require the home to be all electric.
Well, I mean, it certainly makes sense to do it in in a fresh build. I mean, retrofit is, as I like to tell people, equals super expensive. So in a new build, I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
So, okay, thank you very much. That's it for me.
Sure, Suchman.
So staying with that chart, so of the 17,000 units, 4,500 are new. Is that what this is saying?
No, 4,500 units are under construction.
Or under construction
currently.
Okay, so and that's new build.
Those are rehab and new build.
Okay. So do you have a sense from the 17,000 are all units within a multi-unit building? So it's you're counting individual units, you're not counting, or you're counting the whole building as a unit.
Correct. Those are individual households. Yeah, within the building of multifamily households.
Okay, and of the 17,000, can you give me a sense of how many are new versus?
It's probably close to, like, give or take 10% are new construction.
Okay.
So we're really trying to expand the new construction part of our program. And that's relatively new to this program cycle.
Okay.
We had funded new construction in the last program cycle, but we had funded it in a different way. And so the way that we're funding it now by the certification has gained a lot of interest in the market, and so we're seeing a lot more participation.
Okay, so of the 90% of that, what is it that you're doing? Is like a complete retrofit?
Yes.
Okay, and those are being retrofitted away from gas?
Not all of them.
Okay.
Many of them. I have the numbers for the number of projects that we have under construction for electrification. We have 5 projects under construction for electrification that have electrification measures in it. It may not be a full-blown electrification because the owner may not be able to afford that, but we're doing as much as we can when we can. So we have 5 projects that contain over 1,700 units that have electrification measures in them.
Okay, and in those instances, if there's gas involved, are you replacing inefficient gas with new gas?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and are they getting that new gas is getting support also through EmPOWER?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I wonder if you can get us the numbers on that. That would be really helpful. For the new build, have you considered geothermal?
We would love to see geothermal in our projects, yeah.
Okay, but none of the new build have geothermal in them.
So the way that we determine funding for the projects is by the certification, and it's not necessarily by the HVAC type. We could look into providing an additional incentive for a specific HVAC type like geothermal.
Okay, so usually the project comes to you, and then and it meets certain conditions as opposed to you going out and soliciting for. But you could add an additional incentive for geothermal just to bring more geothermal projects into the.
We could, and I think we're going to evaluate that for the next program cycle.
Okay. Are you? So I think you mentioned that you're getting some DOE funding. Did I mishear that?
The department receives funding from DOE for its weatherization assistance program, which is very similar to our EmPOWER single-family program.
Okay.
And we usually leverage those funding sources together wherever possible.
Okay. Are you concerned about losing DOE funding? I understand. I know the answer. But.
At this moment right now, I think we have to be concerned about everything because everything is up in the air. I was not too concerned about it before the government shut down because the program was not cut from the budget, and it has been in place for many decades through all sorts of administrations.
Okay. So at this point, you remain optimistic.
Yes.
Okay.
As much as possible.
All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. You've heard my questions from earlier today about concerns that contractors have regarding payment.
Mm-hmm.
I know DHCD doesn't use the same payment cycle that the utility companies use. You don't have the middle distributors like they do. But could you just describe what your process is, and are you also are you also having any concerns being presented to you by contractors, or is everything working better?
So we actually just looked at that last week. Currently, our average payment timeline is 15 days, which is well below the state required prompt payment policy for 30 days. There are occasionally a few payments that are held up in review, and that's for compliance reviews, similar to what you've heard from the utilities earlier, where we have to just make sure that everything is a proper payment.
So are you familiar with the process that the utilities would use for compliance, for checking for fraud, things of that sort?
Yes, we have a very extensive process. We run a lot of federal programs, which are very extensive in requirements and regulations for compliance, and we apply the same standards to our EmPOWER program. So there is multiple layers of review that each payment goes through, from technical review to a document compliance review to a fiscal review to a contract review and so on.
Okay. All right, good. Well, I said earlier that I encourage the utility companies to share best practices with each other. We haven't often heard of the state giving utilities good ideas on how to do stuff, but who knows? Everybody can learn something from someone. So So maybe that'll be a value. I don't know, but I appreciate the answers. I did want to also go to slide. I had the number a second ago. I think this is slide 3. Yes, it is. Yeah, so all of us have different favorite slides. I like the slide that Commissioner Barve mentioned, but I like this one too. We got some good info on here. But I was particularly interested in the annual LIHEAP applications and the increase, which in our hearing yesterday we talked a little bit about the opening of the LIHEAP applications to all folks in the state who have applied for other types of assistance programs, SNAP and other types of programs. And so that, through some preliminary review of the data, it looks as though that would have increased the number of customers that were eligible for LIHEAP, which is a good thing.
Right. Can I just clarify real quick? LIHEAP with the H in it. That's the bill pay assistance program. So this is LIHEAP, which is our low-income energy efficiency program. So these are just the applications that we receive directly for our programs. This does not include the OHAP applications that are forwarded to us. That would be in addition.
That's in addition to this.
Yes.
So is that,
Just missing the H.
does it layer on top of these numbers?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Is that data that we have already?
Was it in the report?
No. Oh, maybe, yes.
We'll check if it was in the report. If not, we can supply it.
Okay. Does it also track the increase so that from 23 to 24 and 25 we see a similar
Yes.
similar level increase? So I appreciate that. If you could, it'd be interesting to know if your total impressions and the advertising click-through rates that you've seen for 2025 tracks the increase that you also saw from 23 to 25.
Absolutely.
I'm just curious because we're always looking for ways. I know at least I'm always hopeful we can find ways to bring more customers in who need the assistance.
Right.
And I don't want to just see that it was attributed. I'm hopeful it's not just attributed to the fact that we've incorporated SNAP and other programs, but that there was actually, something fancy about your ads that actually worked.
Right.
Brought some people in, and
Yes.
if that's the case, then that's good. So that's something good to know,
Yes,
especially at numbers like this.
Right, and I'll add that I like this slide too, which is mine. But it's
Good, there you
because
go.
that picture there is a real live customer. They were both extremely happy and grateful to us for coming into their home and supplying our energy efficiency and a new HVAC system for them. And that was him posing there for the picture. And he was one of our customers who gave their testimonial of our work and how efficient we were. So it's a live picture.
I will add one thing that I believe has made a difference in this jump that we're seeing in 24 and 25, and correct me if I'm wrong, which is, I think, the introduction of more categorical eligibility categories. We previously had certain other income-based programs that were categorical eligible. And we added additional categories to that list of clients that no longer need to provide income documentation. And we also added a geographical eligibility starting at the beginning of this cycle, where customers in certain living in certain zip codes with very high low income rates are categorically eligible. So that's where we've seen a lot of influx.
Okay. So just piggybacking on that and what Commissioner Suchman asked earlier, regarding the challenges we have from the federal government side, there is the very real possibility that we'll have more customers applying for assistance through any number of state programs we have as a result of what's happening in the federal government. Are you prepared for and anticipating that might eventually come to LIHEAP doorstep?
Yes, I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think we are, and we're hopeful because we want to serve as many customers as possible. So if they're coming into the other programs, we want them to get to us so that we can help as well. Which, as part of that point, we do all of the assistance customers do actually come through to us each month. They have to opt out or opt in to the program, but they are coming to us. So we are hopeful that with that we'll be able to service those customers.
And I'll just add that last meeting that we had, we are now part of the MD Think screening. I believe it's called One submission. So now an individual who's looking for assistance will just go to MD Think 1, I believe it's what it's called, and they fill in all their information, and it shows all the programs that they qualify for, and we will be part of that one application, and everyone receives everything from there. Yes.
Great. Okay. Well, my guess is that these are going to be much higher numbers by the end of the year, but, which is a good thing. But it's unfortunate for certain reasons, but it's a good thing for others. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks. That's all I got.
Okay, so sticking with this particular chart, for those of us that are not as socially media literate, what exactly are impressions?
Surely you don't mean yourself.
That's a very good question, and my colleagues and I were also making sure we were pros at this. But no, so impressions are what's guessed, not really guessed, but it's based on the population of that area and how many faces or eyes will see that display, billboard, online advertisement. And so we, again, target our underserved communities more than others, but also throughout the entire state. And so that's why that number is so high. It's over the entire state of Maryland, but also underserved communities. And so we look at that population and how many drive on that highway, or how many are going through Facebook or Instagram, and they see our ads. And so that's how you calculate that impression.
All right. On this?
And I assume you also go through the faith community
Yes.
as well, right? Yeah.
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay. Okay, so the single-family program, are those owner-occupied homes, or they include rental homes too?
It includes rental homes as well.
Okay. And the MIHA program is multifamily dwellings?
Correct.
Okay. So the request is to shift $46.1 million from the single-family program to the multifamily program. Yesterday we were here discussing the LIHEAP problem, and we got presented information that there's a significant population in the state of Maryland of seniors that live actually in rental properties, and the counties where those folks who were under the poverty level lived tended to be, not surprisingly, parts of the Eastern Shore and parts of Western Maryland and parts of Baltimore City. And so I'm concerned that the ones on the shore and in Western Maryland, and maybe even here, actually are living in single-family homes as opposed to multifamily dwellings. And so I guess I'm trying to get a sense of, it strikes me as a big pot of money to move from one to the other. So is there risks that we're going to be abandoning the folks that live in single-family homes?
So, no, actually, part of the background for that number when we were figuring it out is that that is, as we've been ramping up, we obviously are not at the number of units that we should be completing each month. And so we've been working towards that. But this actually encompasses mostly amounts that we haven't been able to, basically that gap that we weren't hitting during that time period. So in our minds, this is funds that may not be able to be spent by the single family program just because of production concerns and working towards it, but knowing even when we got to our level where we should be at, it would not be hitting, we would not be able to make up that within the cycle, whereas the multifamily program has a large amount of demand, customers who need assistance as well, and so we saw that as an opportunity to still service customers with those funds. We do not see a concern in not being able to reach the customers in those areas. We actively work towards getting those, and we still have plenty of funds to spend in those territories in order to assist those customers.
Okay. And I know historically, with a lot of these things, when you're dealing with rental properties, it's, the landlord is part of the barrier. Mm-hmm. Is that problem getting fixed, or is it still a problem?
It's definitely still a problem. We're working on ways of trying to fix that, but it definitely is an ongoing concern. We're looking at, one of the efforts that my team is actually making is for certain individuals that we can determine a certain rental property status, they are actually making the effort to reach out and figure out who the landlord is, make an outreach first, because a lot of times our network partners are not able to get past, even the first step with those customers. So that's one of the efforts we are making in order to try to, bridge that gap and get over that barrier. And then I know Lynette, I'm sure you can speak to like some of the other efforts we made.
Yes, and so I've mentioned it before how we try to work with the real estate companies that typically do the property management. And then, like Zach just mentioned, we have a list. We're going to be doing cold calling and working with our call center too to reach out to these landlords. And not to mention with Preston too, we're talking about advertising, maybe the geothermal or just more to the landlords who have multifamily housing. And I remember one of our projects, it was actually with Howard County, I think. It was a senior building that was being rented to seniors, and they're receiving Social Security disability or benefits. And so through the multifamily program, we're able to service them and provide energy efficiency and savings in their bills.
On that, the MEHA program does fund senior living facilities on a regular basis, so that's a pretty decent size of our portfolio.
Okay. Yep. So, if we authorize the transfer, obviously it's one thing for us to say you can do that, but obviously there's lots of stuff you're going to have to do internally and with our friends at DBM and all that to make that happen. So, is there like time situations that we need to be aware of, or?
No, there's no concern about any of those budget transfers to make them internally. Those are relatively quick processes for us. Our budget team is already on board with making these transfers. They just have to be logged, and we already have demand for a lot of these funds. So a lot of them will be able to deploy pretty fast because we want to make sure that they still get completed in this program cycle.
Okay. All right. I think that's everything from us. So, all right. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty. So let me turn to where are they? Maryland Energy Efficiency Advocates and Dandelion Energy.
If you were an elected official, by mentioning geothermal, you would have gotten at least a $500 campaign.
And if I mention it twice?
No.
Okay.
That's right.
So it just keeps going up?
Until you hit the max.
Okay, and what's the max?
6,000.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I know. Can't believe we passed that fascist measure.
Well,
6 now.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Susan Miller, SUSAN MILLER, and I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Energy Efficiency Advocates. For purposes of the comments currently before you, the Maryland Energy Efficiency Advocates include Evergreen Action, Green and Healthy Homes Initiative, Maryland Legislative Coalition Climate Justice Wing, National Housing Trust, Elders Climate Action Maryland, Climate Reality of Greater Maryland, Sierra Club, and the Cedar Lane Unitarian Universalist Environmental Justice Ministry. With me is Mr. Jim Gravatt, who I'm sure many of you know, who prepared our comments for this proceeding. Since my role at this juncture is largely the proverbial potted plant, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Gravatt for conversation.
All righty. Thank you.
Thank you. For the record, my last name is spelled G-R-E-V like Victor, A-T-T. Good afternoon, Chair Hoover, Commissioners. Commissioner McLean, it's nice to see you on the bench. We missed you a lot in the future programming work group.
It's mutual.
There's been so much discussion today, and of course I want to respond to every question. I will try not to do that, but I will try to summarize my comments and be as concise as I can. So for context, how I reviewed the reports from the utilities and WGL's alternative plan and the work group reports, and I participated in many of the work groups. from a couple perspectives, I was thinking about them as preparing these comments. First, I look at Public Utilities Act 7222A, which says EmPOWER should encourage and promote the efficient use and conservation of energy, demand response, and beneficial electrification, in support of the greenhouse gas emissions reductions goals and targets. And I look at that in support of the goals and targets, and I think of Commissioner Suchman. One of the things that was a theme, I think, in the last hearing, and which has come up again, is that you would like to see EmPOWER do more than just hit a number. It's not just about utilities hitting their goal numbers, but let's do as much as we can with these investments. And to me, support the goals of the state, the climate reduction goals, not the climate reduction goals, the emission reduction goals and the climate goals, is one of the things that EmPOWER should do. And that means more than just hitting a number, but thinking about strategic alignment toward those goals. And this is where I'm going to wander a little bit, again, to your discussions today about demand response. I think demand response is critically important. I think not just a coordination between VPP and EmPOWER demand response, but an absolute integration and a strategic umbrella in which all of that fits is critical. There's been a lot of discussion in the future programming work group about, well, what is the right demand response goal, because we're not quite sure how it fits in a climate emissions reduction goal regime. And to be honest, but this is not a legal opinion, obviously, why does demand response have to stay in EmPOWER if that creates a barrier to a coordinated approach? Put it in VPP, all the same programs, deal with it administratively where it makes sense. I'm not sure there's any obligation that it has to be in EmPOWER. It's not a recommendation, just an observation. I also recall conversations from the last hearing about, in this transition, that EmPOWER has historically been very focused on providing bill savings for customers. It's a high priority, bill savings for customers. And so, and I don't think any of these things are in conflict. But I think that where they mesh most perfectly is when EmPOWER focuses on long-lived measures in customer homes and businesses that provide savings that last for a long time. And to the demand response question, again, I just want to make sure it's apparent, and I looked at this for BGE and PEPCO, but not for everybody. But in the forecast for the 24 to 26 plans, for BGE, demand response was forecast to get 390 megawatts in summer capacity reduction. But the energy efficiency and conservation was forecast to get 174. So there's a lot of capacity reduction that's built into the energy efficiency portfolios. And those reductions last for the life of the measures. So if the life of the measure is 20 years, that energy efficiency is getting a 20-year effect on reducing capacity. And that's really important. For PEPCO, it was 254 for the demand response and 139 for the EE&C. Very substantial numbers. And because I'm talking about demand response, I want to respond to the gas demand response question. There are a number of utilities that are doing probably pilots mostly on gas demand response. I think the industry is on the fence about how worthwhile it is. I can say I saw the results of a pilot that Excel did in Colorado on gas demand response. And basically they said there were some savings, the customers didn't seem to be too bothered, so it's worth exploring further. It might be worth, if the commission were to direct WGL to pursue it further, think about, could we do demand response in targeted areas, not broadly everywhere, but let's look at a targeted area that maybe is relatively newer and potentially growing so that there's potential constraints in delivering in that area, and see if demand response can help mitigate the need for expansion if that area were to grow. And also, of course, targeted energy efficiency. I co-authored a paper with my colleague Chris Nemi, let's say 7 years ago, for the Northeast Energy Efficiency Partnerships, looking at energy efficiency as a targeted energy efficiency as a way of addressing constraints on the system, both electric and to some extent gas. There wasn't a lot. Targeted energy efficiency, aggressive building shell improvements in an area that may be constrained, and I'm talking about on the gas side, although it applies on the electric side as well, can be an effective tool at managing the need to invest in infrastructure to serve the need of that community. Okay. I also want to talk about one other thing that was a conversation at the commission and a hearing that may have happened before any of you all were here, and it's with Commissioner O'Donnell. We were having a conversation about gross and net savings. And, you know, EmPOWER has a gross savings goal. And of course, the risk with a gross savings goal is always that it can drive a utility to do things that don't necessarily make a lot of sense because it's about hitting the goal. And the difference between gross and net, of course, is gross is the savings that occur from all the participants in a program, regardless of whether the program had anything to do with why they took that action. Free riders, the difference between gross and net is free riders and also, you know, spillover and a few other things, but free riders is the big one. Participants who take the rebate because the rebate sounds good, didn't change what they were going to do, but why wouldn't they take the money? So when we look at gross and net, and I had this conversation with Commissioner O'Donnell, and Commissioner O'Donnell said, I understand that difference, and I'm paraphrasing, and as the commissioners, we are prepared to keep an eye on that and make sure that there are not utilities that are overemphasizing gross savings that might not be a great investment of customer ratepayer dollars. So the reason I bring that up is directly tied to the WGL alternative plan and the comparison with the approved plan. WGL makes a lot of statements about the approved plan, gas equipment incentives, more cost effective. I think it's accurate that they are lower cost in achieving a gross savings goal. And it may be accurate that using the parameters that are applied through the EmPOWER framework, the TRM, Technical Resource Manual framework, it's also more cost effective. But I believe that those assumptions are not accurately portraying the real costs and benefits of gas equipment incentives. And in particular, the savings are assessed based on the assumption that customers are going to buy an 80% furnace if they don't get the incentive. And I asked in Discovery whether WGL had done any market research to determine what customers are buying in the absence of that. And they said, no, they had not done. It really wasn't their job. Their job was to go out and get the savings. Fair, but concerning, because what they're saying effectively is we don't actually know, even though we're saying customers are going to get 80% furnaces without this rebate, they don't have any idea. And I don't either. But I think that probably, given the market and that it's 2025, a lot of customers are buying high efficiency furnaces as a market baseline. If you look at the savings between a 90% or a 92% furnace and a 95 or 97% furnace, they're a lot smaller than the savings between an 80% furnace and a 95% furnace. There's also the question of net to gross. The 2022 and 2023 evaluations of WGL's program said the net to gross for the furnace rebates for that program was 0.41. That means that 40% of the customers who participated made a decision to buy a high efficiency piece of equipment because of the rebate. 60% of the customers who participated were going to do it anyway. So when I look at those statistics and I look at the idea of providing real value to customers and in advancement of the climate goals in strategic alignment, and I look at the governor's executive order and MDE saying we do not believe that there should be continuation of incentives for gas equipment, it's unquestionable to me that those equipment incentives should end. And I think that that's separate from the future of gas proceeding, in my mind, because even if we put the climate considerations aside, I don't think continuing these incentives makes sense for customers. I don't think it's a good use of ratepayer dollars. I think some customers are subsidizing other customers getting a bonus rebate that for something they might have done anyway. And I'll tell you, I realize it's a different market and a different time. When I was managing gas programs in Vermont and I left that job in 2005, one of the last things I did is small town. I went around and walked and talked to all the distributors, which was about 5, who were selling all the furnaces to all the contractors in the region in Vermont Gas Service Territory. And I said, do you stock anything less than a 90% furnace? And they said, no. One of them did. 4 of the 5, they didn't stock anything less than 90%, and that's propane and natural gas. Different environment, higher costs, colder winters, all kinds of things. But that was 20 years ago. So it's just hard for me to imagine that the baselines that we're using in this assessment, and I'm not faulting WGL, I think they're following the protocols, but it doesn't give a realistic picture. I also want to talk about some of the things that have come up regarding, for example, the conversation about word wasn't hijacking. What was the word?
I think it was hijacking.
Was it hijacking? Yeah. So whether PEPCO is hijacking WGL's savings or not, and you know, and I'm sympathetic to WGL's perspective and to PEPCO's. I think it's important that the program design focuses on the customer. So if PEPCO's engaged with a customer on a project, PEPCO should be engaged with a customer on that project. And if the framework requires that some of those savings should go to WGL, because otherwise how are they going to get them? I think that's a legitimate concern. But what it also raises for me, and this came up earlier, again, in looking at the alternative plan, because one of the things WGL says is we're not going to be able to make this goal without gas incentives unless the Commission orders the electric utilities to do more in their home retrofit programs, because that's where WGL gets their savings for building shell improvements. And that's a kind of a tricky thing. I mean, I think the Commission could do that, but it makes me think maybe this is really the time to think about third-party implementation, because then there's, if it's a third party that's implementing the gas and the electric program, then there's really not an issue of whose savings those are. That can be worked out through accounting. It's just one entity that's facing the customer and driving the project. I think another discussion that we'll have later when we talk about the midstream work group, and we've talked about it a little bit today, or y'all have, about timelines for payment, and the contractors feel like the program's not working for them and so forth. And I recognize the work that the utilities are doing to make that program more successful. But I'm not sure, I'm not sure the fraud question, I haven't heard that. I've been participating in many of the midstream work groups. I haven't heard that fraud thing come up either. And it could happen, for sure. But I believe that the reason the payments are slow is because it's a utility, and utilities have processes and protocols for how they process money. And we heard DHCD is paying in 15 days. And utilities are working hard, but program managers are going to large administrative accounting systems that are saying, this is how we do it, and this is what it takes. A third-party administrator would not necessarily be encumbered by that sort of system. And midstream programs, there's an organization that implements them across the country called Energy Solutions. MDE brought them into one of the midstream work groups to do a presentation, and they said, we pay in 15 days. So it can be done. It may not be possible within the utility framework, the accounting systems. So my suggestion there, which is in our written comments, is like Missouri, Missouri has initiated a study. They've hired a consultant to do a study of whether it would make sense, what the benefits and the risks would be of going from utility-driven programs in the state to single-party implementation, third-party implementation. It seems to me there are enough questions about these overlaps between electric and gas, being able to reach the gas goals and the electric goals, that such a study would be worthwhile in Maryland. And I would encourage the Commission to take that up. I would say the rest of my comments mostly focus on the work groups, and since we're going to have a chance to talk about those in those panels, I can hold on those for now if that's...
Yeah, why don't you do that, yeah.
Yeah. So thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, he answered my questions as part of his presentation, so no questions. Thank you.
Mr. Suchman.
Actually, you've raised some questions for me. So.
Good.
Okay. Actually, your comment. I mean, there were a couple of comments that were thought-provoking. So the comment about or the suggestion that the number, having a number there that you have to achieve, can actually result in driving projects that may not be the most efficient, but will get you to the number. And that's some of what I was talking about earlier, and that's something that you also talked about, that sort of having EmPOWER as a separate entity or separate proceeding without integrating it into the larger picture of what we're trying to accomplish could actually end up resulting in inefficient projects. And the fact that PEPCO and WGL are talking about, who gets to count the number, we're not even looking to see whether that those projects make economic sense or make sense for the system, because we're so driven by the number and achieving the number that we could end up with inefficient and irrational results, and I'm concerned about that, because it's a $1.6 billion program that customers are paying, and we want the biggest bang for the buck. I was also interested in the idea of targeted energy efficiency, because what that does is it actually there in some of the other programs there could be multiple value streams, and so that could end up making a project that is within EmPOWER that doesn't look cost effective. It could actually make it look incredibly cost effective when you include other value streams, such as displacing potential distribution systems or reducing capacity costs that wouldn't necessarily be captured in EmPOWER, but if you bring it within the context of another proceeding, you get those value streams. And so I think just listening to you, I'm even more concerned about a program that is sort of focused on, driving to getting to that number. And I'm thinking about the PEPCO WGL project, which made sense when it was reducing megawatts and therms, and then when we changed it over, then all of a sudden the numbers changed, and we end up with a battle. It's the same project, and actually it may have incredible value in a different context, but we're losing that because we're so focused on getting to the number. So I don't even know if there's a question in there, but I thank you for your presentation, and it just sort of it raises additional concerns for me, because we're so focused on just this proceeding and not seeing it in the larger context.
Well, thank you. And I just say, I do work in a bunch of states, and I think that there's so much happening in Maryland that you actually do have the opportunity to rethink how this all works. To rethink how the utility of the future. And some of the jurisdictions I work in, that's really not on the table. It's much narrower view. So it's complicated and difficult, but what an incredible opportunity.
Thank you.
Mr. Barbie.
No questions, thank you.
Mr. McClain.
Good to see you again, sir. I don't have any questions, but I enjoyed your presentation. Definitely gave us some things to think about that I'm not sure we were before. So thank you,
sir. So your recommendation to us is to follow OPC's recommendation and eliminate the incentives for natural gas appliances. Now, they gave us a number of reasons why they thought we should do that. I take it you agree with those reasons, or you have more or different reasons for doing it?
Well, perhaps more reasons. I mean, I agree with it, the rationale, but I think, as I suggested, the fact that I don't think the program supports that it's a good investment of ratepayer dollars, regardless if it was an electric program that had the same statistics, I would say I don't think it's a good use of ratepayer dollars. So that, to me, compounds on top of all the climate reasons. I would suggest, and perhaps you'll ask this or not, and I think this is what I put in the comments. From my experience when I was running programs, if you make sudden changes, the market gets very upset with you. And so I would suggest that, given that we're in almost November of 25, I would say eliminate the equipment incentives for January 1, 2027 with the next cycle, and give the market a lot of time to adjust. You know, when you think of perhaps some new construction developments, and I know this from my time in Vermont, some of those developers will plan their houses and the whole costing structure and maybe the equipment, and maybe they'll even lock in prices and bid out to buy 100 furnaces or whatever. They may do that a year or two in advance. So they need time to make these changes, I think.
And so the suggestion about having this third-party administrator and that becoming a more efficient mechanism, I mean, do we run the risk, though? I mean, you talked about the fact that, you know, it takes the utilities time to process things just because they're big organizations, just like government. And but I'm concerned that if we sort of add another player to the game, we've still got their little processes to get the money to the third-party administrator, and then the third-party administrator is going to have another process. So we may not gain anything, you know, ultimately. But is there something I'm missing there? Or?
Well, I would say I think it's a risk, and I think it's something that would need to be very thoughtfully worked out. I don't think it has to happen that way. I think again, my Vermont experience, and this has been going on forever, there's what they call the Weatherization Trust Fund, which it funds the low-income weatherization program. And when I was involved, which is, it was 30 years ago, I have to say, it actually was, not almost, that was 80% of the weatherization in Vermont. 20% came from the federal government, from DOE. And it was a gross receipts tax that went into this fund, and that fund was available for a monthly draw from the weatherization agencies that were distributing it. I believe that in New Jersey, and it been changes in the last few years because the programs went back to the utilities, but there was a system benefit charge that funded the clean energy program. So there are ways to set it up.
Okay.
Did you say gross receipts tax?
I think I did, yes.
Yeah, that used to be the way this thing was
We
funded.
have to call it something different.
No. But I mean, that's very unusual to use that mechanism. Has any other state
Actually,
used that?
We used to be funded that way.
Really?
Yeah, so it could change, but it's, you know, so.
A gross receipts tax on all of corporate?
No, on just the utilities.
Just the
Yeah.
all right,
so,
okay.
yeah.
I'm sorry, when you said gross receipts tax, I was thinking of the common definition where all the businesses in the state would pay it. Okay.
It was specifically on heating fuels.
Right. Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, so, yeah, that's targeted. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So let me turn to Dandelion.
Thank you. My name is Maggie McCary. It's MCCAREY. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners. We really appreciate the opportunity to provide our comments today. I also want to just express my thanks to the utilities in the room, who continue to be really strong partners for us as we entered the Maryland market, navigating the EmPOWER Maryland rebate programs to increase adoption of the programs and energy efficient technologies across the state. Prior to my role at Dandelion, I spent many years in Massachusetts leading the sister programs there, Mass Save, through a very similar transition from kilowatt hour and therm to GHG reduction. And so I personally know how challenging some of these issues are, and just appreciate the Commission, the utilities, and the stakeholders in the room working through these issues. Because I'm a new face here, I'll give just a quick overview of Dandelion Energy and who we are. We are the leading residential geothermal heating and cooling provider in the United States, so we do geothermal heat pumps. Since our inception in 2017, we've installed geothermal heat pumps in nearly 4,000 homes in the United States, and we've drilled over 1 million linear feet of boreholes. We've done this across the Northeast, out in Colorado, and now as of this year in Maryland, where we're looking to really scale our operations and increase accessibility and adoption of geothermal in the state. Our mission is to make geothermal heating and cooling an accessible default solution, and we essentially do this because we are if not the only, one of the only vertically integrated geothermal providers. So by bringing system design, heat pumps, and drilling under one umbrella, we can really innovate and reduce cost. I think I'm preaching to the choir here, but geothermal heating and cooling is the most efficient way to heat and cool homes. By utilizing consistent temperature under the ground, geothermal uses significantly less electricity than that of an air source heat pump. Recently, Dandelion Energy modeled a specific development in Maryland, 250 home, all electric, single family, and townhome residential development. By going with geothermal heat pumps in that new community, the homes are using 39% less electricity than even a high efficiency air source heat pump. That means 39% lower energy costs for homeowners, means 39% lower greenhouse gas emissions. Geothermal performance is also consistent during all hours of the year, so no matter the outside temperature, we perform very strongly. This means geothermal is the optimal solution for electrifying buildings without increasing peak demand. The same 250 home project I just mentioned, we also modeled peak demand savings. That project in the winter, coldest hours of the winter, will use 65% less kilowatts during peak winter demand than air source, and in the summer we'll use 20% less during summer peaks. While geothermal is beneficial for the resident and the customer that actually installs this system, the beauty is that it benefits all electric ratepayers by mitigating peak load and reducing capacity, as Jim mentioned. This is a good example of a topic that was discussed earlier today, where energy efficiency isn't contrary to affordability. Geothermal benefits all electric ratepayers to keep the system affordable. Dandelion launched in Maryland earlier this year, and in Maryland we're primarily focused on scaling geothermal in new construction through both production builders and other housing developers, including affordable housing developers. We believe this is the fastest path to scale the benefits of geothermal, as well as the most cost-effective application of the technology. Geothermal as part of large-scale new construction can be delivered at less than half of the cost of retrofitting homes with geothermal. And that's Dandelion numbers. We do both retrofit and new construction. We already have contracts in Maryland with 3 different builders, and we expect significant expansion next year to hundreds of homes with the support of the EmPOWER Maryland new construction programs. Last week, we also launched in Maryland our first ever lease offering for residential geothermal. Leasing was enabled by the One Big Beautiful Bill that maintained our 30% commercial tax credit. And so by pairing the EmPOWER Maryland new construction program with our leasing program, we now can offer geothermal as the most affordable solution for builders in Maryland. We've seen improvements to the EmPOWER new construction program design this cycle, including this year, including increased incentives for heat pumps and addition of the Code Plus tier from the utilities. Dandelion submitted written comments with a few suggestions on ways to continue to improve the new construction program to support builder adoption of geothermal and to ensure that the utilities can truly actually capture the ratepayer benefits of geothermal. So I'll quickly touch on the recommendations, but the details in our written comments. So the first is increase and differentiate the incentive levels in the new construction program to appropriately reflect the cost-effective greenhouse gas emissions and ratepayer benefits delivered through all electric new homes. Currently, the programs don't differentiate between air source and geothermal, despite the significantly higher benefits of geothermal, so we believe the utilities should consider higher rebate levels for geothermal and think about what rebate levels are necessary for both market rate development as well as what's necessary to ensure the technology is accessible for affordable developers. The second is to encourage the utilities and EmPOWER working groups to reassess the baseline for new construction. Most new construction in Maryland is built using natural gas heating, yet the baseline that's used in the programs is electric. And this really significantly undercuts the benefit to ratepayers in driving builders to adopt heat pumps. Third recommendation is that the EmPOWER program should also update the measure life for geothermal heating and cooling systems. The ground loops last longer than the lifetime of the home, and the heat pumps themselves last 25 years. There's no exposure to outside elements or any outdoor equipment. And many other states use significantly longer measure lives in their utility programs than those in Maryland. So we recommend reassessing the measure life for heat pumps in the program. These improvements to the programs, coupled with those being undertaken by the utilities already, which we really appreciate, will lead to greater geothermal adoption, higher rates of greenhouse gas emissions, and lower utility bills for all Maryland ratepayers, as well as a more reliable grid. For avoidance of doubt, I just want to, given what was stated earlier, I just want to state very clearly that these rebate programs are definitely absolutely critical to the growth of the geothermal industry in Maryland and to help builders overcome the hurdles that they face in adopting all electric new homes that then avoid costly retrofits down the road. Again, I want to express my thanks to you, Chairman, and the Commission for the opportunity to share Dandelion's perspective, and we look forward to continuing to partner with utilities to expand these programs.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Barbe.
Yeah, just a quick, so to summarize, you're a one-stop shop. If I'm a developer and I want to build individual homes, townhomes, apartments, I would subcontract to you to provide the soup to nuts solution.
That's correct. We design the systems, we distribute the heat pumps, and we do the drilling. Generally, builders have their preferred local HVAC contractors, so we don't do the interior work, but we do train HVAC installers on the interior install.
Have you done any work anywhere retrofitting, or have they all been brand new builds?
In Maryland, our focus is new construction, but Dandelion's, when we launched in 2017, our primary business was retrofit. And so in New York and Connecticut right now, we continue to offer retrofit direct to homeowners.
Explain to me, I didn't quite understand the point you made with respect to comparison to electric versus gas.
Sure.
Could you please elaborate on that?
In the way the EmPOWER Maryland new construction program works is it's providing a rebate to the builder to meet, let's say, Energy Star 3.2, so a high efficiency certification criteria. The program also offers adders for heat pumps. So right now there's most of the utilities are offering $1,000 adder for a high efficiency heat pump in the program. The way the utilities can claim savings for reaching Energy Star 3.2 is they compare to a baseline of a standard efficiency heat pump. So that's the theoretical baseline for how you're calculating the savings. Basically a low efficiency air source heat pump, a non-cold climate.
Okay.
Where that doesn't make a lot of sense is most buildings are being built to gas now without a rebate. So if the baseline is instead gas, the programs are actually having a much higher greenhouse gas impact because you're offsetting gas usage to go all electric as opposed to offsetting just a standard efficiency heat pump, which is truly what the all-electric programs are meant to do, is to push builders from going gas to going all-electric. And so it's really a way to make sure that the programs are accurately capturing the benefits of builders not opting to use gas.
Thank you.
Commissioner McLean. No question. Commissioner Sussman.
Okay, so you're a soup to nuts. The ground source heat pump, where does that come from?
The actual heat pump itself?
Yes.
So we have manufacturing partners. So a couple of our projects in Maryland right now, for example, we use Enertech as a heat pump manufacturer that makes the heat pumps in North Dakota, actually, all U.S. produced and manufactured.
Okay, and any supply chain issues?
At the moment, because we're a fairly small industry and we're very U.S. based, we're not running into some of the sort of tariff or other issues that potentially our source heat pump contractors are running into, because all of the geothermal heat pumps we're installing are manufactured here.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Linton.
No questions, but I appreciate your presence here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate your presentation and big fan of your heat source. So.
Us too.
Okay. Actually, first off, do you need a break or? Okay. All right. So why don't we move on to Maryland Energy Administration? Yeah. No, I've always viewed that as like the little energy source that
You
could.
like the earth.
Yeah, that's
the
it.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Chairman Hoover. My name is Babatunde Idrisu. You do have the spelling of my name, right? Yes, I'm an energy policy manager with the Maryland Energy Administration, and I'll be giving our comments. One of the things that we did, one of the major things we raised in our comments was the fact that even though a lot of the utilities dedicated a larger portion of their incentive dollars to customer incentives, only BGE went as high as 70%. We did have some utilities having just about 50% of their incentives, of their expenditure going to customer incentives, and we felt that there must be a way to streamline some of those non-incentive costs, so that much more money can be dedicated to incentives. We do not. We do feel like, especially in this time when there is a lot of concerns regarding ratepayers, costs, and the effect on people's bills, it's important that we can maximize the benefits that the EmPOWER program is giving to ratepayers. And we're not just saying increase or artificially increase the incentives. We're saying trying to improve efficiency so that more can be dedicated to customer incentives. We did a cursory review of similar programs like Mass Save that was just earlier mentioned, and we found that between 2019 and 2023, they used about 70% of expenditure was spent on customer incentives. We do feel like the Commission had ordered the utilities to explain why more money wasn't going into customer incentives, and we felt it was a missed opportunity from after reading the response by the utilities. We felt that there was more of a defense of how they currently do things as opposed to a reflection on how they can shift more money towards customer incentives. We did ask a few questions in our comments on what some of that reflection could be. How can the non-incentive costs be reduced or streamlined to boost resources for incentives? Are there program designs that could deliver the same level of participation and savings at a lower non-incentive costs? Are there measures that could benefit from increased incentive funding? And how do Maryland's incentives to total expenditure ratios compare with similar programs in other jurisdictions? And what lessons can we learn to apply to our programs? So I think without this kind of evaluative analysis, the responses that we received from the utilities were more defensive rather than forward-looking. And I think that embracing the Commission's concern is an opportunity to review these budget structures and to demonstrate openness to rebalancing expenditure more towards customer spending. We suggested a threshold of about 70% for customer incentives. And if the utilities cannot meet it, because we do know they do face challenges depending on, there should be like some kind of explanation on why it's impossible to streamline those costs and focus and maybe shift some of those expenditures to customer incentives. So I think that was the main gist of our general comments, and I'm open for questions.
Okay, Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Still good afternoon. So I did ask questions about your proposal to Baltimore Gas and Electric was earlier this morning. I was curious to know if their answers were responsive to your concerns.
I think compared to other utilities, BGE seems to be in a better position because I think for the first half of the year they used over like about 77% on customer incentives. But we want to see other utilities try to attain something close to that. It's hard to tell because I don't know what the difference is with the other utilities. But if BG can utilize 77%, I would think perhaps some of the other utilities can get close to that.
Do you think that there's, and I'll just ask it the way it sounds, is there hope for the other utilities to do this? If we were to encourage the utility companies to share best practices, for example, to interact in such a way so that either through work group meetings or some other mechanism, what we've identified or what we think is happening at BGE that is working well could be translated to some extent to the other companies. Would that help to address some of MEA's concern?
I would hope so. I would hope that sharing those concerns with each other and would help try to shift some of those costs.
Okay. Would MEA be interested in being a part of that
Certainly,
process? In some way?
certainly.
Okay. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Commissioner Sussman.
I don't have any questions, but I share as well your concern about the high level of monies that are not going to the folks that need the monies for incentives. So, I can't help but think that there's an opportunity for increasing the amount of money that needs to go where it needs to go. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Barbie.
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner McLean.
Good afternoon, sir. In terms of the incentive and maybe addressing the issue, Mr. Gravatt, who was just up here, was talking about a third-party administrator of the program. And I know you're probably just hearing that for the first time. Did you have any thoughts on it?
Actually, we've had conversations in-house talking about third parties. We do think that there is an opportunity perhaps to reduce some of those non-incentive costs if we can have a third-party administrator. So yeah, it's something that we've thought about at MEA.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
So we had two parties today, Office of People's Counsel and the Maryland Energy advocates tell us that we should be ending the incentives for gas appliances. Does MEA have any thoughts on that? Or?
Yeah, so we don't have any opposition to that. We do think that it advances the state's greenhouse gas emission goals. Our only concern would be if, from Washington's gas alternative plan was the significant increase in budgets, which I don't know how accurate that is, but we'll be concerned about the impact on ratepayers. I believe staff had suggested reducing Washington gas goals if the commission decides to get rid of those gas incentives. But yeah, the only major concern we'll have is how that would affect ratepayers. We don't want to see a bad impact on the ratepayers, especially in this time.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thanks. All right. So now we're going to turn to the PSC staff. And just, so we're going to take staff's presentation today, but we're going to defer to another day the examination and discussion of the various work group reports, because I'm assuming that if we take that up, we'd be here till dawn. So.
Michael Dean on behalf of staff. Paige Shaw is going to be doing the reports.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Paige Shaw on behalf of staff.
Q1, Q2 2025 marks the midpoint of the program year reporting period for the 6th EmPOWER program cycle. Generally speaking, results were high across the utilities, with savings higher in this Q1, Q2 compared to that of the previous semi-annual period. Most of the electric utilities achieved or are close to achieving at least half of the annual life cycle GHG reduction goals for 2025. Staff notes that due to the updates in the errata filed by PE in Mail Log 323731 on October 28th, that staff will be providing an updated report by the end of this week to reflect the corrected numbers. Originally, PE was achieving 25% of its statutory target for life cycle GHG reductions, and with the corrections made, they'll now be achieving 26%. Additionally, there are a few commission requests among the utilities. First, the joint EmPOWER utilities filed a request with the commission seeking that the requirement to provide the new home construction data for 1 year as part of order number 91711 be suspended due to the difficulty of collecting the information. Staff recommends the commission grant the request of the joint utilities and recommends the joint utilities work with MEEA to determine data which will serve as a suitable substitute of the originally requested new home connections data. DPL and PEPCO are requesting budget shifts. DPL is currently requesting to shift $400,000 in incentives from the CHP program to the small business program. The CHP program had no projects closed or incentives issued in 2024 and was sunset as of December 31st, 2024. The small business program has used 68% of its 2025 incentives budget. Staff recommends the commission approve the company's budget shift request. Similarly, PEPCO is currently requesting to shift $4 million in incentives from the CHP program to the midstream program. The CHP program had no projects closed or incentives issued in 2024 and was sunset December 31st, 2024. The midstream program has used 60% of its 2025 incentive budgets, and staff recommends the commission approve the company's budget shift request. Regarding SMECO's PID request, staff maintains its recommendation of denial. Staff is open to having the research be performed, and we agree that the research can uncover valuable opportunities associated with these systems. Yet staff feels the multiple components of Commission Order 89679 has not been fully addressed. Staff is primarily concerned with the uncertainty that approval of this research may provide. Knowing what requirements have been set and need to be met through the past Commission Order provides clarity on what is considered inappropriate use of PID funds. Dismissing certain requirements at certain times for certain reasons would complicate future pilot development. Last of the commission requests comes from DHCD, which has 2 commission requests at this time. First, DHCD currently utilizes budgets from both the electric and gas utilities and is seeking clarification and direction whether DHCD should follow the same procedure when electrifying WGL's customers' homes. It is staff's view that gas customers should not pay for electrification. DHCD also requests the elimination of the requirement to include detailed data tables for the Critical Medical Needs Data Program in future semi-annual reports. The department believes removing this requirement would streamline the reporting process and significantly reduce staff time, while still ensuring that the Commission receives meaningful information about the overall program outcome. Staff supports this elimination, and I turn it to Michael Zhang for further.
Good afternoon, Michael Zhang on behalf of staff, last name spelled Jiang. I'll be going over staff's comments regarding WGL's alternative EmPOWER plan. So staff's comments in response to WGL's alternative EmPOWER plan does encompass staff's position. To summarize staff's comments, at this time staff is still supportive of the incentivization of natural gas equipment for the rest of the 2024 to 2026 program cycle. It is staff's understanding that the General Assembly has not clearly banned the incentivization of gas equipment under EmPOWER statute, and additionally, just because gas incentives are removed for gas appliances, it does not mean that gas appliances will no longer be installed. Finally, if the Commission does decide to remove incentives for gas appliances, staff would recommend that WGL's emission reductions goals be adjusted to reflect the removal of incentives for gas appliances due to the potential cost increases associated with potentially making up the savings that came from gas appliances. One difficulty to that, though, is at least for the next program cycle, their goals are going to be based on their previous performance from the 2021 to 2023 program cycle. So there may be some necessary changes to the statute if that was our recommendation and it was where we were going. So that concludes my comments on the Washington Gas Alternative Plan section. As you noted, Chair, that since we're going to take the work group topics next time, there are two requests that I would like to bring forward to the Commission from the future programming work group that may need some immediate attention. So the first one is the parties are requesting that the Commission allow the parties to provide additional comments regarding DHCD goals by November 14th, 2025, and request an in-person hearing in front of the Commission prior to a decision being made. There were some complications with the DHCD goals that we've gone through, so we believe additional time is necessary in order to fully expand and discuss those items. And then secondly, the parties are also requesting that the Commission allow the work group to continue or provide an additional demand response status report by November 19th, 2025, so we can continue our discussion.
Okay, so any concerns on the part of the two requests that they just made? No. All right. So, all right. Seeing no, both are granted.
Thank you.
So, I take it you're ready for questions, or?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Mr. Linton, go right ahead. So.
Good afternoon. I did have a question about the concern that Washington Gas raised regarding the electric utilities offering incentives for gas. It was part of their presentation, and they suggested that it was discussed in the future issues working group. I know we're not talking about the reports now, but I'm just curious if staff was familiar with the process, with the issue, and if so, is there anything you'd like to tell us about it?
So WGL did raise this issue with staff. We've been thinking about it. After hearing today's conversation, I do believe that it should be brought to a work group. I think either the future programming work group can discuss it, or the gas, electricity, that one could also discuss it as well. So.
Okay. Do you believe that at this point there is something that the Commission needs to do to help inform the discussion, or should the work group handle it and come back to us at a later point?
I think from staff's perspective, we would like the opportunity to discuss it between all the parties first. As WGL and PHI brought these topics up, it did raise some questions, at least in my mind, that I would like to clarify with the group first. So I think if we have the opportunity first to discuss them and then maybe bring our findings to the Commission, that would probably work best.
Great. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Sussman.
No questions.
Mr. Barbie.
No questions.
Mr. McLean.
Good afternoon. Just quickly, do you share MEA's concern regarding the level of incentives, say BGE, that are not going to customers, I should say?
So staff would definitely share those concerns, but I don't think we have had the opportunity to really look into it yet. So if there is some sort of process being developed, or we would be happy to participate as well.
All right, and I think I already know the answer to this. How about the idea that Mr. Gravatt discussed, a third-party administrator, same thing?
So actually, that is something that the future programming work group will be discussing in the end of this year / start of new year. So I believe the Commission has directed that work group to discuss those topics, and that topic be due in the April 15th, 2026 work group report.
Thank you, sir.
So, one of the other suggestions from Mr. Gravatt was, while he supported OPC's recommendation that we eliminate incentives for gas appliances, he suggested that we provide a fairly long off-ramp, so to speak. Does that change your opinion about whether or not we should do that or not?
So although staff's position is that we shouldn't at least remove the incentives for this current program cycle, it's possible that staff could change its mind for the next program cycle. I will say staff is not we're not fully committed to always sticking to this position, obviously. So we are open to that kind of suggestion. Like I mentioned, if the commission does decide to remove incentives, we just believe there might be a need to reduce or potentially reduce the amount of savings that WGL would have to achieve in order to address the cost issues.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. And I guess with that, we're adjourned for today. Thanks for everybody sticking around. So.